Hello, everyone. Welcome to the 24-hour digital Trump rally hosted by Pennsylvania Patriot Radio and Normal America with Rob Noor. Thank you all so much for joining us. We're going to be going 24 hours live from right now until tomorrow, Election Day, 8 a.m. So we're really excited to be here. I'm joined right now by my wonderful co-host from Pennsylvania Patriot Radio, Todd Bartlett. Todd, how are you this morning? Might be muted.
Yeah, bright and early, 24 hours ahead of the most consequential election in our nation's history, Rob.
Yeah, I know. It's I'm still on pins and needles just thinking about it. I mean, it's really incredible. For those of you wondering, our other co-host, Todd, Carlos Saldivia, he's just having a few minor technical issues. His computer's updating is what's happening, so he'll be with us shortly. But yeah, we have a great show lined up. We have a lot of excellent guests from U.S. congressmen like Glenn Thompson and Dan Muser to media personalities like Wendy Bell. We have movie producers, the producers of the movie Unplanned and God Is Not Dead. And we have a litany of state and local politicians, which I think is very good to hear their voices before we're going to go out and vote for a lot of those offices.
Yeah, this is going to be huge. You've got everybody across the spectrum joining us over the next 24 hours. And really, you know, it's a great line that we've picked up in radio and on TV. If you miss a minute, you've missed a lot, right? So you definitely want to stay with us over the next 24 hours. If you dip in, you dip out, that's fine. And Rob, maybe you want to share some of the different links and opportunities folks can join us.
Yeah, so there are different platforms that you could watch us on. So some of the ones that we are on right now is my personal channels with Normal America with Rob Noor. So there's YouTube that you could follow us on, and that's at Normal America with Rob Noor. You could also follow on my Periscope, which is at Noor Robert on Twitter. I'm at Normal America on D Live. And by the way, that's spelled like it sounds, Normal, and then it's all one word, America, as it sounds. I'm on twitch.tv at Normal America with Rob Noor. You can also find me on my Facebook at Rob Noor. I also believe the Pennsylvania Patriot Radio Facebook page is broadcasting this, correct, Todd?
Yes.
Yeah, so you could go to Pennsylvania Patriot Radio on Facebook and find the broadcast there. And I do have to say this, unfortunately, because of the landscape that we're in right now, most people will probably be watching on YouTube. Please, please, please consider one of those backups because sometimes YouTube decides to pull down a live stream if there's a guest or something that they don't like. So just to let you all know, there's those other platforms. So again, D Live at Normal America, Twitch TV at Normal America with Rob Noor, Facebook at Rob Noor, or at Pennsylvania Patriot Radio. You can find us in all of those platforms. So yeah, I'm very excited. I think our first guest, correct me if I'm wrong, Todd, is lined up for 9:30. So we'll be carrying through till then. That's what the schedule is, correct?
I believe it's straight up 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock? Okay.
Go back in and verify that. And I believe it's attorney Mark Scaringi.
Awesome. Yeah, that'll be, and he's been on the show before. That'll be awesome. We'll be able to talk about a lot of what's going on. So the idea for the show, we'll just talk about the impetus for that. The idea for the show is we wanted this to drive out support and votes, particularly in Pennsylvania, but all across the nation for the Republican Party and Donald Trump in particular. So this is something that we'd talked about doing for a while. Originally, the plan was to do the 24-hour stream during the Republican National Convention. But unfortunately, because of COVID and other stuff and just our personal and professional lives, we were unable to get together. So due to that, this was kind of set up last minute, and we're all in different areas. So Todd's going to be in Williamsport. One of the things, if you've watched a lot, you know that Todd is in what I consider one of the best journalists I've seen. So your job of being a journalist is going to take you away for some amount of time today. Isn't that correct, Todd?
Yeah, it's a very busy day. Wendy Bell has me on her show at 11 a.m. With a story that's going to be breaking here now within the hour in regard to the Department of Health and the election. And then I just received another advisory. They've been sending it out all weekend. The Department of Health and Dr. Levine will be hosting an 11:30 press conference. Of course, I've been in that seat for many, many months. Digitally beginning in March, and then when they return to in-person press conferences was in one of the first press conferences, and many, if not most, since with the Secretary of Health and Governor Wolf. So today is one of those days that's going to be a lot of questions beginning after her comments at 11:30. And hopefully we'll be able to carry it live here on the show and then get people's in real-time reaction to the comments and to the questions.
Yeah, and I think, like you said, we're going to try to carry that press conference. And there is a breaking story that I think people will want to hear about what's going on regarding the Department of Health and as it pertains to elections and things of that nature. I'm going to be in Clarion County, so that I'm in my personal home right now. Just a word of warning to the audience: you may see my dog try to jump up on my lap or something like that. So don't freak out. What's up, Todd?
Rob, we have some news on the Scranton Airport appearance today by Donald Trump. People lined up at 5 o'clock yesterday to get in line and get a seat, if you will, at the airport in Scranton. And the line just continues to swell, and that is scheduled for 2 o'clock later today. And some of the guests we're planning on talking to after that rally include former congressman here in Pennsylvania 12, Tom Marino, and you mentioned GT earlier in the broadcast. I mean, this is just one of those situations where Trump was here the other day in Montoursville. He's barnstorming the state. He was in Reading, Butler. Wendy's going to be on at noon. She was there in Butler. She has a great story. I'm not going to steal her thunder, but she has a great story from the Trump rally in Butler, which has Lieutenant Governor Fetterman concerned.
I saw the lieutenant governor's comments. So yeah, I can't wait to hear her on that. I mean, yeah, I think, let me just give a shout out to you, Todd, and to Carlos for lining up some of these great guests, because I don't really have the connections to line up with those people. I'm just someone who is an everyday regular person who started this channel, and I've been fortunate enough to connect with you guys to do the Pennsylvania Patriot radio show. But just the gravity of what we're talking about, everyone that's listening here, we're going to have guests on that will literally have been with Trump all day. And will be at the rally in Scranton, and then will be immediately coming to tell us what the president's mood is, what they felt of that rally, what they think is important going forward in the election. So I can't wait for a lot of these guests. I think that it's an amazing opportunity for us to hear directly from people that are working with President Trump on how things are going the day before the most important election in our life, probably in the history of this country. So yeah, it's going to be very exciting. When you talk about the amount of people, so in Clarion County, I'm about 45 minutes from Butler, Todd, which is where the massive rally was the other day. I looked it up. I think the population of Butler, the town, is about 12,000 people, 12,000 and some change. There was an estimated 57,000 people at that rally. When you see numbers like that in rural Pennsylvania, it is hard for me to believe that Trump won't take Pennsylvania. Now, I know there's Philly, there's Pittsburgh, but even the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette has endorsed Donald Trump, which is the first time they've endorsed a Republican since the 70s. So what's your kind of feel on the possibility of Trump winning Pennsylvania?
Those kind of numbers in those areas of the state have to cancel out Philadelphia and the collar counties, because Democrat turnout historically has been very, very high. And, Democrat machine has been doing a great job to turn those votes out. What has not helped in Philadelphia recently are the riots and the unrest, right? So part of the story that I'll be breaking here within the hour potentially talks about what's going on at very high levels in our state to impact tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, and I can't wait for that story. But, another thing that when people talk about the canceling out, or the difference between rural, for those of you that aren't from Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania is very unique in that we have the two big cities on either end of the state, Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, and then you have Erie kind of up north. The rest of the state traditionally it is very rural and traditionally has been very red. So a lot of elections come down to those kind of cities versus the rural areas of Pennsylvania. But one of the things that I think is shocked a lot of particularly Trump haters in the national media are the numbers showing that Hispanics and blacks are voting for Trump or at least having positive things to say about Trump in much higher numbers than any Republican presidential candidate in modern history. And so I think that even then, when people talk about like, well, can a high turnout in Philadelphia kind of subvert what we see going on in rural Pennsylvania, I'm not so sure that they'll get the numbers they think they are, even with those high turnout, because I think a lot more people in those areas are going to vote for Trump than they did in 2016.
I wholeheartely agree. One of the things that was kind of stunning, you saw that huge crowd in Butler, of course, a very solid crowd in Montoursville, 3, 4, 5,000 people. Again, that's Halloween night. You had Penn State, Ohio State playing. It was 40 degrees outside. And it's a rural part of the state. However, earlier in the day, President Trump started the day in a collar county of Philadelphia. Well, apparently it was either invitation only or the max of 250 limit, right, for in-person gatherings, for outdoor gatherings, was put in place. And I've heard any kind of different conflicting reports. So if you couldn't go to the Bucks County, PA rally or Reading, apparently everybody drove to Butler.
It's really incredible. And I know we'll talk more about this when we have other guests on, but, I believe, not to spoil anything, I believe the lieutenant governor, one of the quotes he said, and this is a Democrat, by the way, that it was more akin to a rock concert to a political rally. And that is the absolute truth. There is a...
and it was not photoshopped.
That's right. And when you compare this to, of course, Biden's turnout is incredibly low. You're talking a few dozen people at best when he has a rally. But don't even look at him. Look at Barack Obama. He was kind of, if you could equate someone that brought out the similar enthusiasm for the left as Donald Trump does for the right, Obama might have been a person. I don't think the enthusiasm for him was quite the same as Trump, but still, he was able to draw big crowds. It seems like even he, at this point, they're just not drawing. They're not trying to get those numbers. And it really makes you question a lot of these national polls, which we saw how wrong they were in 2016. We saw how wrong they were in 2018 with places like, you remember when Gillum was up, something like 12 points on Ron DeSantis in Florida a week out of the election, and then DeSantis ended up winning. So once more, it makes you really question the polls when you see this sort of turnout.
Yeah, it's like Frank Luntz has said, and any number of other national pollsters. They're already predicting the end of the polling business, and what they're not able to poll right now is voter enthusiasm.
Right.
That's a number that nobody's reporting, right? Well, you can see it right now in plain sight. It's the rallies, it's the boat rallies, the cars, the trucks. I'll give you an example. My junior year of high school, my prom date, she was hanging out yesterday down in North Carolina, and they had an impromptu Trump parade. Yep. All these big pickup trucks with the flags in the back, and they're just going up and down the road. She's hanging out the passenger window, by the way. Don't, please, law enforcement, she's safe. And she's sharing it all over her social media, and everybody's just having a blast. It's like a rock concert. It's like a tailgate party, and that's what is not being measured right now in any of these polls is voter enthusiasm. Can you tell me, Rob, are there any business owners in Pennsylvania that had their businesses shut down or taken from them that will be casting ballots not for Donald Trump?
I don't think so. I think, just in my area alone here in Clarion County, several businesses that were kind of mainstays of the town have shut down and won't be reopening. And I know that they know from talking to them who is to blame. And it is the Democratic Party, in particular, Tom Wolf, our dictator governor, that has issued these edicts. And again, as we've talked about many times, Todd, Pennsylvanians and Americans are willing to sacrifice. A business owner would be willing to close down if it was done in a fair way and it was transparent. But what we see consistently from Tom Wolf here in Pennsylvania and from Democratic governors around the country is the selective nature in which they enforce these orders. So if you want to riot, if you want to protest against Donald Trump, by all means, you don't have to listen to the orders. However, if you want to open your business, well, then that's a crime and the police will be there for you. So, yeah, I think this election, more than any I've ever seen, one of the things I've said a lot, and Carlos, you could chime in on this, is...
Hello.
How's it going, man?
Good morning, America. How are you?
We're good, and I think America's great. I think we're all excited for the election coming up. We're just talking about voter enthusiasm, and one of the things I know that me, you, and Todd have talked a lot about, Carlos, is the idea that one of the groups as Republicans in Pennsylvania we need to reach out to are people that traditionally say they don't really care about politics. And that's because in Pennsylvania, I think most of those people, if they took an interest, would be Republicans. This is the first election in my life where I don't have to go talk to those people. They're rushing to talk to me and other people like me because they realize even if they don't have an interest in politics, politics is shutting down their life. It's locking down their businesses. It's locking down their ability to meet with their family in places like nursing homes. You know, even in my situation, having a baby here in January, just the decisions of what can we do as far as how many people are allowed to go to the medical appointments with my wife and things like that. Every area of your life it now seems politics is front and center. So I think that has a lot to do with enthusiasm and turnout at rallies we see in places like Butler. People that traditionally would say, politics isn't really for me, have been locked down from an authoritarian Governor Wolf, and they're willing to go out and support Donald Trump to end that sort of dictatorship.
Well, you know, the number of people that don't vote equals the number of people that do vote. I mean, that's just crazy. So I keep remembering the video of a woman that said that it was on Twitter someplace, and I wish I could remember. I should have bookmarked it, but the woman said, you know, I never voted in my life. She was a middle-aged woman, possibly even, you know, as old as 60 years old, which is how young I am. And she says, you know, I've never voted in my life. But the day that I saw that man coming down the escalator, I knew that he would fight for me.
Yeah. And
I got to tell you, I think that there's a lot of people in this country that feel exactly how that woman feels. And I don't know if the Democrats have an answer or a go-to or a contingency that equals that idea.
I totally agree. The Democrat plan, I mean, and look, I know that we've talked about this on the show, and Todd, see what you think on this point. I'm not here to make fun of Joe Biden, but it's clear that he has some cognitive decline, and there's a lot of corruption issues, which I'm sure we'll get to as the show goes on with him as well. But it is obvious to me that the Democratic plan was just, let's get any empty suit. We'll get Joe Biden, who's, you know, on the decline, and we know we could control him, and Kamala Harris that will say and do anything and flip a position at the drop of a hat just to obtain power. So really, the Democrats are literally just saying, here's two empty vessels. We're literally just running on, we're not Donald Trump. But is there any enthusiasm? Even in people I know that are Democrats. Todd, have you seen any enthusiasm in people you know that are Democrats for Joe Biden, Kamala Harris? Or is it all just, we don't want Trump?
Well, the enthusiasm on the left has been in burning cities down. That's been the enthusiasm, right, so far. And that's not a winning strategy for anybody, right? You've seen a major retailer in America take all the guns and ammunition from the shelves. Folks, they're not doing that because they're worried about unrest from the right. They're worried about unrest from the left.
Right.
And do you remember when the fireworks were canceled in 2016 in New York City? You remember that?
Yep.
Well, because they know. There's a reason that now all the messaging is you're going to see a result on election night that may show President Trump win. However, just wait days and days and weeks and weeks and weeks, and the result will be overturned. I got news for you. Why don't you call East Carolina University right now and see what the American Athletic Conference did when they got hosed on a call last Friday night? Did they change the outcome of the game? No. The other team won.
Yeah.
Moving on.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And go ahead.
Of course, what Todd is referring to, why don't you tell the audience what Todd is referring to with respect to outcomes and the Kamala Harris video yesterday? And then did you talk about the he's going to take our guns away?
No, that was something I wanted to bring up before 9 o'clock. So yeah, two big stories from the social media accounts of both the vice president, well, I guess the presidential candidate for the Democrats and the vice presidential candidate. So Joe Biden, I'll read this tweet. We'll start with it, which I have pulled up. This is Joe Biden's Twitter from yesterday. Quote, "It's long past time we take action to end the scourge of gun violence in America. As president, I'll ban assault weapons and high-capacity magazines, implement universal background checks, and enact other common-sense reforms to end our gun violence epidemic." So here's Joe Biden that's supposedly considered a moderate, and he's talking about ending assault weapons, high-capacity magazines, universal background checks, and other restrictions on your Second Amendment rights. Now, this might, if you're independent, you might say, oh, that sounds reasonable. He just wants reasonable reforms. When the Democrats talk about ending assault weapons, oftentimes they can't even define what those are. And your common hunting rifle that could hold 5-6 shots are things that they'll be coming after. High capacity magazines, that would include almost all handguns that people use that aren't revolvers. So they're talking about banning things like handguns, the ability to use them. And of course, when they say this, we could see that when we had, quote, assault weapon bans in the past, it did nothing to curb gun violence whatsoever. So here's moderate Joe Biden, 2 days before the election, throwing out the bombshell, "I'm coming after your Second Amendment right." Now, we all knew it. We saw the treatment of the left with people like the McCloskeys in St. Louis, whose property was raided by violent rioters that were threatening to kill them. And when they just simply armed themselves, didn't pull the trigger, didn't shoot anyone, they've been criminally charged. So the Democratic Party and the party of Joe Biden, now we just have confirmation for Biden. They don't want the police to be able to protect you, and they don't want you to be allowed to protect yourself. They want you to capitulate to the mob. And as Todd said, That's exactly what their feelings are. People are boarding up their businesses, not because they're afraid Joe Biden will win, but because they're afraid that Joe Biden supporters will riot if he loses. They want you unprotected. The other story that...
And I don't know if you...
Go ahead.
And I don't know if you saw the follow-up tweet that said he's coming after our Bibles too.
Right. I mean, it's just, it's unreal.
I'm kidding.
Right.
He's not. Yeah.
Well, I will say this, like, of course he didn't tweet something like that, but what the idea and the plan is for the Democrats is sort of this kind of sick perversion between globalism and communism that they're pushing. They want everyone dependent on the government. That's why they attack the middle class. That's why they want things like lockdowns.
And why they have to raise taxes.
That's right.
They have to raise taxes to finance all these things.
Right.
These goodies.
And their bargain is, what they're trying to sell to the American people is as follows. We'll help provide you with housing. We'll provide you with food. We'll even provide you with money. All you have to do is worship no one above us. Bow to the altar of our Democratic Party and the establishment party. That's what they want. And because of that, that's one of the reasons, and hopefully a good friend of the show, Sarah Corrier, will be on later. She talks a lot about this as well. This is one of the reasons that they come after religion so hard. And I know people are out there, if you haven't been paying attention, you're like coming after religion. Things like this, for example. Look at how the Jewish and Christian community is being targeted in New York City. You could violate lockdown orders as long as you say, oh, I'm doing it for Black Lives Matter. But if you try to have a church service, fat chance. Tucker Carlson interviewed Governor Murphy months ago from New Jersey. He said, Governor Murphy, how come churches are closed down but liquor stores are open? Governor Murphy's response was, well, because my people say that keeping liquor stores open are important to the mental health of people to get through this. So your right to go to church, that's not important for your mental health, but your right to go to the liquor store is. In Nevada, the Supreme Court ruled 50 people can't congregate in a church, but they could go congregate at the casino, the same 50 people. So make no mistake about it. These obvious attacks on religion, and I'm not just talking Christianity, I'm saying the same, the Jewish community, people of all faith. The reason they're coming after that is they want you to worship no higher power than the state. That is what this globalism and Marxism is about. At least that's my feeling. Todd or Carlos, you have anything on that?
You go first, Todd.
Yeah, what I was just looking at is our guest list here real quick. I'm going to defer to Carlos with Mark Scaringi coming up at the top of the hour.
Let me just address that real quick. I don't know if I'm a buyer. I don't see the fun stuff, and in our country, I'm not saying that our country is full of fun, but freedom is first, and liberty is first, and impinging on these freedoms is just not the very best way to go. When you have people out in the streets rioting for no reason at all, and just yesterday or Saturday, Halloween, Northwestern University had a meetup of Antifa, and bring your black bloc and bring your umbrellas, and they ran through Evanston, Illinois, and just tore up the place. What I don't understand, as a bonus of prank to these people, is their marketing so close to the election and looking to persuade us with rioting and looting and arson. There's a lot of ways to persuade me, but this isn't one of them. And you talked about what they're doing in Washington, D.C. and in many areas across the country. What do you expect us to do? You expect us to just stand down and let you guys roll over us? The name of this show is Pushback. It's named aptly because we're going to push back. We're not going to roll over. We're going to stand on our own 2 feet. We're going to protect ourselves at all times. Oh, by the way, Antifa and Black Lives Matter, directly to you, especially after the bell.
Yeah, and I think, Todd, did you have something you wanted to add? I think he's working on guests.
No, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. And
so
I think
we have a new update. We have a new update at the top of the hour. You're talking 9 o'clock. The great Mark Scaringi.
I know, friend of the show. I can't wait to have him on. It'll be great.
Okay, you're gonna lead him in, Todd. Is that it? Or when do you have to leave to go to Harrisburg?
So I'll get the interview started with Mark, and then I'll just stay on with you guys. You'll see me go off camera for a second just to get situated in the vehicle. And then I'll begin the trek to Harrisburg, where Mark obviously works on a day in, day out basis, to go to the Department of Health. And our noon guest is also checking in here this morning. There's an 11:30 press conference with the Department of Health, and they're going to be reacting to a story that's going to break here top of the hour.
Awesome.
And that's going to be listen, when you say a bombshell, Mr. Bartlett, okay, that, by the way, that's your new nickname, Mr. Bombshell. You don't like it?
We could do
Come
better.
on.
The guy's car got firebombed the other day. I don't know that we want to call him Mr. Bombshell.
Rob, thank you for coming to my defense of Mr. Saldivia being insensitive at 8:30 in the morning.
Yes.
At 30 minutes into the show, right?
That's
too soon, Carlos. Way too soon.
That's my nickname, Mr. Insensitive.
Where are we going to be?
I had someone on Facebook about 2 years ago, and she's a friend, but so she should know me, right? I mean, I'm honest. I'm sorry, perversely so sometimes. But she says, sometimes you're kind of mean. I'm like, I'm from Jersey. I'm going to tell it to you straight. Cowboy up. All right. Do me a favor. We live in tough times, right, Rob?
Absolutely.
Did you have any sleep last night? Or were you on YouTube like hours after I got off?
No. I went to bed. I watched the Great British Baking Show for an hour before I went to bed. So,
oh, geez.
Me and my wife each have favorite characters. So, needless to say, she always beats me. So, but no, like on the point,
I've seen a couple of them.
Yeah, it's good. It's a good
couple of episodes. Yeah.
So on your point though, like the deal that the Democrats are making is this, and I've debated many people on the left, as you know, Carlos. It's something I enjoy doing, debating people, and almost universally they'll make this point. They'll say one of the reasons to vote for Joe Biden instead of Donald Trump is look at all the riots and stuff we see under Donald Trump. The argument they're making is vote for us or we'll burn it down. That is not, and let me be clear. That's
not persuasion.
That's not only is that not persuasion. Let's say that you're out there and you own a business and you say, look, I don't really care about politics. I just want to go back to work. I want the lockdown to end. I want the riots to end. And if I vote for Joe Biden, maybe the people that are holding me hostage, right? The mafioso tactics, nice business you have here. Be ashamed if something happened to it, says the Democratic Party. Maybe I'll just give them what they want. Make no mistake about it. If the Democrats and Biden win this election, the precedent will be set, not only for the corruption we see in the media and the FBI and the Democratic Party, which we'll talk about more at length, but the precedent will be set. Every election, we will literally burn this country to the ground. We will attack you. We will use physical violence and intimidation if we don't get our way. If it works this time, they will have the incentive to do it even more 4 years from now. And so if you are someone that says, I don't know, I just want this violence to end, do not think voting Democrat will end the violence. It won't. It will embolden it. It will make it even more likely every time they don't get their way on something. And I'm sick and tired of...
I think that you should underscore that. Don't go by this too fast. Explain to people why they will not stop rioting if the Democrats win and why they're going to be emboldened. Because they think that they'll have won, and then they'll assume that they won, the Democrats, because Antifa and Black Lives Matters rioters were the reason. So give us a picture of what that looks like, the myth of the riots stopping if Democrats win.
Right. Yeah, that's exactly right. So if you think that a strategy, for example, anytime there's bad behavior in life, if there are not consequences for that bad behavior and instead there are rewards, the behavior will not stop. And so politically, if there's some sort of corruption, and this is the most blatant corruption that you could imagine, literally using political domestic terrorism. The definition of political terrorism is using violence and intimidation against a civilian population to achieve a political goal. This is what Biden voters are doing right now. If they win, they will see this as a sign as, aha, you see? That's an effective strategy. And so every time they have something to gain from here on out, they will riot. For example, look at looting. Go to a place like Seattle or Portland. Do you think that the riots will stop in those places as long as we have people that are prosecutors that are basically connected to George Soros groups that are encouraged, these prosecutors are encouraged to let people out of jail with no consequences? Is it any wonder then that Seattle and Portland have nightly riots? Of course not. Right. The only way, look, a vote for Donald Trump is a large step in ending these riots. But the only way these riots will end is with severe consequences. I would like those consequences to be jail time for the people participating in the riots and you going after the people that are financing these rioters. That's what needs to happen. If that does not happen, if the Democrats win and there are no consequences for these rioters, unfortunately, the next step is civil unrest. Just like you saw in Kenosha, the American people will get tired of having their properties, their businesses burnt down. They will get tired of being intimidated, and they will band together and fight back. I don't want it to come to that. I don't want to see a low-level civil war or pogroms in the street of, Black Lives Matter, Antifa, Biden voters versus people that just want to keep their businesses running, their homes from being burnt to the ground. I don't want to see that. If you vote for Democrats, that is inevitable. It is inevitable because the rioters will be emboldened. They will continue to attack people. The police will be ordered to stand down by Democrat officials, and it'll put people in the position of having no choice but to defend themselves. And a Biden administration...
So what happens?
A Biden administration will go after those people, just like you saw the McCloskeys in St. Louis. They will try. What they do is the Democrats do exactly what they accuse you of. So it's like if you've ever seen someone like at a bar that's picking a fight, and they'll sit there, maybe a little guy, and he's sitting there and he keeps slapping the big guy, slapping him. Finally, the big guy gets mad and hits him back. And the little guy goes, "Oh my goodness, did you see how violent he is?" That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to provoke a response. This was the entire Democrat strategy when they were silent or like Kamala Harris actually bailing out the rioters. Their strategy was...
Well, the tactic with that is to make... Go ahead.
They wanted Trump to react. They wanted Trump to send in the National Guard so they could say, see, Trump is the dictator that we've claimed he was. Trump didn't take the bait. So then the polling numbers, internal polling for the Democrats showed, these riots are bad. They're hurting us. So they came out and were like, oh yeah, we're against riots. But the problem is once you let that genie out of the bottle, What happened in Philadelphia this week, right before the election? Riots again. And that's because the Democrats sanctioned and endorsed them. And so you'll never be able to put that genie back in the bottle by voting Democrat. It will only get worse and worse.
Two questions. Is the rioting starting because the Democrats are losing faith in the fact that Biden's not going to win, number one?
I don't think so.
Right,
I think these riots were more organic, and it was what happened was that in Philadelphia they saw, we could just loot and riot anytime there is a black person that is killed by police, regardless of the fact this this person in Philadelphia was charging police with a knife with the intent to kill him. Doesn't matter. The details doesn't matter.
Okay, so the second thing is, and this is a big one, Rob. If the president wins tomorrow,
mm-hmm.
and they start rioting, he has nothing to lose. It's National Guard time, right?
Oh, I would think.
Whether you like it or not. Because he's not going to, he might have been careful not to send the National Guard in and to do it by the book with respect to these governors asking for the help before the election, but post the election, I'm not asking you anymore. And see, and this is now Mean Carlos. Mean Carlos is going to sit there and send the National Guard in. If I win and I have 4 years unfettered, there's nothing you can do. Okay, listen, what do you think the Democrats would have done? But on that side, you send in the National Guard and you establish law and order, even if you have to have martial law, end of story, period, because the businesses won't care because their businesses aren't being burnt down and they aren't being closed. And those are the alternatives. We don't have any other alternatives other than that. Okay, if they're going to riot, they're going to riot. There's nothing that's going to stop them. And I think it'll probably be less, but in the hot spots it'll be more. So that brings us to the next tactical position, Rob. What happens? And just I know you're center right, okay. But honestly, give us a very short microcosm of what happens in Washington, Oregon, Wisconsin, Minnesota. What happens in those states, the ones that have been ravaged the most by riots and looting and arson, election-wise? Are those states really at play? I mean, all I hear on the battlefield, not on television, on the battlefield, is that people are fleeing Oregon and Washington. But if they win, it's because the people who are Republicans are fleeing and not voting. Or maybe they're voting, ahead of time before they flee. Either way, I would encourage them to vote, especially if it's 2 weeks after the election, because people tell me that you can now.
Yeah, that's what we hear from some certain courts, like in Pennsylvania, right? North Carolina.
Yikes.
I think that...
So tell me about those 4 states. What are your thoughts about that?
I mean, I think that there is going to be more... I don't, as far as in play, I just don't know what to think about that specifically, about whether or not they will in this election. I think moving forward, though, as kind of the reality sits in more in places like Portland, Seattle, other places where you see these constant riot and mob roll, I think that you're going to start to see them either leaving or them start to demand that they get different representation. I don't know that the immediate effect of what we see will carry over until this election tomorrow. But, it's strange to me when
why do you just don't have a feeling for it, or the numbers don't?
I just don't know that there's enough numbers. Like, for example, let me give you an example. In Portland,
Wisconsin, I think we can win Wisconsin.
Well, Wisconsin, that's different, right? But I'm talking about, I guess what I was assuming your question meant, in the specific areas where we see so much of these rioting, will they change politically? It could be overwhelmed in areas in that state outside of those specific cities, but let me give you an example. So in Portland, we have Mayor Wheeler, who by any stretch is one of the most left-wing mayors in the country. He's paid lip service to Antifa. He's talked about defunding the police, all of the things that we see that they've done. he is now being primaried by someone who openly admits to being an Antifa that's more radical than him. And she's probably going to win.
He's losing.
Right. She's going to
losing.
win. So you would say, so wait a minute, let me get this right. We have these riots that are occurring in Portland from groups like Antifa, from groups like Black Lives Matter, and they're going to elect someone who's even more sympathetic with them? Yes. That, it seems, is what the people of Portland are going to do, which is why I've said all along that, and I think Trump kind of did this, but the correct response from Trump when it came to, and keep in mind, it wasn't just Portland. It wasn't just cities that we consider far left cities. Remember, de Blasio basically told the police to stand down in New York while riots occurred there as well, right? So the correct response for Trump is, you are all Americans. We would like to send in the National Guard. We'd like these mayors to accept it. If you say no, you get no federal aid. Good luck. You're on your own. When your city's burnt down, do not call us and say, there's $3 billion worth of damage to our city. Can we get some federal aid? I'm sorry. No, you can't.
Todd,
yeah.
You got something, Todd?
Yeah, we got a couple quick things here. Roughly 8:45. Our noon guest again is confirmed. That's Wendy Bell. Mark Scaringi is coming up here at the top of the hour. The other thing that I just received is confirmation for the 11:30 press conference at the Department of Health. And they've said, make sure you get there early, get your temperature taken. Oh, no, I will. That's fine. I'll get my temperature taken.
I think something tells me, Todd, they would like to find an excuse to not let you in the room.
Well, especially after
good luck.
The story, especially after the story that comes out at 9:00. Yikes.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I mean, I think that
this story, and Robbie, just finish your point here in just a second. This story is one of the single most consequential stories in this election cycle. Oh, by the way, there's documents to back it up.
Yeah, it's
shocking. And they didn't come from Russia either.
Are you sure?
Russia.
If it's critical of the Democrats, we know that it came from Russia, right?
So, Rob, talk to me about California and New York. Tell me where they're going. Tell me about your interpretation of what's happening with respect to the Trump rallies and the mile long, tons of car rallies. Beverly Hills this weekend looked like Montoursville in terms of its republicanism. 96-mile car rally for Trump in Long Island, going out to Montauk. Tell us about that type of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, so with these rallies, first off, let me just say, I love the rallies, the car rallies and things like that. Don't intentionally block traffic. You know what I mean? We're not Black Lives Matter. We don't need to intentionally block traffic.
Let them swim. Let them swim.
So that's my thought on that. But yeah, I mean, when you look at some of the numbers, the enthusiasm from groups that you traditionally wouldn't see. For example, there are Jewish communities in New York that are, for the first time, openly endorsing a Republican for the first time in ever. I think most of the time these communities don't even endorse political groups, but they see the anti-Semitism and the targeted attacks from the Democratic Party and de Blasio and Cuomo. And so they understand that it actually, the party that is focused on race and going after people based on their religion and race is, in fact, the Democratic Party. You see places like Beverly Hills where you have Trump rallies occurring. And I think what's happening is you're starting to see that Trump supporters are becoming more emboldened, because what happens is the narrative is controlled by the establishment left. And so they put this narrative out there that you have to be, if you're a Trump supporter, as Rick Wilson from the Lincoln Project says, you're a 10-toothed rube who wants the brown hordes out of the country. That's not true. It's garbage, and they control this narrative to make it feel like you have to be shamed to be a Republican or a Trump supporter. And we're seeing now the silent majority that we heard about. More and more people are standing up saying, no, I'm proud to be a Trump supporter. I'm proud of this country. I do not believe the garbage that we hear coming from the left about this country being a terrible, evil, racist place. I don't believe the 1619 Project and the garbage that they've spewed. And that we're not ashamed, and we're going out and we're showing our enthusiasm for supporting Trump in what we think is the most consequential election probably in the history of this country. And so, again, it's another question of, you're starting to see people, even if you lean left, I think a lot of left-wing people are starting to wake up to the fact that this Democratic Party isn't the Democratic Party of 20 years ago. This is extreme. And their policies in places like California are crushing business owners. Look only to Joe Rogan and how he had to flee California because as a business owner, it was getting so untenable there that he was no longer able to make a living to the standards he wanted. And so he ended up moving to Texas. Of course, the concern becomes, do these people that voted in these disastrous policies in places like New York and California then continue to vote that way when they're forced to flee the policies that they voted for? I hope not. I hope that people start waking up.
Well, I will tell you this: from a battlefield perspective, I don't understand how all of these states are not in play. I'm sorry. People are the same all over, aren't they? I know that Portland's different, but they're the same all over. There's people like Todd Bartlett and Robert Knorr and myself that built this country, and they're in Portland too. You know, the infrastructure was built by people that were very hardworking Americans, and you're telling me that they don't matter? Listen. I think there's going to be a reckoning. And we have on this show spoken for a long time now, since March, about the fact that the way that the president wins is that he doesn't attack Joe Biden on his health and his state of mind, because, you know, he reminds a lot of people of grandpa, okay, their own grandpa. And so it's not a good idea. His policies are horrible. He doesn't look like a guy that's in control of his own message. He doesn't look like a guy who is talking to America with respect to the things that America needs to hear or wants to hear. He's not that guy. I'm going to raise your taxes. He's picking fights. He's picking fights in Michigan with union people. Todd, go ahead.
That's only if you make $400,000 or more. That's who the taxes are going up on. Listen to him; he'll tell you.
But he's fighting with union people. He's fighting with people that are union, that are working in the automobile industry, in the steel industry. Listen.
And he's not banning fracking either, Carlos. Come on, Rob, get with the program. The guy's not going to ban fracking. Come on.
Show the video. I mean, listen, this is a problem. This is a problem. And the way that Kamala Harris is campaigning, I don't think that she understands that you're not going to giggle and dance your way to the White House without substance. And, you know, the president might have his issues with tweeting, okay? And if that bothers you, here's my very best piece of advice for you. Stop reading the tweets and start looking at the policy that he's made. But there is a stability about the president when you think about someone like Mike Pence. Do you think about that? If something ever, God forbid, happened to Joe Biden, and you have a converse, giggling, dancing vice president who basically spends most of her time campaigning, running down this country. But don't believe me. Please don't believe me. Go and see the videos.
Look, and
see the videos.
I don't even have to talk about her.
Is racism? I'm sorry. Just real quick, Rob. Is racism and Islamophobia a kitchen table issue? because that's what she talks about.
Look, you don't even have to look at her stylistically and to see. I mean, obviously, she's not a likable person. But I don't even care about that. Just looking at her policy, she is one of the most left-wing senators that we've had. She literally put a video out on YouTube talking about or on Twitter saying that we need equity and not equality. That is the underpinnings of Marxism, which says that we need to equal everyone's earnings, equal everyone's jobs and things like that over things like gender, race, and the other identity politics games that they play. And not only that, let's just look at her character. She came out in February and said that she believes the women that says Joe Biden's a serial sexual assaulter. And yet she's running as his vice president. She claimed that Joe Biden was basically a racist for being against busing, and yet she's running as his vice president. So it is clear that she is someone who's just power hungry, that has no ideals, that is willing to do whatever it takes to achieve as much power as possible. And you do not want someone like that running the party or running the country. And let me just say this real quick. I know that there will be people on here watching that are left wing. That's great. We actively encourage on this show people from all political persuasions to participate and to watch. So I'm glad that we have people from all political perspectives that'll be watching today. But let me say this. Let me make a case. I understand that there could be policy positions or foibles or personal things about Trump's personality that you don't like. But look at what's happening to the Democratic Party. Let's say you've been a union Democrat your entire life. Are you really going to vote for the party that wanted the TPP? Are you really going to vote for the party that's criticizing Trump for calling out China and their unfair trade practices? Are you going to vote for the party that says, oh, China's just, a rival of us. They're not our enemy. What do you think's going to happen to your union jobs if these globalists get into power? And so I understand that maybe there are things that you might not traditionally be Republican or traditionally like some of the policies as Donald Trump, but you have to look at what is the greatest threat to average working Americans. So even if you're on the left, I think you need to see how this division, the threats through things like mob violence, the corruption we see, the contempt for the American worker, how that all outweighs any personal foibles you have with Donald Trump. And now, for those of us on the right, I personally think Donald Trump's the best president I've seen in my lifetime. I think that he's achieved so much despite the overwhelming corruption that no president before him has faced. And so I'm proud to, I'd walk over glass to vote for Trump tomorrow. But I did want to make that point to people that maybe traditionally say, well, he's not my favorite type of person, why it's still important to reject the ideas of Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and the Democratic Party.
Todd? We lost Todd.
Yeah,
anyway,
I think he's heading to the car. Yeah.
So my thoughts are that
I'm still here. I'm actually transitioning to the vehicle, my fossil fuel vehicle.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, this is why they firebomb him. Okay, I'm just saying. You think I'm being mean, but this is why these people are after him. They don't like you.
And for those of you that might be new, true story, Todd Bartlett is an amazing journalist out of Williamsport, and he has been covering a story dealing with sexual assault of underagers that has been covered up.
The Myrtle Beach incident.
Right, the Myrtle Beach incident that's been covered up by people in positions of power in Williamsport. As a result of that reporting, what was it, a month or two ago? His car was literally firebombed in his driveway, so... That's what Carlos is talking about.
There's never been a firebombing in Williamsport ever. There's never been a firebombing in Williamsport ever. It's Williamsport. It's small town America. It's Peyton Place. We don't do firebombings. They firebombed Todd's car at 4:00 in the morning with his family in the house. So you decide where we are in this country. And, it hits us too. It hit, the madness of people who want power is unrequited in the sense that they will never stop. They will only lie, and they're not on your side. You think that you're joining a group? Listen, this is the way that you got to look at it. And this is a story I wanted to talk about with you today, Rob. What conservative community supports someone who lies about their ethnicity to rise. How many female professors in this country have now been unmasked as not being ethnic? In other words, they're white and they claim to be ethnic, that have been unmasked in the last year alone. What conservative people do that? Who does that? Conservatives don't do that. They might steal money, okay? They might embezzle. They might cheat. They might lie. But they don't do that. They don't say, hey, look, I'm Latino and give me 300 points on my SATs and favor me over somebody else. And you can go to my Twitter, okay, at Hockey Nuts. You can go to my Twitter, and my pinned tweet is that the one thing I love most about Hollywood is that it is the hardest place in the world to break into. And the reason why is because you have to do it on merit.
Do we have
on merit? And
is our guest coming up here right now at 9 or?
Todd Bartlett will let us know.
Okay.
I know he's on it. But I would never, if Paramount came to me and said, Carlos, we want you to produce a film about this, and this, and to comply with the new standards that the Academy has put forth in having, people of color produce and direct or act or whatever, we'd like to offer you this position. I would say, F you. Not doing it. You're not going to give me anything. I will earn everything. And listen, Rob, you know me, right?
Yeah.
I would never do it. And I don't understand the people who do. Not a victim. Don't treat me like one. I don't need your help.
Well,
that's part of liberty too, isn't it?
It isn't this like against the narrative? How many times have you seen me debate people that talk about white privilege? And of course, they define white privilege as anything they can in order to attack people that they want to go after politically. That's the real definition.
How many of those people are white, though?
Well, that it doesn't matter, right? They don't care. But right? When you ask them to define it, they'll come up with something like this. Oh, no. White privilege doesn't mean that you've never gone through trouble in your life. It means that you have never had to suffer because of your skin color. If that's true, why do we see so many people in academia pretending to be people of color, right? If whiteness was never a detriment to you and being a person of color was never beneficial, then why would people pretend to be people of color? And again, this is the poison that comes with critical race theory and with identity politics. We in the Republican Party, we are the big tent party. We judge you based on the content of your character, not the color of your skin. We're not out there saying, hey, if you don't vote for me, you're not really black. That's Joe Biden. That's the Democrat Party. That's what they do. But once you adapt that sort of, and they believe that, by the way. That's why there's so much vitriol against people like Candace Owens, Ice Cube, Lil Wayne, all of these people that are black. They don't even say necessarily I support Trump or Republicans. Many of them just say, look, I have serious questions about Joe Biden and the Democrats. And they're attacked with vitriol because it's, how dare you? You are merely your skin color. And as someone who is a person of color, you must be Democrat. And it's once you adapt that sort of poisonous mindset, it's a small stone's throw away from saying, oh, now it's no big deal for me to identify as an aggrieved person, as someone who's a person of color, because to them, the highest achievable goal is victimhood status. And so anything they could do to be perceived as more of a victim, they'll try to gain that. So again, the way to end all of this is to just stop focusing on skin color. Just stop. If you have pride in your skin color, no problem. But, it's just, I think it's nonsense.
Before Scaringi comes on real quick, okay, let's tell the people, first of all, this is a 24-hour show today.
Yep.
24-hour digital Trump rally. So we're talking about the issues, and we'll be talking about the issues in between the guests. But Rob, give us your one core reason why you love Trump. What's the one core reason that you love him?
Because he loves America and the American people. And that he has, when it was unpopular to do so, when he received more slings and arrows than any president in history that's been attacked by almost every major institution in this country, he still stuck up for the American people. because he was brave enough. He could have been someone who, as a billionaire, he could have lived a comfortable life, could have still been in the good graces of all of the cool people in Hollywood and the cool people, in the Democratic Party. And he could have had more TV shows and things like that. But instead, he put that all on the line, knowing that he was going up against the most corrupt establishment probably in the history of the world. He faced that corruption every day, and he's still out there advocating for the American people and working harder as a person who's over 70, doing 4 or 5 rallies a day, crossing the country to fight for the American people. That's the core reason that I support Trump the most.
All right. So based on your answer, I don't want to get too much off the road, but I have to comment on this. Do you think that the Republican Party, accurately saw that Biden's not in good condition, was going to stay close to home, wasn't going to do rallies? Listen, the idea of not going to Wisconsin, Hillary Clinton, that's out the window. Okay? Joe's not going anywhere. Do you think that the Republican Party and the Trump campaign mobilized in real time and said, let's turn up the heat? And in the last 2 weeks, do multiple rallies, and in the last 4 or 5 days, do 4 or 5 a day? The message that you get from weren't you kind of stunned last night when you were going to bed? The president was walking on stage in Miami,
right,
for his 5th rally. Can you comment on that, Rob? That it would kill Joe. I'm not being mean. It's not mean, Carlos. It's rational, Carlos. 5 rallies in one day, 3,000 miles in the last, what is it? 3,000 miles in the last 4 days, and 15 rallies, not including the ones that he's doing today. He got on stage last night when we were going to bed, Rob, to wake up for this thing. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I totally agree. One of the things people have been asking me is how are you going to do 24 hours? Isn't that a lot? To which my response is, that's nothing compared to what our president's doing. If I could do just a little, if it takes staying up 24 hours to do a show to support the president who's out there doing 5 rallies a day and being the leader of the free world, it seems to be small. And you're right, the juxtaposition between Trump and his energy being probably the most energetic president we've ever seen campaigning this close to an election, and Joe Biden by far being the least energetic president, that's intentional. It's intentional that the Trump campaign spotted a weakness, and there are going to be people, I don't know how many, but there will be people that were undecided, and one of the factors in their decision will be which one of these people is more willing to put in the hard work to represent me, and it seems evident that that's Donald Trump.
But the whole thing is, here's the whole thing. What is the core base driving factor in the president doing these things, beyond the fact that he wants to get elected? Listen, nobody does what the president is doing, especially in the last 5 days. No one does that and doesn't care.
Right.
Sorry.
So
if you don't care, you don't do this. Where's Bartlett? Is he texting you, talking to you? Do I got to get him on the phone?
No, he isn't texting me. So
good morning. Can you guys hear me?
We can. Todd was going to introduce you.
Who it is?
Yeah.
Hi, gentlemen. Good morning.
I will introduce the great Mark Scaringi. How are you, Mark?
I'm fine,
For
Carlos.
our
How are you
viewers,
doing?
doing fantastic. Mark is an attorney out of Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, and Mark is a gentleman that was fighting for the Republican Party by taking a lot of the litigation against the governor of Pennsylvania with these lockdowns. And he is a friend of the show. He is a friend of the Republican Party. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Mark, in 2010, Mark ran for U.S. Senate. Is that correct?
I did for the Republican nomination to the United States Senate.
So one of the it was actually the first time that Mark and I met.
Yeah,
and
I ended up coming in 5th out of 5, so there was room for improvement.
I'm also great at losing elections. I have experience in that as well. So
I was able to win my first election in 2016 with the small assistance of a man named Donald J. Trump,
right,
and his endorsement in my race for delegate to the Republican National Convention.
Right. So the other thing about Mark is that he is, like I said, a friend of the show, a friend of the Republican Party. But he is also, his firm is also an expert on election law. And maybe that's a great jumping off point before we get to ask you about Trump and all the things and all the goodies. Tell us a little bit about the things that you're doing in your law firm and what's new and exciting that you're working on.
Well, we're going to be ready to go as lawyers and litigators to make sure, to the extent we can, that the election is fair and that the votes are counted and that the votes that are counted are proper and valid votes. And it's going to be somewhat, I would say it's going to be much more difficult this year because of Governor Wolf's extension of the deadline to receive and record mail-in ballots here in Pennsylvania. And I'm sure you guys have been following the litigation in this matter, and the Pennsylvania State Republican Party has been diligent in trying to ensure that the Pennsylvania statute, the Pennsylvania election law, is properly interpreted by the courts. Regrettably, it was not by the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, which has allowed this 3-day extension. And the Pennsylvania GOP has taken that issue up to the United States Supreme Court in a couple of different procedural filings to try to get that court to intervene and stop the Governor Wolf's efforts in this regard. And regrettably, to date, they have not been successful. So this will be the law that we are governed by in this particular election cycle. But thankfully, at least the state secretary in Pennsylvania has informed the county election boards to put into a separate tabulation those votes, those mail-in votes that have come in after the traditional deadline of 8 p.m. on election day. And so if we are ultimately, or not we, if the state GOP is ultimately successful in their litigation before the United States Supreme Court, then we'll know which of those votes that came in after the deadline would then be discounted. So that's kind of a very brief lay of the land on the largest case that's been most discussed by the media.
Todd, can we hear you? Do you have a question? We can't hear you, so maybe if you can adjust your audio.
I believe,
there
am I back on now?
Yep, you're good.
Morning.
Good morning.
We just broke a story moments ago in regard to the Department of Health sending letters to place people in quarantine with no guidance as to what to do on election day if you are under a mandated, if you will, quarantine or guidance to quarantine because you've come in contact with somebody that may have a positive COVID test. What's your reaction to that story? Because the way the story was brought to my attention was that people are potentially afraid to go to a polling place because they may face some kind of legal issue if they show up under quarantine. And based on the wording in the letter, they may end up potentially being not able to vote. What's kind of your reaction to it?
Well, I'm assuming that letter is couched in terms of recommend or encourage, as opposed to a directive, an order, or a mandate. Is my assumption correct? In other words,
The letter,
go ahead.
the letter specifically says, and it's on Department of Health letterhead, the letter says on page 3, if you do not cooperate with this directive, the Secretary of Health may petition a court to have you confined to an appropriate place chosen by the department to make certain that you are not able to infect the public and make certain you receive proper care.
Yeah.
And it goes on to say law enforcement may be called upon to the extent necessary to ensure compliance with this directive.
Yeah. So at this stage, it is a warning and not an official Department of Health action. I think that we have taught the Department of Health one important lesson in the various lawsuits that we filed, and that is the Department of Health does not have the statutory authority to unilaterally and without a court hearing and court order quarantine or isolate any Pennsylvanian. They started out in the litigation months and months ago, taking the position that the Disease Prevention and Control Law, the Disease Act, gives them a full panoply of powers, including isolation and quarantine. And it does in certain limited situations. But that does not mean that the individual who is a target of those letters lacks due process rights, lacks the right to challenge the Department of Health's action. And that's what your listeners who receive those letters should contact legal counsel, because there are statutory and due process constitutional challenges that can be made to any effort by the state to restrict one's freedom.
So, and
The problem
that's
is,
great. That's
problem
great
is
advice
that
for
what do
people. It really is great advice. And I hope the people that may have received that letter understand, still go vote, contact legal counsel. Do not leave this keep you from voting. But
That's exactly right.
right.
Yes.
But the question is, legally, where do we go from? This is clearly obvious voter intimidation. This is clearly trying to intimidate people to stop going from the polls from a Democratic administration. What is the recourse that we could fight legally as to why this is an attempt to suppress the vote that should be taken into account when we're counting the final ballots when it comes to Pennsylvania?
Yeah, well, it at this point is probably too late, being that election day is tomorrow. But perhaps there could have been some sort of action filed in the Commonwealth Court against the Department of Health to block or to stay or to pause its actions taken as a result of those letters, or to stop those letters from being sent out. But I fear it's just a little bit late at this point to take any sort of legal action in that regard. But the point is,
there is a federal case, by the way, Mark, that's pending. They're going to have a hearing on the 23rd of November. I can't recall off the top of my head the plaintiff in the case, but the Wolf administration is in federal court currently. And this came up, and I believe it is line number 99 of the complaint, that they raised this concern in September that could have a chilling effect. These letters can have a chilling effect on the election process. And here we are the day before the election, and we're seeing these letters.
Yeah, that's the way to that's the right way to characterize it, a chilling effect on one's right to vote. But it's election day is tomorrow, and that hearing is 3 weeks after election day. So,
right, and the damage is done, because what happens to the people who are intimidated and don't go vote and do quarantine? I mean, there is a whole legion of people that listen to the government,
right,
and take their word for it.
When you get a letter like that, you've got to talk to your legal counsel, and you can't be intimidated by actions by the state that appear to be under the color of legal authority. But when you peel the onion back, you'll discover they're not.
So we have a guest coming up at 9:30. So if we can you talk to us about how you became a Republican? Tell us the story of what happened, the inciting incident, how you became a Republican.
I've always been a Republican since I was a young child. I don't remember. I guess the first political memory I have is my friends and I riding our bikes around our cul-de-sac, making fun of Jimmy Carter. And how as 7-year-olds and 8-year-olds, we all thought he was ineffective and weak. And this was during the Iranian hostage crisis. And
Right.
I'm sure you guys remember those days. Every day we were fixated on the television and reading the newspapers, seeing the condition that American hostages were kept in, and wondering why the most powerful nation on earth had allowed itself to be at the whim and will of this Iranian regime. And so I guess that's really the first understanding I had of politics. Then I saw Ronald Reagan come on, and I thought, wow, this guy is tough, and he's proud of his country. Remember Carter in the years of the malaise, where we began to wonder if America was past its prime. And that was the beginning of all of this stuff that we're seeing in this election from the Biden camp, that America is inherently evil. America is inherently immoral. And that all started, back in the 60s and 70s, but certainly was embodied in the Carter administration. But I'm very happy about where we are today. Donald Trump has a list of massive accomplishments. And I was talking about this on my radio show on Saturday. It's overwhelming, the accomplishments this man has made in just under the 4 years that he's been in office. The economic rebirth that this country has experienced is truly remarkable. And he's done that not only by slashing corporate tax rates, and he's been one of the biggest deregulators in the history of our country, but also in taking a tough stand on these foreign trade deals that have been negotiated in such a way by previous presidents who had no real clear understanding of trade and commerce, and really didn't have America's interest at heart, because it shifts so many jobs and factories south of the border and across the Pacific Ocean, that the American manufacturing base in our country, in north central Pennsylvania, where you guys are, in southwestern Pennsylvania, where I was born and raised, it decimated those areas. And Trump is doing so well. And he's really the only Republican who can bring this message that we have to put America first on trade and foreign commerce. And you'll see America come roaring back, and its manufacturing sector come roaring back. And it has. We've suffered under COVID. But Trump is truly the only Republican who has the right message to get blue-collar Democrats in Williamsport, in Scranton, in Erie, in Pittsburgh on his side. And so he is the best hope we have. And I think we'll do very well tomorrow. How he does in the days after tomorrow, when we're counting up millions of other votes, I'm not so sure. But I think we're going to see a red wave tomorrow, and hopefully we don't see a bigger blue tidal wave with these mail-in ballots coming in later and being counted.
I think that
8 minutes,
unique.
8 minutes, Rob.
Yeah. I think that you're uniquely in a position as an attorney that cares about people's constitutional rights to answer this. One of the attacks we continually see on Trump is that he's an authoritarian or a dictator. Could you tell us, in your estimation as an attorney, which party has been more interested in acting as authoritarians and stripping people of their rights, Donald Trump or Joe Biden and the Democratic Party?
Well, certainly Joe Biden, the Democratic Party. And when they call Donald Trump an authoritarian, it's just an act of transference or self-projection that our psychologist friends talk about. The Democratic Party is the party of the big state, of centralized government and centralizing power in Washington, D.C. They believe in a collectivist rights-focused democracy. That is a fertile grounds for authoritarianism, because if all power is in the hands of the bureaucrats and the government officials in Washington, D.C., and they dictate to the rest of us what the laws and rules are that are going to govern us, then the person who's at the top of that heap is the authoritarian. And Trump, he is the opposite of that. He wants individual rights, not collective rights. He advocates and defends the Bill of Rights, which is one of the most remarkable pieces of law in the history of the world, that is based upon protecting the individual from the power of the state, from the power of the government. And so Donald Trump is portrayed by the media as the next Benito Mussolini. Donald Trump and the Republican Party are portrayed in the media as fascists, but it's really the Democratic Party today that is the fascist party, because fascism was all about aggregating power to the central authority and having the central authority not own businesses outright, but control businesses and control individuals. And that's what we have in a Joe Biden and certainly in a Kamala Harris administration. Kamala Harris just put out a video yesterday. Yep. And if you look at that video, she's talking about equality and equity. And she fundamentally misunderstands what equity is. And she talks about equity being, we all end up at the same place. So the same outcome. That's not what equity means in the courts and the law. Equity means what's fair and what's just. And that doesn't,
and she knows that.
It doesn't mean we all come out in the same place. In courts, one person wins and the other person loses. And the person who
and she's an attorney and she knows that.
The person who wins under an equitable argument is the one who has raised, who is where the court decides it's the most fair and just outcome. So she is distorting the legal words to achieve, it's very Orwellian, to achieve her goal. But that video itself shows you that she is a socialist, that she wants to take from those who have to give to those who have not, so that at the end of the day, they're all in the same place. That's Marxism. That's Leninism. That's Kamala Harris.
4 minutes. Can you tell us what is your major core political issue? And then if you could end with, and we have 4 minutes, if you could end with, why do you love Donald Trump? So your core political issue and why you love, and your main reason why you love Donald Trump and your core political issue. When you go and vote.
Right. So in 2015, I was very early publicly in support of Donald Trump. And that's because when he opened his mouth and he talked about the three most important principles of his campaign, putting America first on trade, immigration, and foreign policy. As soon as he did that, I knew he would win the Republican primary and he would win a general election. Because for so long, so many conservatives who have been very skeptical about these trade deals, who have been very skeptical about this open borders, unlimited immigration policy, very skeptical about all of these unnecessary wars where we're spending trillions of dollars and thousands of American soldiers are losing their lives in foreign wars overseas. A lot of conservatives and a lot of conservative Democrats oppose those policies. And the Republican hierarchy has always supported those policies in the modern era. So when Trump took a different position on those three areas, I knew he would win Pennsylvania. I knew he would win Ohio and Michigan. I knew he'd win the Rust Belt with that trade and immigration, those trade and immigration policies. So that's why I was for Donald Trump on those three core issues. And it's a similar answer to why I like him as the person, because of his political issues, and also because He's the bravest, most courageous politician I've ever experienced in my lifetime, even more so than Ronald Reagan. The whole world is stacked up against Donald Trump, from Washington, D.C. to Wall Street to Hollywood to Silicon Valley. All of the major media not only portray him as wrong, but as racist, xenophobic, and evil. And he has the courage to not just push back, but to slam back rhetorically the whole world that is stacked against him. And I just see other Republicans like a Mitt Romney, a Jeb Bush, a George W. Bush, H.W. Bush collapsing. First of all, they don't even have the same principles that Trump does. Right. They're not America firsters. Right. But they would collapse in a heartbeat with 10% of the pressure that this man has been under since he announced his candidacy. So it's Trump's bravery, it's his courage to flaunt and push back at the whole world that's been opposing him. But that makes the man, that's the mark of a great man. That's the mark of a hero, really. A hero is the one who fights against overwhelming odds and achieves victory. That's Donald Trump.
Well, I want to thank you for your time. It's 9:29. We have another guest coming up at 9:30. But thank you so much for coming on, and remember to vote tomorrow.
That's right.
And if you want to come back on later on tonight after the rally, or if something breaks today that you think that you can give us some insight on, please feel free to text us and call us back, and we'll have you on again. You're one of our favorites.
Thanks,
Todd?
Carlos. Thanks, guys. Take care. Have a good show.
Thank you so much. Yep.
Mark.
Okay. So this one's going to be through a call, correct?
Right.
Okay.
And let me know when Paul is on.
Paul.
So Paul's on right now. I don't know if you'll be able to hear him though, Carlos, because he called my number. How's it going, Paul?
I'm doing well. How about you, Rob?
I'm doing great. It's great to hear from you. We were hanging out at the Rally in the Rock there previously, so it's fantastic to see you. Our guest right now is Lycoming County Republican Committeeman Paul Cady, and we thank you so much for taking time out of your day to call in. How's everything going?
It's going pretty good. The weather is changing, and that's not always pleasant, but we're making do with it.
Yeah, I had 4 inches here in Clarion County. I had to get up early before this live stream and warm up my wife's car for her. But no.
What's going on?
Tell us a little bit about why you're a Trump supporter, and what was it that you first realized that you were a Republican?
I first realized I was Republican back in 1980 during the Carter-Reagan debates. I was very young then, but Reagan just caught my attention, and that kind of gravitated me towards the Republican Party. Now, I grew up in a very Democratic household, coming from New Jersey, Elizabeth to be exact, which is a very blue-collar port city. And most everybody there was a Democrat. It was just one version of Democrats or another. But it was unheard of to have Republicans. My parents were also Democrats. But Reagan really inspired me. And come 1992, as many others did, I kind of fell out of favor with the Republicans, with George Bush Sr.
Mm-hmm.
And I was lulled into the, no new taxes spit that he had there. And I actually first got initiated into politics working for the Ross Perot campaign.
I was, I was young, but I was a big Ross Perot fan because I thought, it's one of the things that I like about Trump as well. I viewed Ross Perot as someone who was kind of fighting back against an establishment that I viewed as not caring about sort of the average American.
Exactly. Ross Perot had a message that really struck a chord with me. It invigorated me to the point where I became active in politics. And then, of course, he did take some points away from George Bush, and inevitably Bill Clinton won, which, give or take, it could have been better the other way. But
Right.
but Trump, having grown up in Elizabeth, believe it or not, as a young person, young boy, Trump used to fly over my house on occasion with his helicopter or his planes. I was located right in the flight path at Newark International Airport. So I would see his vehicles, planes and helicopters from time to time, and he was always in the news. And he also inspired me. I mean, the man, good or bad, he always pushed on. He never gave up, and he never let the media control the narrative.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I remember in talking with you, correct me if I'm wrong, you were involved in law enforcement, correct?
That's correct. Yes, I'm a retired police officer.
So as a retired police officer, what are your feelings on the treatment that we see police getting, particularly in the Democratic Party, but also with a lot of institutions such as corporations that seem to be, spreading messages of the terribleness of police departments and things like that?
Well, I could tell you, without getting into specifics or naming names, it's been a growing problem. More and more, I noticed during my career, more and more politicians were having difficulties accepting police officers and their duties. I think more so because there was a growing resentment for the lack of control they had over their police departments with regards to who they can arrest and can't arrest. So that kind of created a rift between the law enforcement and the politicians. But currently, and I've got a lot of police friends around the country, actually even worldwide, and even from overseas, they can't believe the type of treatment that law enforcement is receiving now without an appropriate response from the governmental officials, the local officials. And I mean, if you want to talk about deplorable, there's your deplorability right there.
Right. 1 second here. Let me ask. I'm going to see if I can bring Carlos. Carlos, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. Are you able to hear Paul?
Yes, because I have in my other earpiece, I'm watching the video stream.
Okay, so it'll be a little delayed, but do you have a question for Paul and I could relay it to him?
Good.
Okay. So yeah, in that line, and what you're saying
Yes.
that, what I was wondering is this, Paul, what do you think, when we see a lot of the programs that are being offered as someone who was in law enforcement, so when you hear about defunding the police and when you hear about like kind of pulling police out of neighborhoods, how does that affect
I would like to have
the
him
actual,
tell us his story of how he became a Republican.
how does that affect the actual livelihoods of the people that live in those communities that no longer have a police presence?
Well, the number one deterrent to crime is presence of a police officer. Having a police officer around deters more crimes than will ever be reported. I would venture a guess to say 90% of criminals won't do a crime if they know there's a police officer in the area. Now, defunding the police, I think you're going to take away money for training police officers, which is already limited in a lot of areas anyway, outside of the large metro departments. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And you're gonna be relying on people that are not trained to deal with serious conflict, nor have the capability to deal with it. And so I think you're going to end up with a whole lot more problems.
Yeah, I totally agree. And it's one of the reasons I think that, and I think you would agree with me, Paul, that there are a lot of problems when it comes to situations that are unique to inner cities and things like that. But in an effort to correctly isolate problems, and even problems that could be fixed with law enforcement policies and things like that, I see this Democratic Party and the people that are supporting it, like Black Lives Matter and Antifa, the solutions they're offering, like defund the police and things like that, it only makes those problems worse. Is that how you see it as well?
Yes, I would. You're not going to solve your problems by getting rid of the police that are there to solve the problems in the first place. I can say that, police officers do need training. Some departments need lots of training. Some need to just kind of bring their departments in line with current affairs, current events. But to defund them, no. To limit police officers' ability to act, no. If you start talking about removing police officers from cities, you're going to attract so many more criminals to that area. Criminals are attracted to areas that have a lack of law enforcement.
Exactly. Yep, totally agree. So again, we're talking with Lycoming County Committee member Paul Cady right now. So one of the questions Carlos wanted to ask you, Paul, was what is your core issue right now that you think's the most important issue that's driving you out there to vote?
Would be law and order.
Yeah.
The current state of affairs is it's just crazy. I mean, I've given the analogy, and it'll date me back a little bit, but growing up, I used to watch Justice League of America, and with Superman, Batman, and then Lex Luthor and all those guys. And there was a couple episodes where the Justice Leaguers ended up in Bizarro World, where the good was bad and the bad was good. And that's the analogy I give to today's current affairs with regards to law and order. What was good is now bad, and what was bad is now good. And it almost makes no sense, except for the fact that you have these Democratic politicians pushing this agenda that law enforcement is bad simply because a movement was created from a couple incidents that, frankly, weren't exactly true. Most people take for granted what they see on TV as the truth, but they don't know what happened before that video started rolling.
Right. And like just one of the things I've said, and I know I had this conversation with you as well, is we have hundreds of thousands of law enforcement officers in this country and millions upon millions of interactions with civilians from those officers every year. Inevitably, you'll find some bad actors in the police departments, or you'll find incidents that if you look at in a small slice of a video looks really terrible. To me, it seems like what the Democratic Party is offering is, if we see even one of these incidents, burn it all down. And I think that's incredibly dangerous. Would you see it that way as well?
I would see it dangerous, and I would attribute that to social media. Social media has given rise to immediate response. And immediate response is just like a little kid, not getting his piece of candy and he's crying about it. You can't have immediate response. This is why we teach children to have patience, wait, and see what is going to come. People are just very, very eager to get answers now. We're in a very fast-paced world.
Yeah, I totally agree. So as a Lycoming County committee member, what do you see going on specifically in Lycoming County that excites you, or what are some of the issues that you're dealing with there?
Well, what excites me here in Lycoming County is there is a huge base of Republicans here that are very enthusiastic. It's great working amongst the people here in Lycoming County. The Republicans that have come out to events that I've done have been just most appreciative of just having the presence out there, and you don't get that everywhere. It's a nice feeling to be working in an environment or operating in an environment that you could see the results. You can see the happiness on people's faces from the efforts that you put in.
Yeah, that's awesome. And that's something that I see. Now, I'm not a committee member or anything like that, but even here in Clarion County, I think when I go out, and I was at the rally at the Rock with you, and when I'm in Williamsport and in Lycoming County, I see that as analogous to where I'm at in Clarion County, where there's a lot of enthusiasm for conservative principles and for Donald Trump. And it, sometimes, and tell me if you feel the same way, sometimes it feels daunting when you see that all of our media, all of our entertainment industry is controlled by the other side. Sometimes you feel alone. So when you actually can see that there are millions of Americans that think like we do, that's really supportive and lets you know that you're on the right track.
It does. It does. I agree with you. It's important to feel like you're making a difference. Probably the main reason the Libertarian Party doesn't catch a foothold is because they don't have that kind of enthusiasm.
Right.
Their message isn't strong, and the Republican message is very strong. We love life. We love law and order. We love individual freedoms. We love capitalism. And we love the fact that everybody is going to be given a fair shot, not a great shot, a fair shot. And then whatever you put into it will exemplify it or amplify it.
Yeah, that's very well said. Let me ask you, just from what you've been seeing in Lycoming County, how are people dealing with these lockdowns from our draconian overlord, Tom Wolf? Have you seen that have an impact in people's lives that are maybe driving them to support Donald Trump and the Republicans even more in your area?
In my area, which was Jackson Township, not so much. I mean, life pretty much went on as usual. And I could say that about a lot of people around here. Now, as far as businesses go, businesses are struggling.
Right.
Businesses are having a hard time. Real estate right now is doing great, but a lot of the people, I mean, I just sold my house. Mm-hmm. And speaking with my realtor, she's getting 7-10 phone calls a day.
Wow.
From the New York City, Philadelphia area. Up here to this area, people looking for homes. So I think the effect is greater in the metropolitan areas than it is here, but that's not to say that it hasn't affected Lycoming County at all. It has.
Right. So we have 5 more minutes. We're going to go till 9:50, and then we have another guest lined up. So if you could make a pitch to everyone listening right now, what is the biggest reason you have for why they should get out there and vote tomorrow for Donald Trump or against the Democratic Party and against Joe Biden and Kamala Harris?
I won't suggest anybody vote against the Democratic Party. I would say you should be proactively supporting Trump because he's the only candidate that is going to secure your home, your livelihood, your job. He's the only candidate that's not going to take any crap from the swamp down in Washington, D.C., nor from the swamp in Harrisburg or any other state capital. He's a strong individual. You might not like his tactics, but he gets the job done.
Yeah, I totally agree. And what would you like to see, assuming that Trump wins and the Republicans do well, what are some of the first steps you'd like to see them take in order to kind of get the message of law and order back?
Well, frankly, with these riots, we need to step up the presence of law enforcement in those areas, not retract it. I think Lancaster was a good example where they went in and they made some arrests, and bail was posted very high for the individuals, and there was no protests the following day. It should be a no-brainer that's what we need to do, and I'm certain that with Trump getting reelected, we're going to start seeing more of that happening and get all of this under control. Bring some normalcy back to our lives, even though we'll still be dealing with COVID, but we don't have to deal with COVID in burning cities.
That's excellent. And the last thing I wanted to ask you, and I think that having this conversation with you in the past, I think that you have really good things to say on this. Can you tell us the importance of getting involved in politics locally, how important that is, and how you don't necessarily need to be someone that has a massive background in politics in order to take steps to get involved?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Everybody should get involved in politics. Being involved in politics makes you aware of the comings and goings that's happening in your community, in your county, in your state. And every adult should be interested in that because all of these decisions that are made by politicians inevitably affect each one of us in our pocket and in our way of life. And if you want to preserve your way of life, if you like your way of life, you should get involved in politics. If you don't like your way of life, if you don't like where your life is, you should get involved in politics and change it. But you should be involved in politics. You need to be informed, and it's one of the most important things to be informed of.
I totally agree. And I know we talked a lot at the rally at the Rock there, and I think that that's something that both of us have in connection, that we weren't people, I think, if you would have looked at our lives, before we were involved on politics, that you would have said, oh, these are people that will be in politics. We're just normal people. And if we could get involved, I think anyone can.
Absolutely. You don't need a professional background to get involved in politics.
Absolutely.
Matter of fact, I think that if more blue collar persons, got involved in politics, I think there'd be a lot more happier people outside of the debating. But friendly debate is okay. But there'd be more happy people because at least they'd be informed about what's going on in their community, and at least have taken a step to try to, correct it to the way that they feel is right.
I totally agree. So I just want to thank you so much for your time. It was great to talk to you as always. I hope we get to talk in the future, both on this show and hopefully in person. So once more, our guest here was Lycoming County Republican Committeeman Paul Cady. Thanks so much, Paul, and have fun out there voting tomorrow. If you haven't already voted, have fun going out there to vote and supporting Trump tomorrow.
I will. I'll absolutely be supporting Trump. And you guys have a wonderful day. Thanks for having me on.
Oh, no problem. Thank you so much. So let me bring Carlos back on. Just so all of you know, some of the people that are unable to do Zoom, it'll be more difficult for all three of us as hosts to be able to do it. But Carlos, did you hear some of that from the channel? I know there's a delay, but were you able to hear Committeeman Paul Cady there?
I did. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to switch back to my desktop because all my updates have been updated. So why don't you just give an overview of what Paul said, and then Joe Stearns will be in the queue at 9:58 a.m. and we will go forward. So I'm going to drop out of this call and then come back on my desktop. Is that all right?
Yeah, no problem. I could handle it. I don't know if
you
people
can hold
do
the
this,
fort
but
for 60 seconds.
Yeah, I'm quite the talker. I think I can handle 60 seconds. But
and what I want to do is, what I want to tell you is that my workaround with respect to the people that are using the call-in is I'll call them and then I'll bring them in.
Exactly. Then we
okay?
could both hear them. Yeah, that's what we should do. So
awesome.
All right.
Awesome.
There,
right,
Todd's joining anyway, so I won't be on my own.
Right.
So, all right, we'll see you, Carlos, in a second. So, Todd, can you hear me? How's the drive going?
Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, you're good. On your way to Harrisburg?
Yes.
So what I would like, I think what's important, a lot of the people watching were asking, could you just, as in most simple summary as possible, the story that you just broke about the Department of Health and the letters they sent out, can you tell us why that's so damaging and exactly what that is?
So, as everybody is aware, the case counts have started to rise again since early on in the pandemic, right? We're getting the fall resurgence that we've been told about.
Yep.
If you've got 2,000 cases a day and any number of contact tracing interactions you may have had as a COVID positive person could be upwards of 15 to 20 people. So let's just use 20 as an example. 20 times 2, right, is 40.
Right.
You want to start doing the exponential math at 2,000 cases in this state per day?
Yep. So
and they're all getting letters in multiple counties, and they're getting phone calls beyond that to say, you need to be in quarantine.
Now, are they specifically suggesting that people not go vote, or is the implication just you can't leave your house, therefore people are saying, oh, that means I can't go vote?
The letter reads that you are in a quarantine, and the Department of Health can have you taken to a hospital, and or law enforcement will get involved if they deem it necessary if you're failing to comply with the quarantine.
And this is straight from the Pennsylvania Department of Health.
It's on their letterhead, signed by Dr. Levine.
Are these letters going out across the state, or does it seem that they're more prevalent in certain counties?
There are 3 counties that require it: Lebanon, Dauphin, and York. They require it for obvious reasons, right? You're going to work, and all of a sudden you have to be contact traced because you may have been in contact with somebody. you're going to take 2 weeks off of work. Well, your employer is going to demand a letter, right?
Right.
So for certain, it's going to 3 counties. I've also been made aware of the phone calls that are being made to all 67 counties. And there's no question that letters are going out all over the state.
So this is incredible. This could literally be tens of thousands of people that are afraid to go cast their ballot because the Department of Health is telling them that they have to be quarantined, and there could be sort of legal ramifications on them if they don't follow that quarantine.
Correct, and that's why Mark Scaringi, the attorney who was just on with us moments ago, suggested that because it's not a mandate, right? It's more of a directive that individuals need to seek legal counsel to get guidance. I mean, can you imagine the scenario tomorrow that you put a law enforcement officer, into a situation where you want to go cast your vote, and a law enforcement officer potentially looks at you and says, because you're on quarantine, you can't vote? Can you imagine what would happen?
It's unbelievable. And to me, one of the great ironies of this, and I've been saying this for a long time, remember, it's the Democratic Party that are accusing Trump and the Republicans of suppressing the vote and stopping voter turnout. But almost at every angle, it's been the Democrats the entire time that have been telling people, don't go vote in person, which is the most successful and tried and true way of voting to make sure your ballot's counted. Now we see a Democratic administration like Tom Wolf and his Department of Health basically threatening people, knowing, they have to know that people will read this as, oh, I can't go vote. That's voter suppression 101. Where are the Democrats nationally screaming out about this?
Rob, I asked the governor weeks ago about what would happen if lines are down the block, around the corner, down the street, right? Are you going to extend polling hours to allow people to cast a vote? And he goes, I hadn't really thought about that yet. And then in a recent press conference, he and the Secretary of State, Secretary Bookbar, came back and said, well, if you're in line, you can vote. Well, how did you not know that a couple of weeks ago, Governor? This administration, and again, at 11:30 this morning, there's a Department of Health press conference that I will be in the room asking questions of Dr. Levine. And as much as that story's out now, Rob, over the last hour or so, they can prepare all they want to, but they have no idea what my questions are. None.
Right. And look, I personally believe the Wolf administration is corrupt. It's political. Their response to COVID has been in my opinion, has been to intentionally harm the people of Pennsylvania, to try to blame Donald Trump. But regardless of how you look at it, if it's corruption or if it's incompetence, this is staggering. How could the executive leader of Pennsylvania not be prepared to answer, what are you going to do if people are lined up waiting to vote and you think COVID's a concern? How is that possible? That Tom Wolf and the Department of Health didn't have an answer to that 2 weeks ago.
Well, here's the question. Like you're saying, a protest wasn't an issue for COVID, but a Trump rally is.
Right.
Going to vote in person is an issue if you're casting a ballot for Donald Trump, but it's not if you're casting a ballot for Joe Biden. That's why you have to mail it in. The messaging on this from the administration has been so patently obvious of what this has been all about for months.
That's right.
Why am I the only one picking up on it? Why, as a journalist? It's so patently obvious what's going on.
If this was the reverse, if you had, Barack Obama running with the Republican governor and these shenanigans were happening, it would be one of the biggest stories in the nation. But, as always, because it's directed at disenfranchising Trump and his supporters, all of a sudden it's completely fine. Nationally, we actually had people that were saying, universal mail-in ballots are so important from the Democratic Party. They're so important. And Trump's personally removing mailboxes or something to stop that from occurring. So the reason they said was, well, we can't go vote in person because of COVID. And yet they personally went outside the Postmaster General's home and protested. So what they said was, we could go protest about the mail, but we can't go vote in person. This sort of double standard and hypocrisy is why people do not have faith in the system and that we'll have a fair vote.
Well, and for folks that are just new to the story that I just broke here within the last hour, how you hire a company for $23 million that's got all this experience in bringing employees to the table and infrastructure to the table, especially in the medical field, why are they using Salesforce to COVID contact trace, Rob?
Yeah.
Salesforce.
It's unbelievable.
Are we serious? 5 months into a pandemic, we're using Salesforce to contact trace.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
So we're about 2 minutes away from Joe Stearns coming on. Be aware that he's coming on, Rob, and I'm sorry I didn't remind you before, but make sure you timestamp this. Paul Cady came on exactly at 9:30.
Yep.
And Mark Scaringi came on, I believe.
I got it all wrote down.
You're such a stud.
Yeah, doing it. So, yeah, and hopefully we'll. Are you recording these videos separately? I could record them separately if you want as well.
Yeah, I am. I'm working on it. Okay. I'm having a little bit of a technical difficulty in with OBS.
I'll start
right now, but we'll get on the program here. I'm working on it right now.
And the reason, if the audience is wondering, the reason is we want to be able to timestamp this and to have individual videos of each guest. That way, if someone wants to search on YouTube, on Twitch or something like that, they'll be able to find, hey, I really wanted to hear what Wendy Bell, I really wanted to hear what Mark Scaringi had to say. They'll be able to find just that segment.
Well, I really want to hear what Todd Bartlett has to say.
That's
why I'm on the show.
I mean, there are very few people that are willing to listen to me for 24 hours in a row. They might just want to skip to their favorite part, so... But is Joe calling in on Zoom, or is he going to do?
He is calling in on a Zoom.
Excellent.
So it should be any minute now.
Just to let you know, Carlos, real quick on the Lycoming County committeeman Paul Cady, that was our guest. He was saying that his big issue as a former police officer is law and order. And, you know, he was talking a lot about how the disastrous policies of the left, endorsing mobs, endorsing defunding the police, not only damages these inner city communities, but the country as a whole. So that was his big issue. And we also talked about the importance of getting involved in local politics, how you don't have to have a background in some professional career or anything like that. You could get involved coming from any sort of background. So fantastic guest, and, you know, a friend of the show, someone I know we both really enjoyed hanging out with at the Rally at the Rock. So,
yes. So I'm getting a text message from Joe saying that the meeting ID is not valid on that link. Okay. I'm wondering if there's anything that we can do.
What I could do is I could directly. Did you send him the second link I sent you, or the first one?
They're both the same exact link.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is I copied the link, and Carlos, I will put it in the chat here.
Okay.
So can you see in the chat in Zoom?
By the way, this is the beauty of live digital, whether it's digital radio, digital TV, digital media. This is the beauty of it in real time, folks, in 2020. This is how the in real time. Technology is great when it decides it's going to work for us.
And I emailed that to you as well. Hopefully it's the same link, but...
Yeah, I'm sending it to him now.
Let me end our chat thing. People could see our little chat.
But how about the first from the as well?
Oh, you're breaking up a little on us, Todd. See, Todd actually has a job that he's out there doing stuff, so... yeah, a friend of mine was like, "Don't show the ID live on air." Yeah, that's a good point. But yeah, just in the meanwhile, Todd, again, on his way to that Department of Health meeting, where you have to understand, if you're new to the show, Todd is basically the only journalist in PA that routinely gets to sit in meetings with our authoritarian governor, Tom Wolf, and the Department of Health Secretary Levine, and ask them difficult questions about their response to COVID and other things. The majority of questions they get other than Todd's just like, how's your day going? And Todd will ask them questions such as, you know, what is your plan for the election if there's cases of COVID outbreaks? How do you determine when a county goes from yellow to green? Questions like that are important. And it's like Governor Wolf and Secretary Levine, they don't know how to respond to these because they've never been forced to answer difficult questions. They just expect all of the media to be like, oh, you're just a dictator that will just go along, shake your hand, and leave you do whatever you want. So even though it leads to some technical issues with this stream, we're very thankful that Todd's going to be there, because at least we'll have one journalist in the country that's willing to ask an executive branch person about their hypocrisy on these COVID policies.
Be aware that I just sent him the link. Be aware that he might be coming on it in a second.
It should be the same link. I don't know why it wouldn't have worked for him.
It's just, technology.
Tech. If as a backup, you could call him and then patch into the Google Voice number if necessary.
It might be something that I'll do, but let's just see if he can come on. So, and this is why I think that the idea that we were booking guests at the top of the hour and at the bottom of the hour.
But it's fine. Yeah. So in the meanwhile, one of the things I wanted to talk about while we, if you want, while we're waiting is Scaringi talked about this, which I think is important, the idea of equity versus equality. There we go. I think this is him joining now, so I won't have to fill.
Yeah. There he is.
Still connecting to audio here, but yep. Should be on 1 second. Can you hear us? Oh.
Yeah, unmute your unmute. Yeah, on the bottom left. There you go.
It might be, sometimes you have to check your settings. It might be using like a different microphone or something.
Right.
Like that.
So there'll be an arrow right next to your audio on the right-hand side of the audio on the bottom left, and click that and then see if you could update your audio.
But while we're waiting, go ahead whenever you can talk. Let us know. I was just going to say real quick. I think that that's an important point we're going to hit on later about the idea of equity versus equality and what's meant by that.
Can you hear us?
Why don't you try just calling him with the Google and patching into the Google Voice number, and we'll do it that way, Carlos.
Joe?
Let me make sure there's nothing on my end.
Joe?
I think we could kind of hear him. Maybe the problem is he can't hear us.
Well, he said that he can't hear us.
Right. Probably where it says where your little microphone is at the bottom down there. There's a little. Oh, he can't hear me. So what's the difference?
Yeah, I'm texting that. I'm texting him right now.
You go ahead and try to get this worked out, and I'll kind of talk about the difference between. So yeah, Mark Scaringi is absolutely right about the legal definition of equity. When you hear these conversations about equity and equality, what this is if you've spent time in academia like me, this is them whistling towards Marxism. That's what it's about, and it sounds harmless at first. You're like, yeah, why shouldn't everyone have the same amount of money? But it goes further than that. One, the idea that everyone should have the same amount of money would crush competitiveness and innovation, which would crush our markets. Things that we developed, such as the United States being a leader in technological advances, medical advances, and things like that, would immediately collapse, because what's your incentive to work harder? You would have no incentive, right? So there'd be no reason to do that. Also, you would see that people... wait, can you hear us yet? If you can hear us, just let us know.
Hello.
Hey, can you hear us?
Got you.
Awesome. I could stop filling in then. So, Carlos, we're good. Do you want to go ahead and give an introduction?
Hi, Joe. How are you?
Doing okay. Technical difficulties notwithstanding.
It's fine. So, folks, this is one of my favorite political people, a new friend in the last year. He was the campaign manager for a candidate, Maria Montero, that we ran in the 12th against this very same Robert Knorr, and and of course Congressman Keller. And this is a conservative analyst and advisor out of Pennsylvania, Joe Stearns. Welcome to the show.
Thank you so much for having me, Carlos.
So why don't you start by telling us, what was the inciting incident that made you become a Republican or a conservative? Because you really are more a conservative than you are a Republican, correct?
I would say that's fair. And I was blessed to come from a good home with good parents who inculcated in me the values that made America great. My mom and dad were people of faith, they patriotism, and they were very, I'll say, poor, starting out monetarily, spiritually rich, monetarily poor. But they infused in my sister and I hard work. And by the way, when I say poor, in 1981, when I was about 6 and my sister was 2, my parents had a combined gross income of less than $10,000. And that's not an error, less than $10,000. They did odd jobs. My mother worked at a nursing home emptying out bedpans. My dad had a vending machine route with, the candy bars and vending machines, all kinds of things just to make a buck. And they refused to go on public assistance. But they persisted and they pulled themselves up by their bootstraps into the middle class. And those are the values that my sister and I took with us. And that's the long and short of, I think, why we became Republican.
So I guess before I throw it over to Todd and Robert, give us an idea of some of the things that you're doing in the state with your work that's politically orientated and interesting. Can you talk a little bit about your work?
Sure. Just briefly, I don't enjoy talking about myself, but I do political consulting, and I choose to work with candidates for public office who are true patriots. You can call them conservative, but generally Republicans, people who love the Constitution and are looking to serve altruistically, fighting for less regulation, honest and small government, low taxes, all the things that make America great.
So let me ask you, as someone who's helped with a lot of campaigns and has managed campaigns, before we get into kind of the actual policies and the differences between Trump and Biden, what do you think of this campaign strategy of Biden, which is basically stay out of the public eye as much as possible, and juxtapose that to Trump's strategy, which, as far as I know, this is about one of the most active campaigns I've ever seen, doing 4 or 5 rallies a night. What do you think, as someone who's managed campaigns, about those, two different strategies?
I would much rather, as a professional, be involved with the Trump campaign, who's taken his message directly to the people. Case in point, there was a rally in Minnesota a day or two ago, and it was limited in crowd size because of some restriction that the Democratic machine put in place. So what does Trump do? He goes out and he personally meets with the overflow crowd that couldn't get into seats. Now, juxtapose that with Mr. Biden, who, quite frankly, by choice, has to remain in because he's a doddering old fool, quite frankly. He's coming up with these neologisms, these words that don't even exist because he can't speak. He can't put a thought or sentence together, right? And besides which, there is no enthusiasm compared to Trump. He gets these very smallish crowds. So he almost has no choice but to take the strategy that he has. But all this appends to the favor of the incumbent Donald Trump.
Carlos?
So, in your mind, politically, what's your number one voting issue?
For me personally, wow. There's a few really important ones to me. I don't know if I could narrow it down to one, but at the top of the list, Carlos, would be the life issue, the right to life, because if you don't have a right to life, you have nothing. If you have no life, what else is? Seems obvious. And I think a growing number of folks in this country have a similar point of view. We went from probably being an overwhelmingly pro-life country to Roe versus Wade in 73, and the pendulum started to swing with the sexual revolution, but now we're coming back, I think, full circle. And I just feel that an increasing number of Americans have more of a pro-life stance. But of course, there are many other issues. The Second Amendment, also very important. The right to property and not be taxed out of the property to start a business. It's really hard to narrow it down to one, quite frankly.
And what do you think is the one issue that you're most concerned about today in today's environment?
I look at it more, Carlos, as the essence of our country and what made us great and what keeps it going. And that's why I think Donald Trump is going to win. The average person might not be able to explain it in highfalutin terms that we political pundits or philosophers like to use, which I actually will. I think you have a well-informed audience. But basically, it's those three pillars of any healthy republic. Number one is natural law, this idea that rights come from God and therefore can never be taken away, whether it's the right to life, which, hey, you know what, some folks, that's not their cup of tea, but you know what, I bet they care about the First Amendment, and they're really worried about the big tech duopoly censoring thought and expression on Facebook and Twitter. Whether you're criticizing socialism or Joe Biden, they're cracking down, and that makes a lot of people nervous. So first pillar, natural law. Second pillar, patriotism. Seems obvious. Basic love of country. When it comes to trade and immigration and foreign policy, America comes first, always. And finally, civic virtue. This notion that good men and women go into public office looking to serve altruistically for a short period of time, and then they fade away quietly into the private sector or retirement. Now compare that on the candidates. Donald Trump didn't even run for office until he was, 69 or 70 years old. Joe Biden has pioneered the White House since he got elected back in 1973. 47 years ago, he's been lusting after this office. And people sense the problem with that. They don't like that craven ambition. I mean, it's a sort of Hillary Clinton all over again in that regard. So I think at the end of the day, a majority of the people and a majority of states that matter, unfortunately, with our system, we spend tens of millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars in 8 states, but a majority of the folks in the states that are going to decide this thing are going to go for Donald Trump.
One of the things that I think your story that really hits me is when you're talking about your parents making collectively less than $10,000 a year. One of the things that always strikes me is how many people, particularly here in rural Pennsylvania, by no financial measure would we consider wealthy people. They're people that work very difficult jobs, working huge hours, and yet they love this country and are voting for a party that says, we don't want a handout. We just want to be left alone, and we want to be able to continue to get by our own sweat equity. Do you see the irony in so many people that, understand, even though they're not considered wealthy, they still want to vote for a party that allows them to just get by on their own, versus so many people on the other side that many of which are doing far better off, but they still want the government to be able to pick winners and losers and have this idea of equity?
Sure. It calls to mind the term liberals. Mm-hmm. Some of the loudest critics of Donald Trump are the ivory tower, these professors and some of these athletes and entertainers. They're making millions of dollars while Donald Trump got support from folks who started out like my parents in life. They're blue collar folks. All they want is the dignity of work, and they know that Donald Trump will provide that. In America, you're guaranteed, or should be at least guaranteed, equality of opportunity, not outcome. And that's all that people really are looking for, is just give me a shot and I'll take care of the rest.
Exactly. Yep.
So 2 more questions. The first one is, you have a magic wand and you have one wish to be able to have the mic in front of all the American people. What would you tell them about tomorrow?
Well, it's sort of cliche. We always say that this is the most important election in our lifetime, but it now more than ever, it feels true because everything that we hold dear is at stake. You can go with a candidate who's really just running on empty cliches. You watch these Joe Biden ads and it's light, not darkness, and love trumps hate. And it's all this just boilerplate. But at the end of the day, if you like being able to provide for your family and have a roof over your head and exercise your civil liberties that people died to give us, then the choice seems obvious.
So what do you love about Donald Trump the most?
I love that. I love about Donald Trump about what I loved about a doctor who saved my life, a dear, sweet man, Kendaro Yamani, Japanese fellow. I didn't give a lick for his personality, which is a little bit odd. All I cared about is that he was going to save my life. And Donald Trump has saved this country from the precipice of the war party, endless trillion-dollar wars overseas, the assault upon our Constitution, and really to change the fundamental nature of this country. He has stood athwart, yelling, "Stop." He said very clearly in various speeches early on, we will never become a socialistic country, ever.
What do you think it will say if Donald Trump wins that every establishment institution was stacked against him? What does that say about the importance of his message and about how so many people want to be patriots and go back to those three pillars that you discussed?
Well, it says a couple things. It says that nobody circles the wagons like the American people. This is a classic underdog story in a lot of ways. It also tells me that there is a panoply of so-called professionals in the realms of journalism, punditry, polling, academia that absolutely have to have their professional credentials yanked irrevocably.
Yep.
Look at these polls. Look at the censorship of the Hunter Biden material on colluding with China to make money for the big guy, and not even covering this. This man is riding the dragon. His soul is out. And that about says it all for me. And I'm looking forward. Tomorrow is going to, well, we may not know tomorrow night, but this victory will be sweet.
What country in the world, name just one country in the world that has elections on a given day and doesn't declare a victor that night?
Well, could you, Matt? Yeah, I mean, it sets the table for unrest, and maybe that's what they want, Carlos. In Montgomery County, Pennsylvania, we just saw today, the Board of Commissioners is flagging ballots that have been returned already, and there's a problem with them, and they're sending a letter to those voters saying, hey, maybe you want a do-over. You suppose they're only sending those to the Biden voters who made some technical error and giving them a chance to correct the mistake and not Republican voters? What do you want to bet? So we could go on and on about the postmark not being there and the signature match not even being required. They're trying to turn our democracy into some kind of banana republic. That's what really scares me more than the actual outcome and who gets a true majority of votes. Is what they're doing to the electoral process. That is a huge concern. But still in all, I honestly believe that when the dust is settled, Donald J. Trump will prevail, even through all of that.
Yeah.
2 minutes.
Yeah. And I was going to say, they're not even trying to hide it, right? Like when you talk to conversations of court packing with Joe Biden, he won't even outright deny it. Everything they've accused Trump of doing, of trying to cheat, to change the system and to violate norms in order to get power, they themselves are doing. So much so that we had to take serious that 12 Russian trolls could have interfered in the 2016 election. Yet the entire mainstream media is ignoring any evidence of corruption of Joe Biden.
Oh, we must have kicked out somehow.
I couldn't hear him either. Can you still hear me, Carlos?
I can hear you.
Okay, it must have kicked out on his end then. Let's see if he could fix it. That's a bummer. That was a great conversation. I really enjoyed what he's saying. Particularly about those three pillars that he thinks are important, the idea of patriotism, the idea of supporting the Bill of Rights. Those are things that all of us should be reaching out for. And I think that he's absolutely right. We need more people that are more in line with that. So hopefully we get campaign manager and political consultant Joe Stearns back. That was our guest.
Yes. There is a stripe of conservatism that Joe has that I have not seen in anybody else in the state of Pennsylvania with respect to the... You there, Joe? Oh, hold on. No, you got to do your audio.
He's muted now.
You're muted.
I can see that in his... If you could hear us, Joe, there's a little... On the bottom left corner, if you click that, it says mute. If you click it, it'll unmute you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Yep.
yes, there you are.
Right. Okay, there you go.
Sorry about that.
No worries. So the last question that we have for you, go ahead, Rob. You had something to say to him real quick?
Yeah. I was just saying that they're not even trying to hide the corruption when you're talking about packing the courts and changing the game. They accuse Trump of trying to violate norms to achieve power, but now it's blatant. We've known that they've done these things. So is there any surprise that there's shenanigans with, the way they're counting ballots and things like that when they're literally advocating for packing the Supreme Court?
It's the Alinskyism. It's they've tried to accuse Trump of doing things that they themselves were guilty of. And we see it loud and clear. We were told in 2016, Trump's going to be a dictator. We're going to nuke North Korea and do all these horrible things, pack the court and executive orders and blah, blah, blah. What we see is, though, that the left is the one who, if anybody is, they are fascist. They are the ones looking to do horrible things to take control and exercise power. And the funny thing about that little lie is it gets exposed pretty quickly, and you can only pull that trick once, I think. And so that's another reason I do think Donald Trump is going to win.
Yep.
Tell me, as we finish, as our last question, give me a minute on what's happening in your area in Schuylkill County.
I had a hard time hearing that one.
Yeah. In closing, give us a minute on what's happening in Schuylkill County.
Oh, Schuylkill County. I'm glad you asked, because we got 70% for Donald Trump in 2016. We were featured in the Wall Street Journal as being pivotal, along with Luzerne and Lackawanna County and your general area, Carlos. And we have flag drops going on all the time. Every couple of days, we're doing flag drops. There's a lot of phone banking and all the typical stuff that you see. So it's just Schuylkill County, I would say, gives me hope and confidence as being part of that final outcome that delivers re-election to Donald J. Trump.
Well, this is an absolute pleasure for us. Thank you very much for coming on. We would love to have you on our regular Saturday show, Pushback, and be a regular guest. I respect and admire your conservatism. I was telling Robert that of the people that I know in Pennsylvania that say they're conservatives, none are your stripe. And I honor our friendship, and it's been a lot of fun having you on. Thank you so much for coming on.
I love you. Thank you. I'll talk to you soon.
See ya.
Take care.
Okay, excellent. So, Carlos, you're going to take care of reaching out to our next guest.
Yes, I'm doing that right now.
And if
all right, just give me a second.
Yeah. And then once you call him, I'm going to mute the Zoom audio then for when that occurs. So our next guest will be calling in through phone, and it's a guest I'm very, very excited to talk to. It's someone who probably doesn't remember me that well, but I remember him very well, and it's the president of American Commitment, Phil Kerpen. I knew him from my time as a debater, where he unwittingly coached me in a couple of debates and helped me prove, even as a young 19-year-old, the absurdity of socialism in order to win some debates. And I'll talk more about him when he gets on. But yeah, I'm very excited. I haven't talked to him in a long, long time, so it should be very good. Our last guest there, campaign manager Joe Stearns, fantastic. That was the first time I've ever talked to him, and I really enjoy talking to people that are liberty-minded and understand the importance of the Bill of Rights. And he seems to me to be someone that I can't wait to have conversations in the future. I really think it's interesting. There's different areas of politics. There's, what's right. There's the game of politics. There's the policies and things like that. So it's always interesting to talk to a campaign manager or people involved into campaigns to see how they feel strategically each side's doing on campaigns. It is evident to me that if it wasn't for the fact that every major institution in this country was in the bag for the Democratic Party and Joe Biden, the actual effort of the Biden-Harris campaign is pathetic. It's laughable. They're basically saying we're going to stay out of the limelight as much as possible because we know we're so unlikable and we have such cognitive decline that we're hoping that the media and all of these other institutions can push us across the finish line. So, yeah, also excuse technical issues we're having. Tech is not my strong suit. We're trying to run this all through my home because, as I said, this was originally planned, this 24-hour stream from around the Republican National Convention. So, yeah, forgive us if we have any sort of tech issues like we had with our last guest there, but we're doing our best to work around it. And you'll note the professionalism of someone like me that's able to fill in at any time, right? Not to toot my own horn, but...
Yes, Phil Kerpen.
And let me get ready here on the.
Well, I'm calling because I am the producer that's going to link him up to the 10:30 show on our 24-hour digital Trump rally.
So what I'm going to do is.
And this is the number
he gave two numbers too, Carlos.
I do not.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. One second. Let me see if Carlos. Mm-hmm. Carlos, do you have an update there on what's going on? All right, we're just going to. How is the just real quick to ask my audience, how is the audio? Everything working fine for everyone? I hope so.
Phil, hi, it's Carlos Saldivia from Williamsport, Pennsylvania. I'm with Robert Knorr, and I'm calling you to see if we can come on. Okay, let me ask you to hold for just a second, and I will conference us in with Robert. And we'll be able to go on right away. Thank you very much, Phil, for doing this.
All right, we'll be on in a second, everyone. So. Bear with us.
Carlos.
Call from
Carlos.
To accept.
Hi, you there, Carlos?
I have Phil on the line.
Okay, excellent. So, our next guest, I'm excited to welcome. It's someone I knew from my time in the debate community, and I'm very excited to have him here. I think he is the best journalist I've seen in covering COVID in the country. So I'm excited to welcome President of American Commitment, Phil Kerpen. How you doing today, Phil?
I'm good. Where did you debate? Remind me. I didn't know we knew each other.
Oh, let's say I have a story. I debated for Jim Lyle at Clarion University when I was.
Jimmy Lyle, my buddy. That's awesome.
Yeah, when I was a novice, one time I was debating a team that was advocating socialism, and it was probably my third debate tournament ever. You told me, if they're so in love with socialism, tell them there's a socialist paradise right off the coast of Florida that they could attend to. And it helped me win that debate.
Beautiful.
So
beautiful. I love that story.
Yeah. So thanks so much for being with us. So yeah, I see you on Twitter a lot, and I think that hands down, you are the best person I see at covering COVID. So you're in DC right now, correct?
Yep.
So I just thought a good way to start this off would be, we keep hearing all this fear mongering about how dire we are with COVID cases rising. Do you think the data that you're talking about matches the level of fear mongering we see with the narrative that's being pushed out there?
No, on a national basis, look, we're seeing a rise. You're going to see a rise in respiratory infections when you get into fall and winter. That's the normal seasonal pattern. We shouldn't be surprised by that. But the rise on a national basis is much less steep than even what we saw in the summer, let alone what we saw in the spring. We've got a few regions that are in a more significant rise, and those regions are places that didn't really have it before. So they don't have population immunity, and it's mostly places in the Midwest and the mountain states that are going through that. But their hospitals are not stressed. And the other thing that's kind of remarkable that's going on right now that hasn't gotten much attention is we're not seeing flu really anywhere in the world, and we're not seeing it here in the United States now. It's 5 weeks into the new flu season. We've got basically no flu, and so we do have a little bit of a seasonal rise. It's higher in a few places that haven't really seen the disease before, but overall, our hospitals are not stressed, and the overall level of respiratory disease that we're seeing, not just COVID, but if you add together COVID-like illness with influenza-like illness, is normal for this time of year. And so I don't see any basis for these screaming headlines about record highs and all this kind of, that's all being driven by testing. We're doing, 1.3 million tests a day. If you change the sample rate, you're going to get a larger number, but it doesn't mean that there's any more disease than there was before. It just means you're detecting more of it because you're doing more tests. And there's also the false positive rate and other things. But if you look at the hospital resource usage and the things that are concrete, they're all very normal for this time of year.
Yeah, and I wanted to talk about the testing because there was a New York Times story that I saw you were covering heavily that talked about how there were a lot of false positives, somewhere in the range of possibly over 90%. And it's very difficult to understand the technical nature of why those false positives occurred. So can you kind of briefly explain for the average person what the kind of the levels they were using, how it was leading to a lot of false positives, and how we should interpret then the positive cases we're seeing?
Yeah, the tests that we're using mostly, the tests we're doing 1 million a day of, is something called the polymerase chain reaction, PCR test. It's actually reverse transcriptase polymerase chain reaction, RT-PCR, because we're looking for RNA. They need to convert it into DNA first. That's called the reverse transcriptase. Then they run this polymerase chain reaction, which essentially is a process of doubling the amount of genetic material. And they double it, and they double it, and they double it. They do it over and over and over. And they eventually, they do up to 40 doublings, some places up to 45 doublings. And if they find any genetic material at all that matches the sort of RNA fingerprint they're looking for the particular proteins in this coronavirus, they call that a positive. Now, the problem is that when you get past about 25 doublings, it's pretty unlikely that what you're detecting is live replication-capable virus. It's probably old dead viral debris, which can be up to 3 months old. Could have been somewhere in someone's body, could have been in the room contaminating the test site, could have been on the plate in the lab. So there are a lot of sources of very minute amounts of dead virus, which can trigger a positive if you run too many of these amplification cycles, these doubling cycles. And there are a few studies on this. The CDC has said they've never found replication-capable virus above 33 cycles. That's the highest they've ever seen at 33 doubling. There was a paper from Oxford that said the cutoff should be 25, that above that is very unlikely to be replication-capable. But the consensus seems to be that 30 is, where if it's above 30, it's almost certainly not infectious. And yet, in the lab tests in the U.S., we're typically going up to 40 because that's what the FDA authorizations call for on most of these tests. And, if you double the amount of genetic material 40 times before you find it, it's not live virus. It's not capable of infecting anyone. And even Anthony Fauci said nothing above 35 should be considered infectious. Now, the states and the labs are not reporting these numbers. So we don't know how many of these tests are at these various numbers of doubling cycles, the cycle threshold. But the New York Times, back in late August, they were able to get data from 3 states, Nevada, New York, and Massachusetts. And at that time, 85 to 90% of all the positives were above 30. They needed to double the amount of genetic material more than 30 times in order to detect it. And so at the time of that article, they were saying, look, 85 positives in these 3 states we were able to get data in probably are not capable of infecting anyone. Now, we don't know if that's still the case now because there might be more real disease spreads. Also, it depends in different places. If they've had big outbreaks in the last few months, you're going to get a lot more people with sort of the old dead virus somewhere inside them that are going to get these sort of, misleading non-infectious positives. And so it's going to vary somewhat. But the point is, the PCR test, which we're doing millions of, is probably the worst possible test you could try to use for surveillance because, first of all, you don't get the results for days because you got to send it off to a lab and then they got to process it and get back to you. Most people are only infectious for about 7 days after symptoms start. You're not going to get tested on the first day of symptoms. You're going to wait a couple of days to see if you feel better. And if you're sending it off to a lab and waiting for the results to get back, then even if you were infectious, there's a high likelihood that by the time you get the results, you won't be any. Not to mention that they could show you positive for stuff that's up to 3 months old. And so we should be using what are called antigen tests, and these are the rapid tests that are rolling out around the country now, finally. However, these tests also have their own sources of false positives, cross-reaction typically with colds and other things. And the correct procedure, the best procedure, even Deborah Birx agrees with this, the procedure we should be using to make sure we're only isolating and contact tracing real positives is we should be using the instant test. And if you get a positive on the instant test, we should be confirming it with a lab test so that we know that it wasn't a false positive from a cross-reaction. We know you're infectious if you show positive on the antigen test because it doesn't have the hypersensitivity problem, but because there are other sources of false positive, you could then use the lab test for confirmation, and that would be the best procedure. But we're doing the opposite of that in many places. We're doing the antigen test, and if you get a positive on that, they don't confirm it. They consider you positive. They tell you to isolate. They contact trace you. But if you get a negative, they say, "Oh, we're going to submit that to lab testing," and so we get the worst of both worlds. They're actually in many places in the country now lab confirming the instant test negative instead of the instant test positive. So they're doing the opposite of what we should be doing. And that's driving these massive numbers.
Yeah, and that's one of the things I wanted to talk to you about. It seems odd to me, if we're taking on good faith that the people that are making these policies have our best interests at heart, it seems strange to me that oftentimes we see them doing what common sense you could see is the opposite of what we should be doing, like you're saying with the test there. So, for example, I'm not an epidemiologist or a virologist, but if you told me that there was going to be a serious pandemic, I would tell you the people most likely to be affected would probably be people with comorbidities, particularly elderly people. Can you explain then what the possible motivation was for governors like Cuomo, or in Pennsylvania here, Governor Tom Wolf, to tell COVID patients to go into nursing homes that then predictably led to mass spikes in cases and deaths in these nursing homes?
Yeah, I mean, this is, by the way, they didn't invent this idea. They did it first in Lombardy, Italy, which was the first massive meltdown with COVID. They sent infectious patients into what they call care homes in Italy, same thing with nursing homes in the U.S. And, that is really the most catastrophic policy error that explains the places in the world that have the worst outcomes compared to everywhere else. So they did it in Italy, they did it in the United Kingdom, they did it in New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania. And that's where you see these sort of astonishing numbers. And Massachusetts, let's not leave Charlie Baker out just because he's a Republican. He's as bad as those other governors. He has the same policy. And, we have known from the very beginning that this is a virus that is very, very mild for young people and very, very serious for old people. And, it's the steepest age stratification we've ever seen on a virus. For people under 20, it's essentially harmless. There's a 99.997% survival rate. From 20 to 50, it's 99.98% survival. 50 to 70, it's 99.5%. But above 70, it's only 94.2%. And so, you've got almost 6% of people who get it above age 70 die. That's a very high number compared to very, very low numbers, basically, for all the other age groups. And even within the over 70, it's a little bit of a deceptive number because people who are independent living and in good health, they have, rates more similar to those lower age brackets. It's really the people who are in long-term care facilities, who have serious comorbidities, who are medically frail. That's where you get that very, very high mortality rate. And we should have been doing everything imaginable to protect these people. Everyone going in and out of these facilities, we should have had instant testing. We should have taken every precaution you can imagine. Instead, we had all these states that did literally the opposite. They were so worried about hospitals being overrun that they sent people who were still infectious into nursing homes, and they said you have to take them whether you want to or not, whether you're in a position to protect the rest of your residents or not, to protect your staff, to keep contagion down. And what happened was, we saw these astonishing numbers. And in Pennsylvania, it's about 2/3 of all the COVID deaths are long-term care residents, and in New Jersey, it's about half, and in New York, they still won't tell us. They refuse to report a real number. They've got a fake number with an asterisk on it that says they're only including people who died physically on the premises of the nursing home. Well, most of them are going to die in a hospital, because when they get really bad, you call the ambulance and they move to the hospital. And so they won't give us an honest number in New York, which to me means it's probably, it's got to be a mind-blowingly bad number. It's got to be 15 or 20,000 deaths of nursing home residents, because they're taking so much flack for refusing to publish a real number. You have to assume that, they've made the political calculation that reporting the number would be even worse. So what does that tell us about the number? It's got to be enormous.
Yeah, and that's one of the big tragedies of all of this, is how politicized it's become. And when you see things like that, they're quick to politicize, making it seem as bad as possible. Oh, look at the cases that rose. Oh, look at the total amount of deaths. But as soon as it's something that could be deemed critical of these specific leaders that are advocating for lockdowns and things like that, like Cuomo in New York, all of a sudden they won't give us the data on how many people have died as a disastrous result of his nursing home policies. And I wanted to ask you about this. One of the things that troubles me is, I think by any objective measure, we could see that New York was one of the worst places in the world for handling COVID. Yet Dr. Fauci has cited it as possibly one of the best places that we should model. And the Democrats and the liberal media are praising Cuomo as being some sort of hero that wrote a book about his terrific response. What do you think that does to people's confidence in actually listening to the experts and trying to have confidence that the suggestions and the orders they're giving us are worthwhile and not being applied for political advantageousness?
Well, Cuomo is actually second worst in the world to Phil Murphy. So New Jersey has the highest death rate in the world of any geographic entity at sort of the subnational level. I'm talking about like a region or a state, not a city. And New Jersey's the worst, and New York is right behind them. And they both beat Lombardy, which would have looked pretty hard in the beginning. We thought that was the worst meltdown in the world. And so the New York and New Jersey both have worse death rates with COVID than Lombardy, Italy. And, I think Fauci feels he has to defend Cuomo because he was advising Cuomo throughout. He was talking to him almost every day. And to me, it's not just a catastrophic Cuomo failure, it's a catastrophic Fauci failure. I mean, we've got, one of the, top advisors to the president, I think he's, a little bit on the outside of the inner circle lately, who basically became an immunity denier, who came to believe that the only way you limit the spread of a disease is to lock people up and lock people down. And, none of the evidence ever supported that view. In fact, the infective peak was reached in New York prior to locking down, if you look at the data. And they locked down at the death peak, which came after the infective peak. And, they followed the same curve as places that had no lockdown and no restrictions of that. Yeah. Their decline was driven by population immunity, not by their lockdown measures. And their policy response, especially the nursing home policy, was literally the worst thing you can do, which is why they have right up there with New Jersey with the worst death rate in the entire world. And, people should be very concerned that, you've got a lot of people who still hold Fauci in very high regard, who seem to think lockdowns are the greatest thing ever. We've got European governments going back into lockdown, even though their infections are slowing dramatically, they're going to lock down anyway. Like they don't. It's a very interesting thing, because I think that what we're seeing is politicians and public health experts would rather make the same mistake again than admit they made a mistake.
Exactly.
And the consequence of making the same mistake again, of course, is going to be massive in terms of economic and social disruption, pain, and death, because we've got a tremendous number of lockdown deaths, which are growing very rapidly right now. And, if we don't, get the economy on a sound and open footing and explain to people what's really going on, lockdown deaths are going to end up greater than COVID deaths. They're already about there. And so I'm really concerned that, especially if Joe Biden wins, it looks like we're going to go back into lockdown, not learn any lessons at all from, the past year.
Yeah, and I think that you're absolutely right about that and about the deaths we see as a result of the lockdown and the economic fallout of the lockdown. Another concern that I think that I have that maybe in the long run is an even bigger concern is you're talking about how they have had these lockdown policies that in effect what they did was strip us of a lot of our rights outlined in the Bill of Rights. And yet they're unwilling to admit that they made a mistake. I fear that we're setting a precedent that in the name of trusting the experts, that we will be willing to give up our rights anytime the experts say, hey, you have to give them up now, even if they're terribly wrong. And I don't know if Western countries can survive giving up all the rights that make our countries great if we're just willing to listen to experts anytime they say, even if the evidence doesn't suggest that's the correct way to go.
It's very disturbing. Look, I mean, I think that even if this pandemic were as bad as we initially feared, and even if the worst case scenario is true, I wouldn't view that as a reason to indefinitely suspend constitutional government, which is what we've largely done.
Yep.
And in my mind, if you have a genuine severe crisis that requires action, other than the very near term when you take emergency action, you ought to be able to go through the normal constitutional process, go through the legislature, you have checks and balances, and that ensures that you've got legitimate public support. And it's one thing to say we're going into a state of emergency and we're going to make decisions in the executive branch on something that's on a timeline of days or weeks, but we're on months and we could be going on years of this. And our system has to function the way it's supposed to function, or it's not worth anything at all. And so I am concerned about that and getting back, to doing things the correct way. And I hope, we've seen a few good decisions. I hope that the courts will basically say, look, you want to adopt policies, do it legally, do it through the legislature, do it the correct way.
Yeah, absolutely. So moving on from the COVID topic, as I mentioned, I know when I had worked with you previously, when you'd helped me in a debate, you don't seem to be a big fan of socialism. Do you have fears with this Democratic ticket and the direction the Democratic Party's going with a return to socialism or Marxism and getting away from free markets?
Well, Kamala Harris put a video on Twitter yesterday that said that her definition of equity is everyone ending up in the same place. Mm-hmm. And that's not enough to have equality of opportunity. Everyone has to end up in the same place. And, that's a pretty expressly kind of Marxist view.
Yep.
And, that type of leveling of saying everyone's going to have equal outcomes has not worked any time in history that it's been tried. It has led to catastrophic outcomes. And yeah, I am concerned about that. Especially if we have sort of a wipeout scenario where Democrats take the House, Senate, and White House. They're going to have a lot of, momentum and a lot of demands from the very far left and the street protesters and the rioters and everyone else, which is where a lot of the center of gravity is in their party right now. They pretty much said they're going to kill the filibuster in the Senate. They're going to try to then pack the Senate with new states of D.C. and Puerto Rico and potentially pack the Supreme Court so they can get a green light for anything they want to do. And, look, I think that they're going to get a huge backlash in 2 years if they do these things, and then they'll probably be defeated at the ballot box and, have kind of the snapback like we had after the first 2 years of Obama. But the amount of permanent damage they can do if they pack the court and pack the Senate and, pursue massive tax and spend redistributive agenda and regulations and all the rest of it, it could be very, very difficult to undo. And, that's why they've calculated that it's worth it. And so I do think that's going to be very dangerous, especially if they win everything, sort of that initial burst of energy out of the chute. It could be extremely critical. And, our job, it'd be tough. Obviously it's much, much better to win at least the Senate, if not the White House. And, we'll see what happens this week because I think polls are all over the map. Nobody really knows. But if Democrats do have a really good night, conservatives need to not be spirited and sort of, leave the field while the Democrats go wild. They've got to stay engaged and try to fight this stuff because that does make a difference.
Yeah, and I think that's something that in general, obviously there are individuals, it's only a generalization, but I think in general you see with conservatives, they're more willing to say, okay, we'll try hard at the ballot box. Whereas I think you're in DC right now. Have you noticed the boarding up of businesses and things like that? In my estimation, That's not because they're worried that Biden will win. That's because they're worried Biden voters will riot if Trump wins. Do you see it the same way?
Yeah, I think that's right. I think that if we have either Trump win or an indeterminate outcome where they're hoping to win it at the outstanding mail ballots or in the court fights or what have you, they're going to unleash just, massive urban rioting all over the country. Really try to demand that Trump concede, Trump leave, even if he won or if it's close, and that kind of thing. It's here, and there are 5-6 left-wing groups that have protests in D.C., and then of course they really radicals don't bother getting permits; they just do whatever they want. And so, I think people are sort of bracing for that, and and sort of the other thing that's on the horizon, sort of regardless of what happens in the elections, is remember we're going to have the trial of that cop in Minnesota. I think is in April, something like that. And if he's acquitted, which is entirely possible, that's the trigger for massive riots all over the country. And so the urban unrest problem, is going to stay until we have, a response that stops it. We have, show of force with national guard and so forth. But a lot of these cities are run by mayors who are sympathetic to the rioters, and therefore they don't really want to crack down on them, which is why it sort of continued as long as it has.
All right, so we have a couple more minutes here with President of American Commitment, Phil Kerpen. I wanted to ask you, going back to my time in debate and knowing you were involved in the debate community, one of the things that I see as a problem with conservatives is that we kind of tend to fight for elections and things like that, but it seems like people on the other side of the ledger have been working to dominate places like academia. With the debate community, most people that weren't there don't realize how radical left it's become. Do you see conservatives or it being necessary for them to try to get a foot back in academia to make sure that there's not such a control by radical leftism so that we could actually start to shape the future leaders of the country in a more, I'm not saying in a, inverse conservative way, but in a more neutral way?
I think the left has done a very good job of taking over sort of cultural institutions, including, of course, the schools, but also, the media and Hollywood and all this kind of stuff, and sort of define the culture and culture as well, for that matter. And so we're sort of in an environment now where the default accepted politically correct views are so far left, radical, extreme left, that I think we're starting to see a backlash, frankly. And I think that this next generation may be more conservative and may backlash more against sort of the conformity that the far left demands. The one thing that youth like to do is rebel, and now that sort of all of the institutions are sort of lockstep hard left, I think increasingly the sort of cool, rebellious thing to do is to become conservative. And so maybe the pendulum will swing. I do think that a lot of these colleges are in big trouble with their whole business model now.
Yep.
They're canceling classes and trying to charge full price anyway, and they were already sort of had a questionable business model. I think a lot of kids that ended up, going to community college this year instead of going off to a four-year school that was going to spend a fortune for classes, they might find, this is why go back. And so we'll see what happens. But I think that their education is overpriced and over-restricted for what it is by and large. And they had business model problems even before this, but now I think they have big problems. So we'll see. I do think it's a big problem. I think people are waking up to it, and so some optimism that we may get things back the other way.
I agree totally.
Rob?
So, I was just going to say, Carlos, just finishing up here, I was going to say, thank you for being our guest, Phil Kerpen. Can you tell people where to read your material and what you have coming up here in the near future?
Yeah, AmericanCommitment.org, the 501c4 that I run. And I would also suggest people go to CommitteeToUnleashProsperity.com, which is the 501c3 that I run with Steve Moore and Art Laffer, and we do a newsletter on that one. You get every day. It's free. My CommitteeToUnleashProsperity.com, and I'm also on Twitter. My last name, Kerpen, Kerpen.
All right.
Rob.
What's up, Carlos?
Rob.
Yeah.
Can you enable the screen?
Yeah. So I was
and Commissioner McLinko is not coming on at 11 o'clock.
Okay.
So if you want to take another minute or two and talk to Phil about
why he loves the president and how he became a Republican.
Oh, okay, yeah, Phil, I don't know if you could hear Carlos there, but if you have a couple more minutes, why you would support Trump? Yeah, okay.
Well, I think that he's got a very significant record of accomplishment for most important issues. When you look at things like the economic performance following the tax cuts. In 2019, the average household, the median household, had more income growth in 1 year. It was about $6,000 more income in 1 year than we had in the entire 8 years of Obama-Biden. And so we were able to have significant acceleration of tons of economic growth or prosperity, sort of everything that the president promised that he would do economically. We were there. We were at record low unemployment for most demographic groups. We have had rapidly rising incomes, rapidly rising wages that we hadn't seen in a long time. And I think it's evidence that the core agenda of the president works. That is cuts, deregulation, a tougher trade policy, which, I've been skeptical of some elements of. Argue with the results. We've been able to bring back a significant number of manufacturing jobs, much more than most people thought possible. Remember Obama said you'd need a magic wand, and back in 2007. The accomplishments are all there. And the V-shaped recovery that we've had since the lockdowns is pretty remarkable. 33% economic growth in the last quarter. You look at basically every economic indicator: auto sales, home sales, investment, consumer spending. Everything you look at is just this. It goes straight into the lockdown and then it shoots right back up. It's just sharp V's. And you compare that and what we're accomplishing now and what we've been able to do quickly. We were able to dig out of that massive hole. You compare what they want to do. They've got a really extreme agenda. So Joe Biden wants to ban right to work laws. He wants to raise the minimum $15 everywhere, even though $15 is very different in New York than it is in Alabama. And in Alabama, you would put a ton of businesses out of business with a national $15 minimum wage law. And he's got massive hikes, including corporate tax hikes, which would send all the businesses that came back with the Trump tax cuts back overseas. He's just got a very extreme agenda, including, of course, his energy agenda, which has got a lot of attention there in Pennsylvania. But the guy says he wants to ban oil. Well, if you ban oil in the United States, that's another huge Trump accomplishment, by the way.
Yep.
Who thought we could become energy independent? And there was always it's a ridiculous pie in the sky. Well, we did it in just a few years under Trump. We're not only energy independent, we're now net oil exporters, significant exporters. So we now are much, much bigger producers of oil and gas than ever thought possible. Biden says he wants to ban fossil fuels, essentially. And then, he waffles on whether he wants to ban them or just regulate them. So it's a forced transition, but it's not like, a distinction that's different. Bottom line is that he wants to destroy the American energy industry. And, it's not just like a bad thing if you lose your job because you lose that industry. It's a bad thing for everyone. We're going to stop their gas tax. And if you destroy the American oil industry, not only are we going to be dependent on imports, but it's going to cost a lot more because we're not going to have production. So I think you look at all of these kind of economic pocketbook issues, and it's very clear that Trump he did work and is head and shoulders better than what Biden is promising to do. And you've got the lockdown factor, as we were talking about. The short to crush the economy again is to get down, and you've got Biden advisors saying we need lockdowns, and Biden saying it's the scientists telling to all lockdowns. Scientists are not, they don't speak with one voice. There are always going to be some scientists that are saying lock it down, and I think they're the ones who ignore all the evidence and all the facts. But if that's who he decides to listen to, you got disaster on your hands economically, and indefinitely so, especially if this is something that ends up recurring every year seasonally. You're going to lock down every year. So I just think, you kind of look at all these factors, and it's a pretty easy choice in my opinion. So, we'll see what happens. You guys are probably the state that's going to decide the election. Yep. So, you tell me, how's the feeling up there?
I think, well, you saw Butler, that's just right outside of Clarion here. You saw 57,000 strong there. Where I'm at in rural Pennsylvania, I mean, I've never seen enthusiasm for politics like this. And I think a big part of it is there's so many people in this area that they just think, politics, who cares? But once they were locked down, I think that people started to realize politics was affecting everyone. So, I see the enthusiasm here in rural Pennsylvania and think that Trump's got it. But, I'm not in Philly and Pittsburgh, so I can't speak to it. The fact that the Post
he's going to get record numbers in rural areas.
Yeah.
But he's going to get killed in the cities, of course, which have just become more and more liberal. And then there's always the big question of what the suburbs are going to do. And of course, the Philly suburbs have been moving left for quite a while, and so it's kind of a numbers game how they add up. We'll see.
Yep.
So Phil, Carlos
Saldivia here.
In closing, how'd you become a Republican? But more importantly, how'd you become a Mets fan?
Well, I grew up in Brooklyn, New York, so we were all Mets fans because of the '80s, and the Mets were good. It was actually kind of like, in retrospect, it's kind of like the worst time to grow up in New York because the Mets were good and the Yankees were bad. So like everyone, we became Mets fans, but then that's literally the only time ever that the Mets were good and the Yankees were bad. So in all the rest of your life, you know what I mean? In all the rest of your life, you're rooting for the team that doesn't get it done. So, it was just time and place for a Mets fan. But, my dad gave me a lot of conservative stuff from her. I had a conservative dad and a liberal mom. So, my brothers both ended up liberal, but for whatever reason, all the stuff my dad gave me to read, Commentary Magazine and Ayn Rand books and stuff like that, I don't know. I guess it's stuff.
Well, as you probably know, or might not even know, Rob Moore is writing Roberto Clemente and the Pirates all the way to the end here. So, Rob, you want to close that here?
Yeah. So I just want to, again, you can see on the screen, everyone that's watching, that's actually Phil Kerpen's Twitter page, which I highly recommend you follow. I'm telling you, the COVID information that I've received there is just phenomenal. And also the president of American Commitment. So check him out there. Phil, thank you so much for being here. I'm supposed to tell you Jim Lau says hi, and hopefully I get to talk to you in the future.
All right, sounds good. Tell him hi back. Have a good one.
All right, we'll see you. Bye.
Thank you, Phil. Thank you, Phil.
So, Carlos, you have an echo. We're going to close that call. You have an echo going on because you're on Zoom and the call, but we could close that, no problem. Let's see here. Closing the call. So I have an update for you, Carlos. Robby Starbuck is able to come on the show now at 12:30. And he's going to call in on the number as well. Can you hear me? You there, Carlos? Oh, I lost Carlos. Okay. Well, that's okay. So, I will be reaching out to him soon. So, as is to be expected with things like this, we have a couple guests shifting around. But, I know Mr. Kerpen's audio, because it was a call-in, wasn't as good as through the microphone or anything like that. But I'm telling you, he is one of the smartest people you will ever listen to. He is fantastic. And he was someone, when I started debate, there were these characters that you looked at that were like, wow, look how smart. If I was 1/10 as smart as some of these people, how good would I be at debate? And Phil Kerpen was one of those people. So, he probably only interacted with me once or twice, but my coach and him were good friends. And a lot of stories that were told, kind of inspiration, because there's not a lot of people that are conservative minded in debate. So when you see someone like that that's so talented and intelligent and really is good at what they're doing, and they're one of the only people that have similar political ideas as you, it's really something that inspired me. So good. I'm glad everyone could hear him. Carlos was echoing there. We'll get that worked out. So one of the guests that we were trying to get on was Robby Starbuck. He wasn't able to respond. He's film director, producer, and has a huge Twitter following. He just responded to me a couple minutes ago that he would be able to do it. So once I get Carlos back, I'll see if we could get the call-in working. I'll probably give him Carlos's number. It's one of the things we had to work around, where someone could call my Google Voice number, but Todd and Carlos can't hear when they call me because it's just through my computer. But if they call Carlos and then Carlos calls me with a three-way call, then we're all able to hear them. So, yeah, I hope you enjoyed that segment with Bill. And again, what he talks about, we just had, I mean, I probably could have talked to him for hours about COVID, but one of the things that I think is important while we're on this subject of COVID to understand is when they talk about how horrible, Biden and Kamala Harris are trying to say that, Trump's responsible for these hundreds of thousands of deaths with COVID, they never talk about what they would have done differently. And like to this day, we can see by the actions they're justifying now, they're not based in science. And you can't hear me? Oh, I'm muted. Sorry, Carlos. Yeah, I'll hook it up here. I'm muted. Can you hear me now, Carlos?
There you go. Yeah,
but yeah, just real quick, just to finish that thought. They never talk about what they're going to do differently. And when you see so many of the people on the left that are advocating for these unscientific positions, like locking down schools, like having these huge lockdowns, that just there's no scientific rationale for why to do that. And we could see the harm that comes with it. It really starts to make you question, well, what would they have done better at the beginning? If they're going to blame Trump for not having a good response, what would they have done differently? And again, keep in mind, as Phil Kerpen told us there, the worst places in the world are in the top three are New Jersey and New York, both ran by Democrats. So if we allowed that party to control the national policy, do we really think it would have been better? But yeah, I thought that was a good guess, Carlos. I was really excited to talk to him.
Yes. I'm glad that he came on, and he is prolific on Twitter, and with respect, not so much with the posting, but with the type of information. And if you saw the stuff that he posted today, it's just damning. He just kills you with data.
Well, that's one of the things he doesn't have. Like, I'm not that type of person. I don't have as much data and things like that. Like, I use other resources to get that data, but I'm more of an opinion person and saying what that data means. Phil can make his argument by showing you the raw data. And then, so I think that he's one of the smartest people that I've ever met. So yeah, I was really excited to have him on. Carlos, what I was trying to tell you is Robby Starbuck can come on at 12:30 now. I know we had filled that slot. I
think that the 12:30 slot is open.
Okay, so then what I want to do is he wants to use a call-in
because
number.
We were going to try to get the speaker on, but he hasn't confirmed yet. And then Todd right now at 11:30 is going on live with the governor or the Secretary of Health. So I'm going to try to see if I can get Dougie McLinko back on, and hold on for a second.
Now, real quick though, Carlos, can I say this?
Yeah.
He wants a call-in number. Can I give him your number? He'll call you, and then you'll call the Google Voice number?
Yes.
So you don't have a problem with me giving him your number?
I don't.
Okay.
Of course not.
Okay. And is your area code? Never mind. I'll just look
570. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah. All right. So I think it's going really well, and we've had some great guests, and I think that people should get something out of the fact that these people are telling you their personal stories. You're getting a little bit of policy, okay? In the last call was a lot of policy, but you're also getting a little bit of the human being and the humaneness of these people that are just regular people that love our country, that want to prosper and want to work and want to have a life for their kids and their families. And they're not interested in going out in the streets and resisting and protesting, and they don't feel that they're racist. And are there people out there that are racist? Yes, but you know something? Here's my experience. You'll know it when you see it. And the wonderful part about dealing with people who are racist is that when you know it and you see it, then you can immediately, right, Rob? You can immediately say, "Oh, thank you very much for letting me know. It cost me nothing to now not have to engage with you or have a relationship with you because you let me know right away that you're a racist and you think this way." You're not going to change these people's minds. The fact that these people are out there rioting and creating, arson and mobbing people, you're not going to convince us. Okay. You're not going to convince us of anything. You're not going to do that. And you're certainly not going to shame us, and you're certainly not going to intimidate most of us. And I think, like I said at the top of last hour, is that there's going to be a reckoning. There's going to be a reckoning, Rob, and I'm a little concerned. Okay, and we joke around the fact that these people shut down a bridge in New York yesterday. Don't be the left. Okay, don't do the things that the left does. Okay, and yeah, we can joke around all the time. Yeah, make them swim. But I think there's a point where the greatest thing that you could do is be your best, do your best, and vote. That's the greatest thing that you can do right now. Don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, get involved in more than just voting. Get involved in your local community and politics. And to your greater point, right, about sort of the demonization of people that are conservative and Republicans. Look, this is the tool of people that can't win the argument. Like, even if I look at my chat from earlier, I just randomly get people that come on and just yell racist and, slurs and things like that at me and you see
they're debating you.
Right. You see when I debate a lot of these people on Twitch and other places that's the tool that they have to resort to. Ad homs, name calling. Understand that we are painted. The reason that they try to paint us as such as ugly characters is because they know that if the American people actually had a fair press and a fair dissemination of information that gave both sides of the argument, the majority of people would identify more with the conservative party and with conservative principles than the radical left that we see. So they have to have total control over the flow of information. And part of that is they have to deplatform you both physically by taking you off places like social media, but also they do so in a way by claiming that you're some sort of monster. So therefore other people that are just don't want to listen to you because they assume that you're a terrible person from the get-go. We do not repay that in kind. Have we ever refused to have left-wing guests on? No. Have we ever resorted to calling them names to shame them so that we couldn't hear their positions? No. Both me and you in our real lives and in doing Pennsylvania Patriot Radio or my show, Normal America, we're open to having dialogue with any side. We don't treat people like monsters because they disagree with us politically. And what you end up seeing more often than not, there are some great people on the left that are willing to discuss the issues with us, but more often than not, it just resorts to people saying, you're a racist, you're a terrible person, you're evil, and discarding all of the arguments we say. For example, take Phil Kerpen that was just on there last. He doesn't sound like an irrational person or someone who's operating out of hate. And nor did he or me or anyone say that we don't believe in, Wendy Bell's live now with competing against us.
She's live now with this guy, Todd Bartlett from Williamsport, Pennsylvania. What a pain in the ass he is.
Look,
but Wendy's going to be joining us at the 12 o'clock hour at noon sharp.
Right.
So,
excellent. How long we have? Half an hour, and then Robby Starbuck after that.
And Robby Starbuck right after her. Yeah. So, tell me, go a little deeper in terms of what your I'm trying to Jason Fitzgerald's calling through right now. What your experience was with respect to debate and Phil and your formative years in coming into debate and how you got started. I'm very interested in hearing how you got started, not only in debate, but what was the spark that made you decide to become a Republican? Because you always haven't been so, and I'm going to give you a second so I can answer Jason's call and let you talk for a second. Is that all right?
Yeah, no problem at all. So I'm just sending a message out here. So for me, how I got involved as a conservative. Carlos, take the screen share off just for a second.
I'm doing it right now. Yep.
How I got involved as a conservative first would, in high school, I would say I was apolitical. I graduated high school in 2002, so my senior year was 9/11. I was like so many other people in the country. I was just upset with what happened at 9/11. I didn't really, I fully accepted everything the government did in response must have been a good idea. And then once I got into college the next couple of years, I kind of looked critically at what I saw going on with the Iraq War. However, I don't know, there was something always instilled in me that I would have called myself closer to a libertarian than a Republican. I still feel I share a lot of those kind of civil liberty minded beliefs. I think that oftentimes I somewhat disagree on the Republican Party when it comes to social issues, so I still feel that way. But I always had this string of kind of liberty, free speech, and if I have to be honest with you, I think that first and foremost, I was a contrarian. I liked disagreeing with people. I liked being the underdog. And what I saw all around me in my life, in academia, in, culture and things like that, was the dominance of the left. And so, the Rob Noor that was young and listened to metal music and punk music was like, yeah, I want to fight against that. Conversely, when I was younger, I fought against what I saw was, from censorship of comic books, music, video games, and things like that I saw coming from the right. So I've always sort of had this anti-authoritarian streak. And in my developing years, the authoritarians seem to be the left or the neocons. And so that's what I kind of push back against. And that's what formed me to what I am. As far as debate, I took a debate course because I like, if we're ready to go, we're good. Yeah.
Yeah, Doug McLinko is going to come on. Let me call you through the number. Okay?
Now, real quick, if he's doing the Google Voice number, make sure you mute your Zoom right now, because every time you talk, there you go. So, yep, I'm ready for him to call in then. But yeah, as we're waiting for the call, I literally took a debate course because I like debate. And for extra credit, I did a debate tournament. And I won it, and then I was sort of hooked. And I always appreciated disagreement. I love it. I love talking to people that disagree with me. I could sit there and yell with my friends about, Pirates versus Yankees, politics, all sorts of things, and still be friends with them. So let me take this call.
Call from
Carlos.
Hey, you there, Carlos?
I am.
Is our guest on with us?
With me is Bradford County Commissioner Doug McLinko. Doug, say hello to everybody.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning, Doug. Great to hear from you.
Hey, Robert. How are you doing, man?
I'm fantastic.
Two of my most favorite people on the planet.
Thank you so much for being here.
Yes. Thank you very, very much. So you had a radio show today, correct?
Yeah, I had one with Steve Bannon on Friday, and I just got off the phone a little bit with Mayor Giuliani here a few minutes ago.
So tell us a little bit about that to begin with.
So I'll tell you how I started, Robert. You'll appreciate this. I want you guys to think, and I know, Robert, I'm sure that you and Carlos and I have talked about this. From time to time, hanging in here in the courthouse, I have the full-size Constitution, not full-size, but a very large one, and Declaration of Independence, along with, by the way, the Ten Commandments and Washington's prayer at Valley Forge. But I will read that Declaration of Independence sometime to see what real men did in times of peril. And one thing stuck out, and I just opened it with Mayor Giuliani, is that we pledge our fortunes, lives, and our sacred honor. And that's obviously in the Declaration of Independence. And when you think about this, how many people in Washington would sign that document? Mayor Giuliani would, General Kelly would, President Trump would, President Trump's family would. I mean, when you look and see what they've done with the dossier, the Russia crap, all these things, these people, they have smeared them. They've tried to knock their honor down. They're trying to break everybody. They bankrupted General Kelly. They bankrupted all these people, and when you look at it, and I'll just tell the story quick if I could. When I was a Trump guy long before it came down the escalator, because I'm sick of Washington. I'm sick of do-nothing Republicans that, just get in line. And so when he announced, I was thrilled. In 2016, 2 weeks before the Iowa primary, I went down to Joe Dugan's South Carolina Tea Party. And I sat with Steve Bannon right there, and he emceed the event, and I listened to Trump talk. And so afterwards, before this is to about 900 people, my truck was parked in a small parking garage across from the hotel, and they held everybody up to cross the street to get the entourage out. So I went up to the second floor, and they're unloading their weapons with 2 snipers to protect what now is the president. And I thought to myself then, I said, my God, he is putting his life on the line for this country. So the interview went terrific. I thanked him for all he's doing. He got into the suppression of information, the squelching of the First Amendment, which should frighten every party there is, anybody in this country, what they're doing, mainstream media and social media. And he was a terrific interview, and we talked about, I said there's an army of Biden's got an army of lawyers ready to go, and he assured us they do as well. So it was a terrific interview, and Rudy's they tried to make him look like a goof and tried to ruin his honor. With this, I can't stand the cancel culture. It's really the politics of personal destruction. So anyway, it was a great interview.
That's awesome. So again, we're with Bradford County Commissioner Doug McLinko. I met Doug running for the District 12 special election. I think I have some talent and some ideas for politics, but I know nothing of the gamesmanship of running for office. And Doug is one of the people that I think helped me most by treating me as an equal and sitting down and talking to me about issues. And I think that you were my absolute favorite person that I met in running for and doing that run. So I thank you for that. And tell us about.
What about me?
Well, I mean, Carlos. I said favorite people, not most annoying people. But no, I'm just kidding. I met Carlos through that process as well. And tell us a little about what you do. I think one of the things that you do, Doug, better than almost anyone I know, it's trying to bring people together of different backgrounds. Every year you host at your home the Rally at the Rock, where you bring conservatives all across the state to be able to not just celebrate conservatism, but also have a great time. So tell us a little about your efforts in that.
Well, Robert, I appreciate that. You were my favorite. You and Kevin from down in Clinton. I mean, you just stood out because you know why? You stand on the solid, and it's Rally on the Rock. It's the solid rock of Jesus Christ, the solid rock of our Constitution. And being a conservative is it's pretty easy to be a campaign conservative, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm a conservative, this and that. But when the bullets start flying, it's a lonely place to be when you take that conservative stand. Google me up. I've been called everything. We've taken stands up here for energy. We've taken stands against our own party, not county party. I love our county party. It's all patriots. But state party, we've taken them on. So, yeah, I mean, and when we ran, it was for the conferee process. And Carlos, I met you in the conferee, but Carlos knew me when I primaried a sitting congressman. And we did it because we weren't happy. And, very few people will primary a sitting congressman. This particular one is the first one to endorse him publicly as an elected official in the primary, and we weren't happy. And so, along with about 15 county commissioners and a bunch of county chairmen, we primary him. And I say that because we have a team. Carlos, Bob, Robert, I know you, but Carlos knows the team. These people are patriots. They're unafraid, and they got backbone, and that's what we do. And so, we beat to a little bit different drum. I supported Trump because I wanted Washington blown up. Yep. I cannot stand, politics down there. And I'll be honest with you, when I primaried, when we ran in that primary, I learned so much, and I love primary. I love the 10th, love the 12th. I love people. But in a conversation of 30 seconds, I can tell if anybody's ever served at the local level. And that's where America's run, is at the local level. That's what I love about Mayor Giuliani. Although it's the hugest city in America and then one in the world, he gets it. And a lot of people that start out as a state rep or a congressman, they do not get it. They don't get it. And you can't talk to them about issues of poor people or issues of, and that's everyone, of creeks and the struggles of our seniors and the taxation that, quite frankly, has made subsidized senior living one of the hottest properties in Pennsylvania because of property taxes. So, yes, I love to bring people together, all people, not just, and, here's something to think about, and I'll stop talking. Trump gets reelected. We have to find that inspirational leader that is going to cross the barriers, go into the inner cities, go into minorities, understand immigration. Carlos, you know this. Robert, I think you met my wife.
Yep.
She is, I met her in Towanda, but this is the second time I sponsored a family years ago in immigration. I sponsored my wife in immigration. And I'm going to tell you something. It's broken, folks. This nonsense of the Democrats, Republican pushing back and forth, broken. You can't. I finally heard someone actually use the multiplier of probably 150 million people out of the workforce since Roe versus Wade. Do the math.
Yeah.
And then let people, and one of the reasons we took on a sitting congressman, do the math of fentanyl and overdoses and what China, communist China, is doing to our people. You can't eliminate that many people off the planet and wonder why you have nobody to be in the workforce. It's broken. We need to fix it. So I know I ramble a lot, but I'm pretty passionate about what we do.
Great.
That's why we have you on. Miss Melinda walked in and says hello, but talk to us a little bit about how you became a Republican. Tell us about your Republicanism and what was the inciting incident?
So my dad, and by the way, I think he had Congressman User on today.
Yeah, later. Yep.
He's scheduled. Later.
I love that guy.
Yep.
We're like brothers. And I'll tell you, someday, when we're off, and he comes to the rally every year,
Yep.
and there is a true patriot. I've got to be honest. I love Dan. He's loved in Bradford County. But my dad was one of the. I grew up in a federal home, and because back then you couldn't get state news much in Bradford County. We have a lot of papers and media up here. There's just not a lot that were interested in state. But my dad particularly could understand foreign policy back in the 60s. And Robert, you're not that old enough, but if anybody that, I was a little kid in the 60s, but we had 3 stations, right? And a couple of others. My dad was a Ronald Reagan supporter before he ran for governor. So that's where I grew up. And I became a love for Ronald Reagan and for his backbone and his strength. And that was the inspiration, for me. And that's why I get so tired of, and I'll just share this with you and stop talking, but we had a congressman come through, good guy and everything, all that was this was a while ago, and he was giving me his Republican talking points, which I hate. And he said, I'm pro Second Amendment, I'm pro-life. And I stopped him. I said, what makes you pro-life? And the guy couldn't answer me. You know why? Because he had no answer. Right. That's where I realized that, look, as county committee people, elected people are just interested. Hold elected people to feet to the fire and people running for office. What makes you conservative? What stance have you taken? Show me where you've been threatened. Show me where you've been smeared. Show me where you stood to stand or fought to fight. What have you done for pro-life? You just say you're pro-life. You get your wallet out. So there's a lot of issues. So that's the bedrock that I was. My dad, the toughest guy I ever knew, and that's where I started anyway.
Yeah, and I think
I wanted to let.
Oh, go ahead, Carlos, if you have something.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Rob.
Yeah, I was just going to say real quick, like on that level, like you're one of the people that I really feel comfortable asking this. I deal with a lot of people around my area that would be conservatives, that would be Republicans, but they just feel apolitical. And when they know I'm in politics, one of the things that I'm routinely asked is, look, this area is red, rural Pennsylvania, it's red, but oftentimes we feel like, what good's that doing us? We're still locked down. We still see our rights being stripped away. We still see that we're basically being treated as flyover country. So what do you say to those people that ask, like, well, what are the elected officials kind of doing on a day-to-day basis to help the average person in our communities?
Well, first of all, Robert, that's a terrific question. Second of all, you got to ask yourself what elected officials. Again, I go back to this. Like in Northeast PA, Carlos, I know you know this. We've talked about it. We have the gas industry. I'm a huge I work all over the country with natural gas and other, conventional, non-conventional shale energies, all that. So, but we have one company stealing everybody's money up here. Most of them are 10 acres or under. Most parcels in our county out of 36,000 are 1 acre. What does state legislature do? Nothing. Excuses. We can't change. They've done 3 different acts to attack landowners. So what people have to ask themselves, first of all, again, what elected officials, they got backbone? Are they going to fight? Are they Rudy Giuliani? Are they General Kelly? Are they Donald Trump? Are they anything near there? Or are they the guy that's going to say what he needs to, get along, take his marching orders from the party elite? Is that who it is? Because you That's the problem we're in. You know, that's why 4 years from now, who's going to grab that? Who's going to grab that the baton from Donald Trump and be that inspiration, be that fighter, not worried about what people write about him? Because at the end of the day, there are very, very few people in elected office that are that tough. Very few.
So,
Carlos,
Rob,
you've seen the mailers put out on me, right? But you know what? They call me basically a bum. I never even had a speeding ticket. Yet that's what happens when I run. I'll continue to do it, and I'm not afraid of it, and I'm not afraid of getting smeared. And look, I got a lot of imperfections, but I'll tell you one thing. You know, my dad would kick my hind end if I ever caved. In our county, you know, just don't talk about being less taxes and less government. No, we've cut government by 15%. We're down 140 employees since the day I took office. We've eliminated our taxes. We've cut our taxes. We've done what it takes up here as a team, as a Republican team, which are committee people. That doesn't mean it's all elected people, but they're the ones you got to seek out. So, Robert, that's a tough answer to that question.
Yeah.
Well, and the reason why it's been successful is because you do have a team. I mean, that's why the rallies at the Rock is so successful. It's because of that team. But I should tell our Republican viewers right now is that one of the most important things with respect to how I got to know you and how I got to meet you is that you here's the thing about Doug McLinko. He always shows up.
Yep.
No matter where you go, he always shows up. I met you because you showed up to the Republican picnics and to the fall dinner and and to the Lincoln Day dinner, and you kept showing up and showing up and showing up to events and showing up and you know, when Tony Massaro ran for commissioner, you showed up and you show up and you know who else? Dan Muser. He shows up and Dan doesn't live as close as you do to us. I know you're an hour and a half away, but you know, that's
do you know why I show up, Carlos?
Because you show up.
Do you know why I show up? Because you guys, you know, there's so many people that I can connect with, and that, you know, I don't show up to get my picture taken. Like, you know, right now we're in such a culture, especially out of Harrisburg, where if you get your lawn cut before it rains, we're right there with a citation in the paper to get your picture taken.
Right.
That's not why I come to hang out with you. What do we do after the rally on the Rock? We're sitting around smoking cigars.
Yep.
It's an alcohol-free event, but we're sitting around smoking cigars. We're enjoying each other. You know, Robert, you were there late because we're like-minded thinking people. And
for the last 7 years, it's always been me, you, Fitzgerald, McLinko, Danny, Dan Muser, your party chair, Stangy.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it's like the usual warriors, you know. Right. And you gotta love it. You gotta love it. And that's why, you know, you're there afterwards when everyone's gone and everyone's cleaned up. We're still sitting there because we care about this country. We love our country. You know, it's not, we're not Republicans first, we're Americans first. And
correct.
And that's just because we care and we love it.
So Carlos and Robert, you both were part of the conferee process and what was the 10th and became the 12th, because they redistrict us right into stupidity right in the middle of all that.
Right.
So what was the one thing that happened? If you remember, who was the person that had their political surrogate in the room saying anybody but McLinko, we don't want the Freedom Caucus types? Who did that? We don't want them in Pennsylvania. Freedom Caucus types, the Jim Jordans, the Devin Nunez's, the warriors for the people.
Yeah.
Who did it? You know who did it?
Because they're afraid that anybody but the establishment
That's right.
is the only thing. And listen, one of the reasons why we're doing the rally today is because your voice is important, and your voice is important because we need to get a president elected. So what is the one core thing that you love about him most?
Love about Trump?
Yeah.
Oh, are you kidding me? The guy's tough. My dad, he's only second toughest. My dad had open heart surgery. And just tell you how tough he is. And when he told me I got to go back like a week later, a couple of days, and get my driver's license. So I took him to the doctor. Doctor said, Bob, we can't. His name's Robert too, Robert. He said, we can't give your driver's license back. He said, why? He said, because of the pain medication. He walked out with his driver's license. Guy never took any. Donald Trump is that tough. Whoever thought the swamp was as deep and as murky and as rotten as it is, and this guy just doesn't bother him. He just keeps. And you know what? I'll tell you one thing. After tomorrow, he's reelected. I'll tell you, there's going to be a clean in the House in Washington that nobody's ever seen before.
Yeah,
right, because he's already in, right, Robert? He's already in. There's nothing that's going to stop him, and there's going to be a reckoning.
Right, I agree with that. And I wanted to say real quick, like when you were talking about Doug and Dan and others that are showing up all the time, what greater inspiration is that than the leader of our country, Donald Trump? Look at the energy he's putting in to show up. We talked, to Joe Stearns talking about at the rally there in Minnesota the other day. They had overflow crowd that they wouldn't allow in. So what did Trump do? The president of the United States, who'd already been to 3 rallies that day, goes outside to personally talk with the overflow crowd. There is something special when the people that are leading you, when they actually talk and when they actually treat the average citizen as a contemporary, as opposed to what we see so often with politicians where they only show up when there's a photo up and, they speak down to everyone. That's what the Democratic Party this time represents to me. And that's one of the big things I love about Trump.
So just, my wife is from Kenya. I met her here in Tawanda. She's Carlos and Robert. I think you both met her.
Yep.
And her father's is what would be a senator in Kenya. Her cousin is in Parliament over there. He's a member of Parliament. These people all watch this country. Watch it. I just took a Swedish film crew around because of this stupid statement by Joe Biden about, killing fracking, which is the new Green Deal is another idiotic, a mess. That these people got these great big sheepskins on their wall and don't even know enough to where the hell their electric comes from. But I took them around. Sweden watches this. The world watches us, and we've got this clown show going on with Joe Biden lying. Who is he kidding when he's lying? And Trump, God love him. How many times has he been wrong when everybody smeared him and called him names? Wasn't wrong about the spying. Wasn't wrong about the dossier. Wasn't wrong about Hillary Clinton. Wasn't wrong about the Bidens. The Bidens is troubling, though. The CCP is unbelievable what they've unleashed on this country.
Rob?
Yeah, so on that note, again, at the rally on the Rock that we attended, we had General Spalding and a special call-in from Steve Bannon, who you were working with today as well. And Steve talked a lot about the dangers of China and about just how much they're using things like 5G, intellectual property theft, trying to infiltrate our academic and political circles. After that, we now hear of these troubling allegations of the Biden family working with the CCP to personally enrich themselves. Is that an issue that concerns you going forward, that we could have a president of the United States that is basically allied with our biggest adversary, the communist government of China?
So my great uncle, Peter McLinko, and he was this. I was born quite a while after the Korean War. He left Temple, joined the army, went to Korea, got captured. And he was marched north. It was not by Mother Mary's Sisters of the Poor. It was by Communist China. My uncle never came home. As my dad said, he lays in the mud up there in North Korea. So we have watched Communist China our whole lives. My great-grandmother died well in her 90s waiting for her son Peter to come home. I mean, I grew up with that. But when you look at all the Gold Star families and the people at POW and people that have been taken hostage and people that, in Vietnam. So I have no respect for Communist China. Communist people, according to Steve Bannon, because his, War Room thing is on a podcast on YouTube each day, is translated into Mandarin and is blown through a firewall into Communist China. Wow. And I wonder how Steve stays alive, to be honest with you. Him and General Spalding are the top 2 guys hated by the Communist Chinese Party. But they just don't want to eat our lunch and want to rule the world. And at the rally on the Rock, you heard for the first time, people were treated to an Oval Office discussion on both technology and the virus. But you heard that they intentionally infected people and sent them around the world. And something that Donald Trump never says, you guys, and I heard the vice president say it, when he stopped travel from China, there are only 5 cases in the United States. Why doesn't he continually? So I asked Steve Bannon that. And Steve goes, well, I can give you the dates. It's like, no, people don't care about that. 5 people says it all. 5 infected people, and he shuts down the travel
from China. Yeah.
So you know what? That sometimes these guys get all these sheepskins and degrees. They don't realize that common people just want to be talked to very plain.
Well, and I find it very troubling that we could see, regardless of where you stand politically, Republican, Democrat, you could see that it is the objective truth that the reason this virus got so out of hand, whether it be through malfeasance or just ignorance and stupidity of the Chinese government, I think we all know it's malfeasance, but it was China that was responsible for this. Yet we see Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are more willing to accuse Trump of these deaths. They won't say word one about China being bad. All they did in the debates was criticize Trump. Oh, you're too harsh on China. They wouldn't even call China our enemy. And so now it makes sense.
Why, huh?
Well, because now we know, right? Because China had a good financial investment buying the Biden family off. It worked out for them, I guess, right?
How about throwing that Governor Wolf into that mix too? Yeah. About not blaming the CCP.
Yeah.
And the other thing, one of the components that we do here in Northeast PA and Southwest PA is natural gas and our energy independence. Russia only has oil and gas. That's their economy. If you remember when George Bush, when he never did anything about it, but Russia put the tanks down in Georgia on the pipeline and went over to France to protect it. That's how much it means to them. Mm-hmm. They're willing to go to war for it. And energy independence hits China. And the Middle Eastern terrorists are not funded by the Jihad Jelly of the Month Club dues. They're financed by Middle Eastern energy. And here we have a patriotic component of what we can do. And this new Green Deal is a joke. These people I think they're treasonous. And so, but guess what, you guys? Tell me what Republican other than Dan Muser is like. I love the guy. So this is not him. Name me one that takes the stand down in Washington. Name me one that's willing to go and stand alongside that president, not worry what the liberal press says. How many can you come up with?
I hear you. And it's something like, I know we are, do not get me wrong and do not get this show wrong. We are totally focused on the battle ahead of us tomorrow and electing every single Republican and particularly Donald Trump that we can. But you're absolutely right that we need to have conversations to make sure, just because, don't get me wrong, the Republicans are infinitely preferable to any of the Democrats running. But I do think you're right, Doug. We need to focus on these people that we elect in our party as well. We need to make sure that they're fighters, that they're pushing for what's best for the citizens of the constituents that they represent. So I think you're absolutely right about that.
So back on the post-production cost was Tony Mazzara, is my buddy. I love Tony to death. He understands this. Garth Everett was a warrior on this. But very few in the House, if any, on the stealing an untaxed property of untaxed revenue going out of our country and out of our state. I had somebody knock on my door, so I lost my phone.
No problem.
But I know. But so at any rate, there's nobody stood up for us. Nobody's standing up for the property. You don't stand up for private property rights. Who the hell are you going to stand up for? So,
yeah. Carlos?
The Congressman Muser just texted me, and he's probably going to come on after the rally in Scranton. He just got there. So we'll be talking to him after the rally.
Awesome. And
I told him that Commissioner McLinko was singing his praises, so he just gave me the smiley faces on that.
Let me just tell you about Dan. Let me just tell you what kind of guy this guy is. As you know, he was in one of the dirtiest elections when he ran for Congress. Inevitably would have been against Chris Carney. And Dan got the Club for Growth came in and just was so unfair to him. And he was not successful then. But guess what? Dan never went away. Most people, if they're not successful, they go away, right? Dan didn't go away. Robert, you're right here on this call today. Dan never went away. He served as our Secretary of Revenue for Pennsylvania under Corbett. He got elected to Congress. God bless that man. And that's the kind of people you need they just don't get, they're not successful. Next thing you don't hear from them. How many people you hear from in that conferee process, Robert?
I know exactly what you mean. And
how many people are out there fighting, huh?
Right. Like I hear from you, I hear from Carlos. And then when I'm around that area, Dan's one of the people that come around. Let me, just to give the audience an idea, Dan Muser's a congressman. He's working in the same halls of Lincoln, Jefferson, right? He's working in Washington, D.C. I'll bet you if you went to an event where Dan Muser was there, you couldn't pick out who the congressman was. Because he is a regular person. He will come up and talk. When I first talked to Dan, I had no idea who he was. We sit there talking politics for 10 minutes, and then he left, and Carlos is like, you know who that was? That's Representative Muser. I had no idea because he's approachable. The same thing I could say of you, Doug, where you could talk. That's what I want in my elected officials. Both of you have the idea that you are there to serve the community. It's not a guaranteed job for you or an income source. You're there to serve people, and you are one of those people. And both with you and Dan, that's what I really appreciate is you don't think, oh, I'm an elected officer, so I'm somehow better than people. You are one of the people. And I can say that highly about you and Dan, that it's one of the highest compliments I could give to someone in politics.
No, I appreciate it. And I know you're right on the money with Dan. I've known this guy for a long time. He never ceases to amaze me on how down to earth he is, how he cares for everyone, and he's been there. Like I said, years and years and years ago, man, that guy never went away, and he stayed and fought, and I'm glad he's in Washington. And there's a knock it. There's other great congressmen and stuff, but I just happen to, he stays at my house and just really close to him. And the reason I'm close to him is because I love the guy, because of who he is, and that's why we become friends, right?
Yeah. So, are we good till noon? Is that how long we have the commissioner here?
The commissioner said that he was going to give us 15 minutes.
Oh, well, we're way over.
and we're way over that. Yeah. But Congressman Muser said that he could give us 10 minutes right now or after 4:30. I told him that we didn't want to give him short shrift. And he's a congressman now. So we'll give him his full time at 4:30.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
So, I wanted to find out from you, Rob. Commissioner. What's happening in Bradford County that you're excited about right now? What's the one thing that you're most excited about?
I'm excited about this election, man. I'm telling you. First of all, I love, as you know, you've come up to our county. I've gone down to your county. There are Republican committee people I just can't wait to see because they're warriors for the people. And we've got them up here. Dick Harris, Eric Matthews, you know them all. Daryl Miller, my colleague here. They're just wonderful people. And I love our county. I actually love the whole Northeast PA. And because I've got so many friends over the years that I've got to know who are the real deal. So up here, I'm excited about the election. I'm excited about everything. I'm excited about Bannon and Mayor Giuliani coming and giving us some, and General Spalding. If anybody doesn't know what General Spalding is, go read his book. His book is Stealth War. He was a general in the Air Force, retired. He flew stealth fighters. Read that book is a good read. You'll never put it down. Stealth War, General Robert Spalding, and you can get right up to Communist China 101.
Yeah,
and I'm trying to get a hold of him for him to come on today. So I'll talk to you after you get off.
Yeah, I was going to say, in line with that, talking about some of the great people that I've met, again, through being generously welcomed to the Rally and the Rock at your place, but I think that one of the questions I want to ask you is, can you tell the audience, some of the people that are the strongest fighters for this country, they have no political background whatsoever. They're just people working 9-to-5 jobs. I've met them in Bradford County. I've met them in Lycoming and Clarion and all these other counties. So can you tell the people the importance of getting involved, even if you feel like, well, maybe politics isn't for me, or I have to know someone to get involved? That's not really the case, right? Some of the most powerful people could just be average, everyday people.
The best powerful people are average, everyday people. Look at Ronald Reagan. And that's what the Rally on the Rock is all about, isn't it, guys? We do is we raise the money for it, we put in our own and everything. Your listeners can mark this down. It's the first Sunday after the 4th of July. We had to move it this year, and it's a free event. And that's why we do it. We want people to come in. We want to, it actually should be redneck rally at the Rock, just to be honest with you. I mean, we have four-wheeler shuttle service. We have shooting range. The sheriff barbecues. We have country music. We have great speakers, great camaraderie. Everything is free, and that's why we do it. And you know that, Carlos, because we do it.
But the most important thing isn't about that it's free. The most important thing is that if you go there and you are a serious citizen, you have access to the entire party apparatus.
Yes.
They're all there, and they're all approachable. All of them.
Mm-hmm. And we do that because, to be a county committee person, to get involved costs nothing. It costs absolutely nothing. 10 votes and you're in, what have you, in your precinct or your township or what have you. But we do that. Why it's free is because a lot of these people can't afford $50 dinners every weekend. So it's a way to say, okay, you know what, elected people, we're giving back to the people that pound signs, stand at the polls, write letters to the editor, are there to pick us up, we're getting beat up or what have you. And that's what it's all about. But to people want to get involved, I tell them it costs nothing. It's what you make of it. And you're right, Carlos, you got access to gubernatorial candidates, to governors, heck, to presidents now that travel.
Well, and I think one of the greatest things about it that struck me, keep in mind, I'm an outsider, so I got involved. I didn't have any connections, and everyone welcomed me with open arms. And one of the first things that struck me was how much fun everyone's having, how approachable everyone is. And when you juxtapose that to when I was in academia and doing events that were predominantly, extreme left-wing people, everyone's miserable at them. And I said, I'm like, if people could see, we're actually the party of fun. We're easygoing. We're joking. You have a shooting range set up there. You have bands that come. You have a DJ that's playing. Everyone's having a great time. And it doesn't feel like a stuffy event. Like, I think we unfairly have the media that tries to portray conservatives as just, people wearing suits and ties and all stuffy. That's not, it's the exact opposite of that. People from all walks of life are there. Everyone enjoying themselves.
So, but who's the number one? Who's the number one guest at Rally on the Rock? It's the number one person in this country that we better look back to, and that's God.
Right.
And that's when I went down to there was something special happened at inauguration when 17 when Donald Trump took office, and I was there. God was there. It was wonderful. Just a real quick story. There's 4 ladies that come from Wayne County. Gloria is one of them, and they're not spring chickens, but they're young at heart, and they go down and Jeff Bartos brought his Israeli bulldog, a semi-automatic, went down to the rifle range, and those ladies went down and shot that. That's how much fun everybody can have, and it is a hoot. Yep. It is camaraderie. It's seeing our friends all the way across the Northeast, and but it's about bringing our Republican Party back to the people. Back to understanding that immigration. Build a wall, make it legal. My wife could give a seminar on it, so could I. We could talk about all the pitfalls, why immigration is important, why guest worker programs are important, but legal, but why we need to tackle it as Republicans, why the Second Amendment is important, why the First Amendment is important. But, totally. What, I appreciate what you guys are doing today, and I hope you do it often. It should not be done just once in a while. And you know what, we really need to make sure that who says they're conservative is conservative, who says they're pro-life is pro-life, and not just campaign conservative and campaign pro-life.
Carlos?
Rob?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I totally agree. I think that's a very important message. And, I think that one of the things we're starting to see is when you talk about immigration specifically, I thought one of the best speeches I've heard about how great this country is one of the people that spoke there at the Rock. I can't remember his name, but he was an immigrant, I believe, from Africa. And that speech he gave was just so inspiring to hear someone that comes from a different area of the world that has wished and, wanted to come to the United States and to come here and view everyone as brothers. Like when you see that inspiration from people that are like, yeah, that's what makes this country so great. that someone like that comes and immediately is like, I want to do my part to help this country because it's the greatest country in the history of the world. That was really inspiring to me.
So who they are is Guthrie, Robert Packer Hospitals. They're their largest. They got about 5,000 employees. They're our largest employer here up in Sayre, and they're in the southern tier of New York as well. There's a nursing shortage, so they work with a company that brings in nurses from all over the world. My wife being from Kenya, they asked her to mentor Kenyan nurses that they brought in. Terrific, hardworking people. That's where he came from. But when you stop and think about, I just look at all the shortage of employees everywhere. And you know what? If somebody wants to come and be drug and alcohol free into our country, and they want to be a good citizen, and they're going to do it legally, it shouldn't cost tens of thousands of dollars to do it. We've got a problem here. We've got to address it. Thus drives a lot of people to illegal immigration. I don't believe in amnesty whatsoever. My wife came. She came legally, and it was expensive, and it was not easy. Mm-hmm. But it should be. We really need to look at it and make sure we treat everybody fair, whether you're a ditch digger or whether you're a neurosurgeon. We need people, and they should be welcome. But yeah. So I know that's a little bit different message you're going to hear from a lot of Republicans, but I've lived it. I've seen it. And it's when you see people that get sworn in as citizens and they fall to the ground crying, and I've seen it. Guess what? It really makes you stop and think about what we have as a country and what we're witnessing right before our eyes, the attempt to change our country.
Well, oftentimes I think go ahead, Carlos. Yeah, sorry.
We're 3 minutes out of Wendy Bell, so I want to thank you very much for coming on,
Thank you for having me.
And I look forward to talking to you again on our regular show. And make sure you get out to vote tomorrow. I know you'll be around. Robert?
Yeah, thank you so
I love
much.
you guys. Thank you for having me on.
All right, thanks so much.
Fantastic.
We'll talk to you soon.
All right. Yep. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Excellent. I always enjoy talking to Doug. For those of you out there listening, like Doug is, let me, 1 second so Carlos could hear me. I'll change my Zoom. I was just saying, Carlos, I always enjoy talking to Doug. I truly mean, like, me and Doug have argued about certain political positions and things like that, but he's very approachable. And I think that he is what we need more politicians of, that is in the foundational document of our country, the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, the Declaration of Independence. He takes that very seriously. And as a result, I think he's very knowledgeable of these positions. And, I think that he's one of the most approachable people. I'm very thankful that I met him and Carlos and others connected to them. So, yeah, that really helped me get a foray into, starting into politics. So, Carlos, right now, yeah, can you hear me?
Yep. We should be having Wendy zoom in at any minute.
Okay.
So
excellent.
I'm waiting to see me.
Do you want to, let me ask you this, before Wendy comes on, almost everyone that's watching us from Pennsylvania knows who Wendy Bell is. And I know we'll introduce her a little, but do you want to talk about just the importance of who she is and kind of what's been going on with her? How she's kind of basically a canary in the coal mine when it comes to conservative media people and how they're treated?
Well, she is a broadcaster, multiple Emmy winner. She used to do television as a reporter, and then I believe she got fired from there because, her commentary. And then she went on the radio, and, she's conservative and she loves her country.
Yep.
And she says things like, Robert Knorr is a good American. And, it sounds like trite, but you don't understand. She means Robert Knorr is a good American. And so she does her radio show. And this is how she does promos, okay? Robert Knorr sells life insurance. You need life insurance. And life insurance is good. But Robert Knorr is a very good man, and I trust him. Call Robert Knorr if you need life insurance. It's just American, and it's real. It's her talking directly to you. And, you know, there's a reason why there's like hundreds of thousands of people that follow her
Right.
on social media and why she's popular. And, you know.
And if I could just say, just real quick, Todd's going to be joining us, so he might be with her. I just want to let you know, be looking at your phone at 12:28. That's when Robby Starbuck's going to call you. Then, so right at the end of, just so you know, 12:28, he said he'll call.
Right.
You there, Todd?
I'm back, guys.
How'd it go?
Ready.
And our noon guest should be dialing in any moment.
Awesome.
Okay. I didn't see it.
Early?
What's that?
Did you happen to catch the Department of Health press conference that just ended early?
I couldn't see it. I'm sorry, I couldn't see it. I was looking for it, but I couldn't see it. I'm sure that the secretary was talking about granularity. No?
So I think
there was no granularity today. And in fact, the press conference ended and quite curtly, as a matter of fact.
All right, Wendy is in the queue. Why don't you introduce the great Wendy Bell?
So it's let me see if I can do this on camera.
There he is.
There you go.
Honor that we welcome the great Wendy Bell to our 24-hour virtual Trump rally. Wendy, good afternoon.
Oh, so nice to be with you. Can you hear me okay?
Great.
Perfectly.
Awesome. Oh, I cannot believe how you blew the lid off of this today, Todd. This is huge. I'll be very interested to see if any of the other media outlets pick anything like this up, because this is this is so ridiculous, but it's not, right? I cannot believe how absolutely corrupt the government is. It's so astonishingly disappointing. Am I the only one who thinks this?
No. Rob Nord, by the way, but totally agree with you. By the way, big fan. I probably shouldn't gush before, but thanks for coming on.
Aww.
Well, in that vein, when we see the corruption of the government, what about, you mentioned you'll be interested to see if the rest of the media covers it. With someone who's been involved in media, like, look what they're burying with the Biden story with the Ukraine. Do you think they'll cover something like this with Tom Wolf?
No. Where the heck are they? What are you doing? And I was just talking to Todd before we went on the air here, and he was telling me, like, one of the media outlets there was there to talk about the sign language person during the what? Who gives a fat hill of beans about that? Are you insane? I mean, it's almost as preposterous as CNN right now getting Anderson Cooper has his undies in a bunch because apparently the FBI is now investigating intimidation in San Antonio as a bunch of Trump supporters helped drive the Joe Biden bus out of their town. They weren't doing anything. They allege, the Biden campaign alleges that there was intimidation and that they were being run off the road. I'm like, where's your outrage over what's going on in cities all across America with Antifa and Black Lives Matter? What kind of priorities do we have in the media? They're dead. I'm telling you, it's dead.
Well, if only Trump supporters would start burning down cities and physically assaulting people that disagreed with them politically, then Anderson Cooper would call that a peaceful protest. But, you know, if you actually are peacefully protesting, now Anderson Cooper is very upset.
Yes. Well, in the hypocrisy day after day after day. I mean, to think about what we know factually about Hunter Biden, about Joe Biden, about the Biden family syndicate, that NPR decided, there's no there. I'm like, wait, you're going to go into Christine Blasey Ford's freaking high school or college yearbook with detail and, like, you know, a fingerprint expert, but you're not going to look at a hard drive that's right there and has everything for you. Are you mad? Mm-hmm. No, you're just corrupt.
Yeah, and notice how their story changed on that.
Got a heads
go
up.
ahead, Doug.
I just got a heads up that the traffic to the website has now crashed the website.
Right? My phone's blowing up.
On this story.
Yeah, my phone's blowing up for having you on my show. Absolutely. And as it should be.
Yeah, thanks, Wendy. Really appreciate it. Thanks, Wendy. Appreciate it.
Wendy, Carlos Saldivia here from Williamsport, Pennsylvania. Thank you very much for being on the show. Also a huge fan. Can you just take 2 minutes and give us the roadmap of how you got here, where you started? I know you're a multiple Emmy winner, television and radio and stuff, but give us the 2 minutes from the beginning of your broadcasting career and how you got here and all the roadblocks that you had, so you could let people understand that it's just not easy. It's just no one helped you. You did this all by yourself.
Oh, well, I mean, I think the reality is when I was going up through the ranks of broadcasting, and I started, on national TV, and then I went to St. Louis, and then I came here to Pittsburgh to be with my husband. When you are brought up in the whole realm of you do what's right and you're objective and you care about facts and truth and data and you're honest and you don't share your private opinion about things, right, on the news, and then you see what's going on. So I was fired from my job after winning 21 Emmy Awards in Pennsylvania for my reporting. I'd love to say it's because I'm such a great reporter. It's not the case. It's that there are so many great stories to tell that aren't being told anymore. It's just blood and guts. And as Rush Limbaugh says, the drive-by, right? So I got fired from my job after a family of six of my Black neighbors, a mile and a half from where my 5 sons and husband and I live, and a stone's throw, like a 9-iron from the TV station where I was, were hosed down execution style with an AK-47 at a backyard barbecue. And as I'm sitting there, I'm shell-shocked reading this news, and my African-American co-anchor sitting next to me is completely unfazed. He's putting on his makeup and he's straightening his tie, and I've got tears streaming down my face thinking, what in the hell is wrong with society? Why aren't we outraged by every Black person who's shot in the back of the head when they get off the school bus? That happened 2 blocks from my house, too. I'm so tired of being the only one who's so upset about just the lack of authenticity when we have these Democrat mayors and governors who pretend that they give a fat crap about people, but they don't, and fail them. So I spent several years not being employed. I kind of stumbled into a job on radio and was fired from that after a year on my own for having the audacity to suggest that protesters threatening to scale down the face of Mount Rushmore ought to be taken out by rangers, at a national monument. Oh my gosh, you're inciting violence, chaos. You're fired. Okay. If we're not going to have honest conversations, so I started my own thing, and all my advertisers joined me, and who knew what it was like to be self-employed and making money.
Well, here's the thing. Like, you and Todd are 2 of the scariest things to liberals. And the reason is because they are so used to having the media just be a propaganda arm for them. They don't know how to deal with actual journalists reporting actual facts. That's why you have to be targeted. Todd has similarly been targeted, and I think that it's a shame. It's no wonder that we have such a corrupt media when any of the few good ones that try to go out there, they get targeted, they get fired, or they get attacked, and not enough people speak up. So, yeah, I thank you for your real reporting, and I'm not surprised they came after you.
Right. Well, I had cleaned my desk out 6 weeks before I had gotten fired from the radio job, because you could tell the knives were out. And before I even took the radio job, I said to the guy in charge at the radio station, I said, are you sure you want to do this? Because they will come for me. I am the only conservative voice in Pittsburgh, the only one. And I'm a female, which makes it even more egregious to those on the left who say they're all about Me Too. Bullcrap. They're not, because if you're conservative and you're a woman, you're the enemy, and they come for you. And I told the guy that. I'm like, look, they're going to come, and you either are going to be able to buckle down and get through it, or you're going to cave. Well, we know how that worked out.
Your thoughts on the Pittsburgh paper endorsing the president of the United States?
Could you have a more wishy-washy, mealy-mouthed, walk both sides of the fence editorial board than the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette?
Wendy, right? I just love you.
It's such a joke. How about somebody has a cell and says, you know what, Donald Trump does what's right for America. You don't like him. You don't like his makeup. You don't like his hair. You don't like his nicknames. You don't like his tweets. Shut up. It's not about you. It's about the country. And he's saving the country from the depths of communism, socialism, Marxism, you name it. And that's a fact. So I think that the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette editorial board showed themselves, they showed their true colors as being namby-pamby. We don't want to piss off everybody, just a couple people. And in so doing, people like me say, you're so full of it, and you're even more irrelevant as a newspaper than I'd long suggested.
Well, and this comes part and parcel with allowing the left to control the narrative. It seems like so many people have to couch their, well, I'm defending Republicans or I'm defending conservatives or Trump, but I understand. Like, what happened to going on the offense? What happened to be proud of this country being the greatest country
How about
in the
I love
history?
America?
Right.
Yes.
Like, I feel like to even stand up and say, I love this country, I think this idea that it's a systemically racist country is garbage. It seems like everyone that wants to say that has to be like, well, but I understand this. No, it's the greatest country in the history of the world, and I'm unashamed to say it.
Right. Well, it's like the University of Pittsburgh, making all freshmen starting this year take it was a 1 hour, not even a pass fail class on racism. So that's like the Post-Gazette's namby-pamby editorial. If you're going to do something, do it. Make it count, make it matter, be committed, make it for a grade, make it a 3-credit class, make it something worthwhile. Don't just appease people of color by saying, oh, we're going to make this, this is going to solve everything. Because all it does is just make everybody angry. What we have is no leadership. This is why people like the president. He says what he needs to say. He says it in a way that a lot of people don't like. I love it. I think it's great. I'm like, bring it. I don't have time to play games. This is America in jeopardy. And I don't know about you guys, but I don't have time to be politically correct or to worry about how every single person interprets everything I say or write. That's on you. You guys figure out your own problems. I know what I'm saying, and it's all about America, and it's all about saving this country, period.
Wendy, how'd you become a conservative?
You know what? I registered on the beach in Southern California as a Republican back in 1988. And I knew a little bit about it, but I was a product of Ronald Reagan. I grew up in that generation where he would have been my first real influence as a 10-year-old. I remember when Ronald Reagan was shot. I remember coming home and I knew about it before my family. And my mom started to cry, and she's not conservative. And I started paying attention more and more. And I got older and I got wiser. And then I had a family. Look, if you're a parent, there's no question how you should feel about politics in this country, in my estimation. But more than that, I mean, what we have now is we have a choice between, do you love America or don't you? And my whole monologue today was, what are we voting for? There's one side that's all about darkness. They're predicting a dark winter ahead. Wow, that's uplifting. That's positive.
Awful.
Everybody's going to get sick and die. Stay in your house. And here in Pennsylvania, if you've got Fetterman, obviously, you should just get stoned in your basement and hide, right? Right? These are our priorities. Legalizing marijuana. Okay, man, I got other things. How about the 2 million Pennsylvanians who still aren't back to work? How about that?
Right.
So what beach in California?
Zuma. Zuma Beach. It's where David Hasselhoff ran shirtless on Baywatch.
All right, so I got a Hasselhoff story for you. When I went to Hollywood, I gave up everything, and my two friends and I went to USC, and my two friends are Carrie Solomon and Chuck Konzelman, who wrote and directed Unplanned and God's Not Dead.
Oh my goodness.
They'll be on tonight, but. I picked up a side job to deliver flowers, and one day I delivered flowers to Hasselhoff's house. And at that time we had a beige Jeep, and I pulled up and he says, "Oh, it's the Marlboro Light guy."
Nice. I love that.
So, what's your number one voter issue for you? For me, it's
Safety.
veterans and foreign policy.
Safety.
What's your safety? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, if you think about this, gentlemen, from January to July, 12 million background checks.
Right.
5 million first-time gun owners, me included, and my husband. And what you can't see in the American flag behind me is the Second Amendment inscribed in the stripes. And I believe in that entirely. It's basically freedom, but it's safety. Like I said, I've got 5 kids. And I live in kind of a curious place in southwestern Pennsylvania here in Pittsburgh, where I have communities that really struggle right by mine. And they have problems with safety. And we see it in Portland, and we see it in Philadelphia, and we see it in New York, and we see it in San Francisco. I mean, it's everywhere. And I want to know that my sons are safe, period.
And
Rob?
And on that line, you talked about, how it affected you when you saw the violence that was occurring to the black neighbors that you had. I think this is an issue that conservatives can reach out to inner city communities and people of color. Guess what? They're concerned about safety too. They're concerned about their families too. And I think that it's ironic when people like us speak up about that and the importance of the Second Amendment and being able to protect yourself and your family. We're lambasted as only caring about people that look like us. That couldn't be further from the truth. These issues,
Amen.
Our founding fathers were smart enough to understand that Bill of Rights was for every American. And yes, there are things, things in past history that we could look at and criticize, but those ideals are still applying today. So I think you're absolutely right. The idea of safety, this is something more conservatives should be pushing. Second Amendment issues, safety, and reaching out to different communities with that message.
Amen. And and I would just say quickly that my African American neighbors are very similar to me. They're very similar to how I feel. They have the same values. They want the best for their families. They want opportunity. And unfortunately, for generations, they've been failed by Democrats who promise the world but deliver nothing. And so you have people who are stuck in the public school system who can't read at an 8th grade level. I think there are some of our neighbors who are 18% can read at an 8th grade level. I'm like, that's unacceptable. What are we doing?
Todd?
Wendy, you mentioned southwestern Pennsylvania, and there happened to be just a small gathering over the weekend that you happened to attend with the president. Can you share the story of your experience being there, what that's like, and the numbers that we're getting back being reported? 57,000 people.
Right. But still Biden's up by 10 points. Right. So absolutely. It was amazing. And I was literally, and I kid you not, gentlemen, I was front row center. I was 15 feet away from the president of the United States. And it wasn't like a rock star thing. It was a pride thing. I was so proud to be with so many people who share my values. It's like being at an NRA convention. People don't fight. They don't get angry. They don't leave garbage. They don't, curse at each other. It's just good values. It's love of America. It's basic. And to be in a sea of that is huge.
Well, and look at the difference.
Website crasher, I have a follow-up, by the way, for you too, Wendy, as the website crasher that you are. Was there something, there are a lot of chants that go on at these rallies and things. Was anything chanted or yelled in your particular direction from 57,000 people?
What are you getting at, Todd? You seem to be getting at something.
Were they chanting about Wendy Bell at the rally?
It was, I will tell you this. I have been absolutely blown away by the support and the kindness that I've gotten from people at these. This is my second rally, and each you take probably 400 to 500 pictures, and people are lovely and they are so enthusiastic. But more than that, they're just grateful that somebody is speaking their mind, because they don't have the platform. They have the desire. Maybe their job doesn't allow them to speak out about how they feel. And we know that happens all across the America. But yes, I've been the recipient of lots of love, and it's just overwhelming, just overwhelming. And I think the more I get canceled, the more popular what I say becomes. Because people know what's going on, and it's just common sense. There's nothing I say that you scratch your head and say, I don't know about that, because it's basic. And like you guys were saying, you love veterans. You worry about veterans issues. I love the police. I support the police. My sign in my yard was vandalized. I'm so over my things being vandalized because I stand up for the police and for veterans. Stay off my property, because I am a newly carrying member of the NRA, and you probably don't want to touch my stuff, period.
So I have a question. And you probably might not answer it, but it has to be asked. Do you have any political aspirations?
Not right now. No. I've been asked, and it's flattering. I think that I have a bigger platform in media than I would in government. The Republican Party of Allegheny County has reached out to see if I'd be interested in going up against our failed mayor. And I could think of no worse job, because it's just I think that there's so much corruption and so much BS. It would be defeating every single day. But who knows down the road? My mission is to get 2 men hired and elected into office. And the first is Tony Moreno, who is a former police officer here in Pittsburgh. He is a Democrat. He is dynamite, though, and he's the real deal. And I just don't think a Republican will ever win here in Pittsburgh. And the other is Senator Doug Mastriano, who you guys are all very familiar with. He's a patriot, 30-year Army colonel, and a true lover of freedom and a fighter. He put his life on the line for our freedom. So I'm 100% behind these people, and anything I can do. I think it's more important that I use my platform to try to get the right people in office, but who knows what's down the road.
Yeah, he'll be coming on today. What is your favorite, what is the number one reason why you love the president?
Because he's an outsider.
Me too. Me too.
Yeah, he's an outsider. And I think, and I've seen it with Republicans. Look, my criticism of the swamp is not exclusive to one party, because there are a hell of a lot of Republicans who need to pack up and get the heck out of town. And it's time to sweep. We need to do some sweeping and get them out. But I love Donald Trump because he didn't need this job. And people who say, oh, it's an ego thing, baloney. It's not, I don't think it was an ego thing. I think truly Donald Trump felt like he was the one person who had the ability to cut through the BS and to make America great again. And he has. And with him in charge, we're unstoppable, absolutely unstoppable. And I think Mike Pence is dynamite too. When I saw his debate performance against Kamala, I was like, that dude's for real. And I thought he was kind of central casting before, but he's the real deal too. I feel very positive about our party, very positive.
Yeah, and I think that one of the things that amazes me, if you look at this story from a sky view of it, is the biggest politician. I'm 36 years old. The biggest national politician in my life that spoke to people like me, just a poor rural guy from rural Pennsylvania in my family, is a billionaire. He cared more than Joe from Scranton, right?
Yeah.
Who alleges to be from this area, right? And all they do is pander to the corporate oligarchs. That's who the Democrats are. They're the party of the corporate oligarchs. So I just think it's funny that someone in Donald Trump's position, you're right, he didn't have to do this, but he associates and he cares about the average working American, even if he was born into this wealth. And to me, that's amazing. It almost took
100%.
someone who was independently wealthy, because they didn't have to be beholden to all of these people that pay for their politicians. And so that's how he's able to fight the swamp.
And by the way, I believe he is truly the only person who'd be, why is that popping up? I don't know if you can see my screen. I have no idea why this just...
The president's behind you, and that's the photo you were talking about. You love that photo.
I have to tell you guys this. If you ever doubt America, if you ever doubt your values, and you doubt the path of this great land, get in your car and drive Route 30, the beautiful Lincoln Highway that goes from Times Square to San Francisco. I drove it with my husband 3 weeks ago to Gettysburg, to go tour the battle sites, to go see the monuments, to learn the history, to hear about the story of that time. You get on Lincoln Highway, Route 30, and you're off the turnpike. The minute you're outside of Pittsburgh or wherever your city is, and you hit rural America, you see what's really going on. You see the farms, you see the fields, you see the small businesses, you see the American flag, and you feel the love of America. The left has lost that. There is no love. It is darkness, it is hate, it is fear, and it is control. And we have no choice but to stomp it out, period.
That's awesome. Todd, do you want to kind of ask a final question and take us away here?
Yeah, just a look ahead as well. With the website crashing and social media going crazy, my phone has not stopped chiming in since we started this whole deal and the press conference started and everything else. I want to thank Wendy for that, again, for crashing the website and social
I didn't
media.
do that. That's you,
But
yo.
I find it very... I just would like your reaction, because you've actually had this happen to you in your career as well. What is it like when somebody calls your story patently false or fake, and yet all of the citations and all of the documentation is contained in the story? What's your reaction to that?
Got him triggered, babe. You've got him triggered. I think, you know what? I think that the more that people try to take you down or they try to discredit your integrity, I believe says more about you and your character. And people don't kick people who are below them. They're kicking those who are above them, right? And if you have integrity and you have character, and sir, you do, I know, you'll be a target, as you well know. I think it's sort of a source of pride. It's sort of like that. It's sort of like that tattoo you got when you were 18 years old that you're kind of embarrassed about, but you're like, hey, you know, that's a part of me. They get you, and they want to get you. Don't let them. Stand strong. Know who you are. Be proud. Be true to yourself, because at night you go home to your wife and your kids, and they love you. That's all that matters.
All
Gentlemen,
right.
I have nothing further with the Wendy Bell. I mean, I couldn't say it better myself.
Well, yeah, I totally agree. And we cannot thank you enough for coming on, Wendy Bell. It's been fantastic.
Oh,
We've
gosh.
been looking to talk to you for a long time. So
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there somewhere you want to shout out where people could hear what you're saying, where your channel is?
Please go to wendybell.com. We're there. I'm also at Wendy Bell Radio on YouTube. And yeah, it's very easy to find me. So please join the conversation. It's honest, it's truthful, it's dependable every day. Thank you guys for the opportunity. It's been a pleasure to be with all three of you.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Peace.
That's the incomparable Wendy Bell right there, Carlos and Rob. And I was on her show earlier today at 11 in the number one segment, and it was great, absolutely great.
That's fantastic.
So to have her jump on the show today for about a half hour was great.
Oh, it's fantastic. I'm a huge fan. You know what was funny? Out of everyone that we're going to be talking to, like my mom and my mother-in-law are like, you're going to be talking to the Wendy Bell? I was like, yes, I am going to. So it was also a point of pride for myself. Todd, if I could just let you know.
She's shaking her head. Did you see that?
I did. So, yeah, it was cool. So, Todd, just to let you know, Robby Starbuck's going to be calling in on phone. So when he calls in, if we could mute our Zoom, because we'll pick up feedback if it's through the phone and through Zoom at the same time. So whenever he calls in, I'll let you know, and we'll mute our Zoom. Are you going to be able... We were unable to stream the Department of Health meeting. Are you going to be able to provide us with a play-by-play on that later here?
Yeah, what I need to do is I need to take a couple of minutes here to gather, because I've been getting messages and
yeah.
As the website has crashed, so with everything that's out there right now, let me take a couple of minutes, gather myself, and then check back in with you guys.
All right, sounds good. So yeah, I'll handle it from here. But yeah, that was Wendy Bell that was on with her. Fantastic, and she's a much larger streamer, has a much larger show than us. But it just goes to show like how great of a person she is. She's willing to spend some time with us and kind of put our message out there. I think she's fantastic, and she's the exact type of media personality and journalist that we need. Just like Todd, that's not going to be bullied, that's willing to say what she thinks right. And it helps that I happen to agree with almost everything she says, because we're liberty-minded, conservative-minded people. And, that sort of idea. And notice, she's actually pushing to get a Democrat elected. Now, she's a conservative, a Republican, but she's also practical and understands that to be pragmatic in somewhere like Pittsburgh, you'll need a Democrat. So, okay, this call's coming in. Let me... Oh, try calling again, Carlos.
You there?
Yeah, can you hear me? Okay.
Okay, we're on with Robby.
All right. Well, it's my pleasure to introduce to everyone one of my favorite people I see on Twitter, a director, a producer, and one of the best conservative commentators out there, Robby Starbuck. Thanks so much for joining us, Robby.
Hey, thank you for having me.
Really excited to have you here. So, yeah, just to start off, what do you think is going with the election? What do you think so far from what you're reading? Do you think that Trump's got this in the bag, or do you think it's going to be something that we don't know for weeks? Or are you predicting that the polls will be correct with Biden?
So I think that what we're looking at is a couple things. First, today I see the market is reacting really strongly to something. And if you notice, it's all the gas stocks and all of the energy stocks that are rising today. I think that what the market is seeing is all the signs that Trump is going to win in early vote totals. You look at what's happening in Florida right now. Republicans are beyond reaching what they needed to reach to be in position to have an election day win. I think we're going to see clearly that Florida is won by Trump on tomorrow night. We're going to see, obviously, Texas, Ohio, North Carolina. I think Arizona will even be called tomorrow night. My prediction with Arizona is Trump's going to win, but McSally's going to lose there. If you're in Arizona and you're listening for some reason, get out and vote for both McSally and Trump. But I think Trump is going to win there. I think Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin and Minnesota is where we're going to see a bunch of pushback from the governors, and they're going to try to claim that everything's not won yet. But tomorrow night, it's going to look like a clear win for Trump because it is a win for Trump. I think that they're going to contest it, and that is going to go on and on and on. But it's going to be very clear that he won this race.
Yeah, well, just a story that my co-host Todd Bartlett just broke that you might find interesting. In Pennsylvania here, the Department of Health just sent out thousands of letters to people telling them that they're quarantined and that if they leave their house, they could be forcibly hospitalized. This right as the election's coming up. So you can kind of see the shenanigans that's going on with them selectively sending things out like that to try to dissuade people from voting in person.
You broke up a little bit there. I couldn't make everything out. I think you were saying, the shenanigans that they're pulling in every city, and how important it is voting in person. It is so incredibly important to go out and vote in person on election day because that is what all of our models and all of the internal polling on the Republican side is counting on is a big election day vote. Mm-hmm. That is what the Democrats expect from us too, is that we're going to win on election day. And, so it's so important to just ignore any sort of scare tactics they try to pull out and show up to vote.
So let me ask you this. As someone, I believe your background is you're Cuban American, correct?
Yeah.
What do you see? I think I see a lot of enthusiasm in Cuban Americans, Hispanic Americans, enthusiasm for Donald Trump in ways that I don't think we've seen from a lot of those communities with a Republican candidate in my lifetime. Do you see that as well?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely the enthusiasm's off the charts. And it's not just Trump. To be totally fair, a lot of it's the fact that the Democrats have gone so insanely far left. In the Cuban American community, the Venezuelan American community, Colombians, to them, it's so clear. We see, what happened to our families and the language and the, social justice stuff that was used as a predicate to bring in Marxism in those countries. And we know what the signs are. And all of the signs are there. In fact, I would argue that here in America, the Democrats are being even more brazen than even Castro was when he was rising to power, because Castro wouldn't admit he was a Marxist. He said he was a Catholic. When he was asked, are you a Marxist? He said, no, I'm a Catholic. He didn't admit to being a Marxist until after he had power. In America, we have the leaders of groups like BLM admitting that they're trained Marxists and that Marxism's the goal. So when you have them being even more brazen than Castro was, and those are the groups that the Democrats are empowering and that they're encouraging to loot and burn down cities, to communities like ours, that's a rally call to make sure that everybody turns out to vote and that no stone is left unturned. And to be perfectly honest, Cubans and the Venezuelan community and Latinos are going to win Florida for Donald Trump, 100%. The way they've gotten out the vote is incredible. You've never seen anything like it. You have every abuela, every bisabuela, every mom, every dad, everybody's out there in the streets getting people out to vote. And they're putting it all on the line for this election. It is that important to this community, and that should be a warning to the rest of America to listen, that this is that important of an election. You know, you always hear your whole life, this is the most important election, this is the most important election. And to be really honest, I always tuned it out because I always knew it was just a lot of fluff. You know, It's something people like to say. This is the first time ever I've ever said this, and probably, hopefully, will ever have to say this. This is the single most important election of our lifetime. It determines if America is a free country or if we are a controlled country. I refuse to be controlled by the Democratic Party, and I hope that America stands with me and feels the same way.
Carlos?
Robby?
Yeah.
We have Todd Bartlett with us, who is our co-host. Todd, you there?
I can't hear Todd.
I guess he's not. Anyway, Robby, I was born in Caracas, Venezuela, and I came to this country at 4 years old. And like you, I am also a filmmaker. Could you talk a little bit about the program that you have with respect to conservative artists?
Yeah, so, there's a number of things we're doing. My belief, I'll start with the belief because I think that's the most important thing to press home on, is that I believe we need an alternative ecosystem for conservative culture, for Republicans in general, for families, honestly, not even just people who are identify as Republican, but for independents too, that are spoon-fed, force-fed, I should say, a steady diet of content that hates anything that even remotely resembles our values on the right. And so what we left Hollywood, you know, I've directed a bunch of Oscar-winning actors, actually some of the biggest music stars in the world, but we left Hollywood. I put it all out there. I put it all on the line, came out as Republican, and I said, you know, my wife encouraged it, you know, the entire way and said, let's go where we're going to be happy. Our kids are going to be happy. We moved to Tennessee, and we're building an alternative ecosystem that over time we're hoping we'll be able to produce films, TV shows, and content that caters to the part of America that's never spoken to, and that reflects our values in a way that is subtle, because that's what the left does so well, is that in their films, they subtly sort of brainwash kids over time, you know, with stuff that's really hateful, whereas there's nothing representing our values even remotely. So we want to make films that represent our values and that, you know, can reflect back to our children and our youth that, you know, you can have these values and still be entertained with something cool. It doesn't have to be overtly religious story. It can be like, you know, any other movie you see, but it'll reflect our values.
Yeah, and I think that is one of the most important things we could do, because I think, like in the words of Andrew Breitbart, politics is downstream of culture. And so we need people out there that are conservative and pushing cultural values. I think that the conservatives and Republicans are the party of fun. We're the party of being interesting. We're not screaming at the sky if we lose elections and things like that. And I was wondering, do you see something analogous to when you see the big Trump rallies like we saw here in Pennsylvania here the other day, and sort of the entertainment value and the cultural aspects of that? Doesn't that kind of, to me, that kind of shows this gap that it's just begging to be filled for culture coming from conservative perspectives?
Yeah, I lost you at the end of that question there.
I'm sorry. I was just saying, do you think that like the Trump rallies show that there is a cultural movement to have conservative values in culture and things like entertainment and other areas?
I think what you said is, do I see the cultural value in Trump's rallies and how that could relate to other areas? I do. You know, with his rallies, I mean, you've never seen anything like this. We're witnessing American history. This is something that I'm not sure we'll see again for a very long time. I'm sure at some point we will, but I think it's going to be a very long time until we see a candidate who can energize people the way that he has energized people. Because, you know, he's been a genuine fighter for all of the forgotten men and women of America who in some cases may not even agree with Trump on some policy issues, but they see that he fights for them regardless of their race or their background or whatever it is. So, you know, if we can take that energy that's there and then also give those people the entertainment and the information that they deserve to have, I think that we'd be filling the most important cultural gap that we've seen in American history, because there is a gigantic cultural gap right now. You basically have the choice of all of the far left entertainment, which eats up about 95% of what is produced in America for content. Okay. This is stuff like, I give an example, the most recent Scooby-Doo movie and Dora the Explorer. I picked these kids titles on purpose because to show you how young they start people on this steady diet of propaganda. In both of those movies, they have multiple references to Ruth Bader Ginsburg. They have kids dress up as her for Halloween. They refer to her as the champion of women's rights. And not only that, they say that she's a champion of human rights in general. And then you have references to toxic masculinity being bad and to, not judging people, as when they commit something wrong because, it could just be a mistake or they don't really mean it or whatever it is. All these values are things that tie back to the left that you'll see these kids when they grow up to be adults. They're going to see that language reflected back to them only by one party, the Democratic Party. So they're starting these kids really young and, sort of setting them up to identify with the left. We have the other 5% of media, and that 5% is overtly religious. So it's something like PureFlix, or it's something like, Fox News, which doesn't, I would argue at this point, something like Fox News isn't that representative of the Trump base. I would say Tucker Carlson is, but aside from Tucker Carlson, maybe Hannity, Mark Levin, there's, very few voices at Fox that really reflect what the base is. So you have a really, really small group of people making content to fill a gigantic cultural gap. So all those people we see at Trump rallies are people who like to watch movies just as much as everybody else, like to watch TV as much as anybody else. But they have no content that reflects their values, their lifestyle, the things they care about, the honor, integrity, sacrifice, things that they would look up to, So I think that cultural gap, you can't really even put a value on because it is so invaluable. I mean, it's something that can change the fabric of our nation for generations if we produce the type of high-level content that people deserve to have that reflects their values.
Yeah.
Robbie, hold on for a second. Rob,
yeah.
You're very, very tinny. You're coming through very, very tinny. I just wanted to let you know.
Okay, I think I maybe fixed the problem here.
Perfect.
But,
you just fixed it.
Yeah,
you just fixed it.
I hear you guys way better now.
It was my mic. I had two mics going for some reason, so sorry about that. But
no problem.
On that note, Robbie, I think you're absolutely right, and I think this is one of the most important things. That's why I really wanted to talk to you. I think the idea of getting involved in culture, especially with young people, I feel the Republican Party needs to reach out to younger people and a bunch of other demographics we traditionally don't. In addition to culture, I think that one of the things we need to say is, I can't remember the gentleman's name, but the guy who won the Heisman for college football a couple of years ago, greatest day in his life, probably worked really hard to achieve this his whole life, wins the biggest honor in college football. And immediately they start going through his tweets when he was 16, find something he says that they think was offensive, and then they drag that over him the rest of his life. So what do you think, Robbie, about reaching out also, not just with culture, but letting young people know, look, we all make mistakes. We're the party of fun. We're not going to judge you for one mistake, one offensive thing you said. We're forgiving. We understand stuff like that happens, and we could go on with our life.
Baker Mayfield.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think that we are a party of second chances. I think that that's a core American value is that, you look at what the American dream is as much about failure as it is about success. America is a place where you can fail over and over and over again, still be able to get yourself back up, dust yourself off, and be able to achieve whatever your dream was. So that same sort of mentality has to be able to be applied to mistakes you may make as a teenager, and you need to have the opportunity to learn from those things. You need to have community leaders and people who will tell you when you're wrong and who will help be a mentor to lift you up and teach you sort of the right path and how to get the right way. That's how you fix things, is have people be mentors and have people step in and say, hey, this is how you fix this. On the left, the answer to people doing something wrong seems to be, you're canceled, you're never allowed to have a job again, you're disgusting, and we hate you. That's not a way you build a healthy society. That's not the way you stop somebody from being racist or you stop somebody from being homophobic, whatever it is. You don't stop them from being those things by, saying, hey, you're never allowed to have a job again. We hate you. You're disgusting. That's just going to push the person further into whatever their bias is or their whatever it is. And so in the Republican Party, I think it's one of the great things Trump has brought to the party is that, he's made it very clear that, people can reinvent themselves. They can do better. They can have second chances. Look at the First Step Act, that it got a lot of young men out of prison who were put away for nonviolent drug offenses, who really needed rehab and needed trade training. They needed to learn a job they could do. And Trump's First Step Act really stepped in and did that and gave a community of men a second chance to be a dad, to be a husband, to be a community leader. And I can tell you, I've personally met a number of the men who have been touched by the First Step Act, who, they're doing the right things now. They have good jobs. They are taking care of their families. They don't take this second chance for granted. Will there be a few who take it for granted? Yeah, absolutely. But the humanity of what he's done, giving a second chance to some people, is something that I think the media will never give him credit for, number one. But number two, it speaks to the spirit of the American dream. Is we have to have second chances.
That's
How
amazing.
did you become
Go ahead, Carlos. Sorry.
How did you become a Republican?
I think it's almost unfair for somebody like me to answer that question because my family lost everything in Cuba. They took everything my grandparents ever worked for. They took everything that my mom had. My family came here with nothing. So when the left does something like that to your family, it really informs your worldview. I would say that I became more informed on policy around the time we had our first child, she's almost 12 now. So around a dozen years ago, I really dove into every single policy on each side because I wanted to know everything that I could possibly know. I wanted to sort of be an oracle on if I was asked a question about either party and their policies, what they believed, I wanted to be able to answer that question, be able to inform people. And I also wanted to inform myself. So I went through everything I possibly could. I voraciously read as much as I could from both sides. And I think that's important because you have to understand your enemy. And I hate to use the word enemy because our opposing parties in America shouldn't be enemies.
Right.
But the way that the Democrats have leaned into socialism and Marxism, when you lean into a territory of an ideology that's killed over 100 million people, you officially are in enemy territory. Because I feel as much of a duty to protect my own family as I do to protect America from this violent ideology. I think it's maybe easier for somebody with my background to more easily and proudly and loudly identify as a Republican than maybe somebody who is raised in a community where they don't have that understanding. Their families, their people have not experienced this. And so, I try to use as much of my knowledge and my experiences and my family's experiences to inform as many people as I can on what they might be missing and to also answer their questions nicely. I think that's one of the terrible things about this time period is that things are so divisive. People have a hard time talking to each other. And I try to always disarm the people that I'm trying to reach by finding immediately something that I can give them credit for. I went to a local BLM rally on accident and I was boxed. My car was boxed in. So I decided, hey, you know what? I'm going to go talk to these people who are rallying and see what they're all about and just have some conversation. And the immediate way I disarmed a lot of the younger people is by telling them, look, I can tell you have a really good heart. You're here because you have a good heart. You care about people. And I think that's the one thing that you're going to find we have in common. Now, let me explain to you why I don't agree with this ideology. And then when I went into the groups and that this is a Marxist organization that is using your work, your time, your body out here protesting to raise money that they are then using to push for Marxist policy, and you don't even know what Marxism is, and then I'd go into the statistics and say, how many unarmed black men do you think were shot last year? How many unarmed white men do you think were shot last year? None of them knew the numbers. I got numbers as high as 15,000. one of the young women there, she thought 15,000 unarmed black men were shot in America last year by police. Now, let's pretend that is reality real quick, okay? Because we need to understand the ideology of the people that we're trying to reach. If I thought, let's say the reality was 15,000 unarmed black men were shot last year by police, we would have a problem.
Yep.
You know, that would be a problem. That would be something that would be deserving of all of us going in the streets and demanding it ends. That's not reality. Right? You know, we had 14 unarmed black men shot last year. You know, you look at the numbers statistically, and it's not anywhere near 15,000, obviously. You know, and so you have to then change your mindset from, hey, we have a systemic problem, to we have an individual case problem. In some of those cases, the police may have been justified because the person reached for something that appeared to be a gun and pointed it at them, you know, known as suicide by cop. That type of thing could happen. You know, you also have cases that are not justifiable, and those are on an individual basis. You look at those, but you don't judge the whole community of police as a whole and do that. But, you know, going from that first starting point of, I can tell you have a good heart because you're here, was open them up in a way that they would not have been open if I just said, hey, I hate you, I don't believe in what you're doing, blah, 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 or I yelled at them from across the street. And that is one thing I try to teach people, because that day, I think God puts you in places sometimes on purpose. Yeah. And I felt like I was put in that place on purpose because there was counter protesters who were just screaming at them. And there were counter protesters who were holding a crybaby sign with a crybaby face. I don't think that's going to reach the other side.
Exactly.
I think this is what people who hate us want us to do. People who hate America, who hate freedom, want us to stand on two opposing sides and make fun of each other, hit each other, scream at each other, dehumanize each other. The more we can humanize the people who are reachable. And don't get me wrong, there's people who are unreachable, like Antifa, people that you're not going to get through to. But there are people who are reachable. You see a young group of, teenagers who are holding BLM signs. They're reachable. They're reachable people. That day at that rally, one woman even put her sign down and left after I played her the video of Patrice colors from BLM saying that she's a trained Marxist. So there are reachable people there on the other side.
I was going to say, I totally agree. One of the things I do is I try to debate people on the left all the time, and I try to come with humility and good faith, willing to hear their arguments, but also try to put my case forward, understanding, trying to find things we could, collectively agree on. In my efforts of doing that, I have to say, I found on your Twitter, which I then went to your website, what I would consider is the most comprehensive list of Trump's achievements that I have seen. Can you talk a little about that, the importance of having these facts and how you compiled them and where people could find that?
Absolutely. So this list, I call it the Trump accomplishments list. I put it together because I was constantly being asked as a director, especially in the Hollywood community by people, celebrities that I've directed, stuff like that. What has he done? Why do you support this guy? And so I said, you know what? I'm so sick of explaining this to people. I'm going to make a document. I'm going to source everything. And you know what? I'm not just going to source it. I'm going to try to use as many left-wing sources as I can, because in their mind, that's what's credible. What's credible to them is NBC, CNN, places like that. So I said, you know what? I'm going to use their sources to back up all of this stuff. And that's something that is actually extremely, extremely persuadable, them being able to trust the source it comes from. Because if I give you a list and it's all Breitbart or it's all Fox News, you're going to shut off if you're on the left or in the middle and you're not familiar with these sources, or you have a negative mental connection with them. So I built this list, and it has now been downloaded over 2 million times. Yep. People all over the country have sent pictures and video of them dropping them at doorsteps and mailboxes. They pass them out at grocery stores. This list is 25 pages long. It is everything that the media will not tell you about what the president has done and what his administration has done. Everything really, and the reason why they don't tell you is, this list, it destroys the narrative that they have built about the man. If you think that he's a racist, you think he hates gay people, you think that he hates the environment, he hates animals, he hates old people, he hates young people, he hates, whatever you've bought, hook, line, and sinker from the media, this destroys every single narrative, because his actions as president have reflected a great love for Americans, a great love for America, a great love for freedom. So you can find that list at growuplive.com. That's GROWUPLIVE.com. If you scroll down to the bottom of that page, there's a mailing list. If you sign up for the mailing list, press submit. On the very next page, there's a link. You copy paste that link and you will have the PDF. You can send it, you can print it, do whatever you want with it. You can post it on your own website for all I care. At this point, it's critical that it gets out even as much as it can. You can print out as many copies as you want, take them to the polls, stay the legal distance away from the polls, and give some people something to read about while they're waiting in line to vote. So that's the list.
And I think,
Robby, so this is,
go ahead, Carlos. Yeah.
Go ahead, Rob.
I was going to say, I think taking in conjunction with what you just said before that about approaching people in good faith, being willing to hear them out, and having those facts with you, I think that that's how we start to reach people. Because I see if you agree with me, as you were kind of suggesting there, one of the big problems is they paint this picture of Trump and Trump supporters that's just not true. And the best way to get through is to be respectful, to be polite, but also to have those facts. So I think that it's so great that you put that list together. I've used it many times when talking to people on the left.
Robby, so this is what I did with respect to your list, which I thought was a triumphal effort. I broke it down into accomplishments that he did for healthcare, accomplishments that he did for the judiciary, political accomplishments, and then accomplishments that he did for the underprivileged. And I posted all those different things that you posted separately in 4 different posts on the Lycoming County Republican Party page. And you can't believe it. It is single-handedly the one thing that has gotten the most hits. And of course, today will be the last one that I will be posting. Will be the judicial accomplishments, and a master work. I can't tell you enough how great it is.
Let me tell you guys a funny story. So that list has been so effective. It's gone, honestly, I can only track the downloads that we can track because we've allowed people to take it and put it on their own sites, do all this stuff. People post it on Facebook. The actual reach of the document has been in the tens of millions because I've seen viral Facebook posts that are like, they're nuts. And one of the funny things about it is this list, it's been so effective that the New York Times has written 2 articles about it, okay? First article that they ran about it was fact-checking the list. Damn it, everything was true on the list.
Yep.
And so they write an op-ed. They wrote an op-ed where the fact checker said, I had to write a piece about this. So basically, the way this piece came to be is a liberal friend from New York sent me the list and demanded that I write a rebuttal to it because there was no way that any of this was true. And she said that the process of fact-checking this list was disorienting because of finding out that the facts were technically true. And these are the words they used. And so the title of the piece actually was that facts are important, but they don't tell the whole story. So all of a sudden the media doesn't like facts, okay? All of a sudden they don't like facts. This is all you hear from them is, where are the facts, where are the facts, where are the facts? I hand them the facts, they go, well, facts aren't important,
Right.
It's amazing. So, the way they wrote this, though, it's without a hint of irony. They sit there and they're like, it's disorienting to have to read facts. It's disorienting to you because you've been consuming a steady diet of media that tells you that this guy is the devil. So it's disorienting to find out that actually he's been fighting for everybody. And I think that I rarely will go like, hey, I want to give myself credit, but I think this list is probably the most important thing that I've done since I came out as a Republican because of the reach it has had and the amount it's been distributed in person and everything. And the number of people I've had write emails to us just saying, thank you, I got given this list. I had no idea, and this has changed the way that I look at politics. This has changed the way I feel about Trump, or I still don't like him, but because he's done this stuff, I'm going to vote for him. It's been incredible.
So that masterwork politically, that's what you've done. It's fantastic. Both Rob and I and Todd are interested in closing here. Thank you so much for giving us this time. Is what's new and fun and exciting that you're working on entertainment-wise, and then if you could close by telling us what excites you single-handedly. The most exciting thing about Trump for you is. So, what are you working on now that's fun, entertainment-wise, and the one single reason why you love Trump?
Yeah, so entertainment-wise, on the fun side, we're putting together a sort of version of SNL for everybody else in America, something that'll make America laugh again, something that is not just all about politics. It's something that is just, it's meant to reach everybody who feels left out by what the media normally does, which is basically a giant, let's make fun of anybody who votes for Trump show.
Right.
So that's one thing to look forward to. We're building the cast for it right now. We're also in the less fun category working on a documentary that I won't even get into yet because it's kind of, there's a lot of danger in the documentary that we're doing because we're really exposing some very powerful people. But that's something that will be coming next year. Aside from that, most exciting thing about Trump, I would say, is that, we have a real fighter for Americans. It's very simple. It's not even a specific policy that I would say, hey, this is the policy that's the most important to me, because they're all important to me. It's important to me that we have somebody in office that is going to fight for America, for the spirit, the soul, the values that made America so special. And I just couldn't be happier that we have that person running. And I believe that he's going to be victorious.
All right. Thank
Rob,
you.
last question?
Yeah. I was just going to say, just in closing, thank you so much for coming. I'm a big fan. I was really happy you could come on. Could you just let people know where they could find your material, and one more time where they could find that list?
Absolutely. So you can find the list again at growuplive.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the page. There's a mailing list. Enter the mailing list. You can even put a fake email if you don't want me to have your email, but it's just the easiest way for us to set it up. You press submit. On the next page, you'll get a link to copy paste. You'll get the PDF. If you want further updates in the future on the PDF or on, Trump rallies and freedom rallies that we organize, put your real email. If you want to stay, on top of what we're doing and the projects we're doing, or read my tweets, I'm at Robby Starbuck, ROBBY STARBUCK. So Robby with a Y, Starbuck, on Twitter, on Instagram, and on YouTube. On Facebook, it's Robby Starbuck RSM. So facebook.com/Robby Starbuck RSM. So thank you guys for having me. I appreciate it.
Oh, thanks so much.
Well, if there's anything we can do for you, you have our contact information. We are more than willing. We're not just saying that.
Yeah.
We're spending 24 hours. Rob is spending 24 hours until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, doing this exactly what we're doing now, just because we love our country. And
that's awesome. I appreciate you guys doing it. We all got to do our part, so you guys are doing it. And hey, anybody in Pennsylvania? You guys are in Pennsylvania, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm in Williamsport, and Rob is in Clarion, which is closer to Pittsburgh.
Yes.
Awesome. So anybody in Pennsylvania who's listening, do me a favor. I have put my career on the line coming out as a Republican. I've taken all the heat and the hate that comes along with that, all the threats to my family, all that. I ask one thing of you guys. I want you to go through your phones, go through your contacts, text message or call every person you know, and make the argument for why they should vote for Trump. And also ask them if they have anything that's stopping them from voting, if they need a ride, or they need somebody to, watch their dog, whatever it is, and offer to be that person. Do what you can to make sure that you're responsible for at least another vote, hopefully 3 or 5 other votes. And Pennsylvania is so crucial. I know we're going to win Florida. Florida looks totally solid. And that's a huge piece of the re-election puzzle. But Pennsylvania is another it's a critical piece. If we don't win Pennsylvania, we have to get Michigan then. And I think Michigan is harder than Pennsylvania. So I really need anybody there in Pennsylvania. Your vote not only matters, but you helping other people get out to vote matters.
Well said.
I have to ask you, Robby. I have to ask you, and I know Rob is going to ask you too, that you brought up Florida. Can you explain to us how in God's good earth there were 30,000 cars at a rally in Miami?
Cubans, that's the answer. Cubans go hard. They're a different animal. I mean, people in America don't understand. If there's one type of immigration we should want more of, it's Cubans.
Yeah.
They believe in America, and they are ready to fight for it. You know, I think the best way to boil it down is, you know, when I was a kid, I asked my grandpa, you know, about everything that happened, and he would say, you know, the number one thing everybody regrets, that all the old Cuban refugees regret, is that they didn't stand up and say something when they could have stopped it. And so that's been ingrained in our culture, that if you ever see these signs, you stand up, you risk everything to stop it, because if you don't, it'll become like a freight train that is unstoppable. And so you do whatever you can to stop it in its tracks when you have the chance. And so Cubans in Florida, Venezuelans in Florida, they see that train starting to move, and they're putting their bodies in front of it now to stop it, instead of later when they're not going to be able to.
That's awesome.
Robby,
very well
Godspeed, and our regards to Matriarch.
Absolutely. She says hello. So thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
All right, brother.
Bye-bye.
Fantastic. I'm really excited.
Rob, I'll zoom in a minute.
Okay, I just think it's amazing. I get to talk. I just talked to Wendy Bell and then Robby Starbuck. These are two people that I follow every single day. So, I mean, I'm kind of like a nerd, like gushing over it. But no, I really appreciate it. Carlos, did that call end? I think it did. I'll go back to Zoom here. So, Todd, are you there? Okay, Todd's not here yet. Oh, there he is. I just want to let the audience know, so far we've been going 5 hours, 6 minutes, 55 seconds. I've yet to get up to use the restroom. Although shortly I will have to get up to leave my dogs use the restroom. As you can see, this character here's she's being pretty insistent.
So I have some breaking news, Rob.
Okay.
Hey, I'm here.
The website has been restored.
All right. So
Okay.
we're talking Talk Williamsport, right?
Yeah, talkwaysport.com. The IT department has done masterful work.
Awesome.
After a significant upsurge in traffic to the website
Okay.
that crashed our server, we have now scaled the server to accommodate the additional capacity. At least
All right.
this time.
Todd, can you hear me?
Carlos.
Dr. Matteo's coming on at 1:30. So if you want to zoom in, Dan, real quick, let's do that now.
Okay, let me ask you this, Carlos. If you zoom him in, can you handle the call yourself if I bring it on so I could let my dogs out and use the restroom?
I can do that.
I think you can handle it. All right. Tell him I apologize. Hopefully I'll catch the end of it, but tell him I apologize. It's just
no worries. No worries.
So I'll wait until he zooms in so that I
can zoom it in, Dr. Bartley.
So we're trying to get Representative Diamond, right?
Yes, please.
Yeah, give me a minute here to make the connection, and he should be joining us any moment.
How awesome was Robby Starbuck?
Yeah, I mean, we just had Wendy Bell and Robby Starbuck. That's what I was. I mean, first off, I'm telling you that list he put together is amazing. But doesn't he sound like when I have people ask me all the time, why are you debating these people on the left? Why they're not arguing in good faith? What do I always say? Because the only way we get people is if we treat them politely. And you remember one of the first conversations I had with you was about my annoyance at people making fun of AOC supporters. You make fun of AOC all you want. But one of the things Trump does fantastically is he does not mock the supporters of his opponents. The Democrats call us deplorables. Right. They say we're clinging to our guns and Bibles. We're racist. We're chumps, right? Trump doesn't do that. And there's a reason, because it's a lesson that all of us should take. And I think Robby put it better than I ever could. That if you're willing to talk to people, yeah, maybe 90% of the people aren't going to listen to you and they'll yell at you, but you'll never get anyone to change their beliefs if you're approaching them in a hostile manner. So it is something that I try to do. And I just thought that was fantastic. And he's absolutely right about, my plan tomorrow, apart from sleeping, which I'll be doing some of, is to get a hold, to post on social media that I'm willing to drive anyone to the polls that needs help getting to the polls. And so, yeah, he's absolutely right to mention that we all need to be doing our part.
I also have some breaking news. I did hear back from the Department of Health with some information that they've been willing to provide. So I'll be posting that once I'm back from being in transit. And now that the website's back up, I'll be able to include that into part number 2 of the story, which is probably going to be hitting later this afternoon. I would say for the 5 and 6 news cycle. We actually have an attorney who has active litigation in federal court who's on the record with us in the story in part number 2, who talked about this very scenario that's outlined in part 1 of the story. And it says in the complaint about a chilling effect about these letters. And it was filed in September.
Wow. That's unbelievable.
Yeah.
I mean, the implications of that are staggering. Right. And again, remember, listen to what we're talking about, audience. I'll make this story as simple as possible. A Democrat-controlled administration in Pennsylvania is sending out letters warning people that they need to be quarantined or there would be consequences, knowing that that'll have a chilling effect of them coming out to the polls. Now, if you listen to the national media, it's the Republicans and Donald Trump that are trying to suppress people from going out and voting. But the Democrats know when it comes to voting election day, the bigger the turnout, the better chances for Trump to win. Because they know people can't wait to claw their way to the polling stations to vote for Donald Trump on election day. And so it's just amazing. Once more, everything that you've been told, it's actually the reverse. And I'm very much interested in talking to Todd at length about exactly what they said and exactly the materials they've provided, because this is unfathomable. I mean, it's not really, because we've seen the corruption they're willing to engage in, but unbelievable.
Yeah. Yep.
There are quotes from any number of cabinet members. There's stories from other media outlets, but they're from months ago.
Right.
Well, if that's true, which I don't doubt that it was true, right? Why can't the Secretary of Health recite that in real time?
All right. Russ is coming on now, looks like.
So I'll say hi, and then I'm going to back out if that's cool. Are you there, Russ? Can you hear us?
I am here. Can you hear me? Can you see me?
I can hear you, but can't see you.
Let me make sure.
There you go. Oh, I thought you had it for a second there.
There he
is. There he is.
Hey.
So, how's it going? So unfortunately, Carlos is going to take this one. I've been going for 6 hours straight. I got to let the dogs out, but I'll catch you at the end here. So.
Hey, well, now we know the answer to the question. Who let the dogs out? It was you, man.
Oh, you walked right into that one, Rob. How are you, Representative?
I'm fine, Carlos. How are you doing?
So I got to tell you, we had Phil Kerpen on this morning, and he's probably one of the most preeminent COVID people in the country. And his reportage on Twitter he's one of those guys that's like a data killer.
Okay.
He kills you with data. You know, Rob is a guy that kills you with rhetoric. Okay. This guy, Phil Kerpen, who was one of the teachers of Rob in debate when he first started, came on and leveled us. So I wanted to let you know that. Todd, are you there with us?
I am. I'm not on video. I apologize, Representative. I'm driving, so I'm only on the hands-free phone. Everybody, hands-free.
There you
phone.
go.
So
stay safe, my friend. Stay safe.
Why don't you give your very best introduction to the representative, Todd?
So joining us is State Representative Russ Diamond, and he has been quite the outspoken critic of the Wolf administration, and specifically the Secretary of Health, Dr. Rachel Levine, who I was just in the room with over the past couple of hours, in what turned into a very abbreviated press conference. And let's watch it in real time, give his in real time reaction.
Yeah, I watched it in real time, and I was like, well, first of all, she backed herself right into your line of questioning. But then when you started the questioning, they kind of made a very abrupt exit. And I don't know what happened after that abrupt exit, but it was very interesting to watch, Todd.
They're not going to ever invite him back Representative. And here's a question that we have. Okay, I'm not being a jerk, but this is the real authentic question. Why do they keep inviting him back? Didn't they learn their lesson? Didn't they learn their lesson when he got the governor to say that there were two Pennsylvanias, a black Pennsylvania and a white Pennsylvania?
Well, I think, sometimes these people in positions of power, they can't help themselves, so maybe that has something to do with it. I just don't know. I can't explain what they've done since the beginning of this, so I can't explain what they did today.
All right, so the representative is a regular guest of our show. We just love him. So let's start with what's important.
Okay.
How are the House reparations coming?
Oh, they're awesome. I finished all the stone on the gable end of my house and on the first floor. I've got all the joints mortared, and I'm just waiting for spring to break so I can go up on the second floor and finish it out. So thank you so much for asking.
Well, with the lockdown, you have plenty of time.
Well, yeah. Well, that was the thing. I got self-quarantined a second time, and I said, well, you know what? I'm going to get some work done here at home, which I did, along with my official work that I could do remotely. But here's the thing. I determined about halfway through that second self-quarantine that was based on contact tracing, that if I get contact traced again, I refuse to quarantine. Go ahead. Come arrest me, lock me up, take me away to some safe space, but I refuse to self-quarantine because I've done it twice now, didn't get sick, didn't think I would get sick, and I think it's all BS.
So let's start at the beginning. Tell us how you became a Republican.
I became a Republican because, I started out as an independent. I was an independent most of my adult life as a voter. But I came Republican because it's like, well, you can't really do third-party politics in Pennsylvania or independent politics in Pennsylvania. You have to associate with one of the parties or the other. And quite frankly, Republicans hold my values a lot closer than Democrats do. And, I'm about tradition. I'm about our way of life. And here in Lycoming County, we're a bunch of farmers. We're stubborn. We have common sense. We're strong. We're smart. And we're persistent. And, that seems to be the Republican way.
So what would you say, before I get to Todd, what would you say is your core principal voter issue for you?
My core principal voter issue is keep the government the hell out of my life and everybody else's life, and let everybody go amongst their own business, and let the government act only when the government needs to. When we need to settle disputes between people who are exercising their rights, when there are crimes committed, and when the highway needs a pothole in it. But other than that, stay the heck out of my private life.
Right. Small business, a small government.
That's right. Thomas Jefferson said it best. He said the government that's big enough to give you everything you want is also big enough to take everything away that you need.
Yeah, very good point. Todd, are you there?
I am.
You have a question for Representative Diamond?
I do. It goes back to the oversight role of the Pennsylvania House of Representatives. And Representative, from what you heard earlier today from the Secretary of Health, who you've already called out on multiple times, even on the floor of the Pennsylvania House, what role does the oversight of the House, and specifically House Oversight Committee, when you hear certain things like you heard earlier today, what type of role will House Oversight play going forward?
Well, the House Government Oversight Committee is a new committee that was formed, and it does have subpoena power, which is unlike most of the other standing committees in the House of Representatives. The only other standing committee that has subpoena power, which means you could tell people, you got to come in, you got to testify, you got to bring materials under penalty of law if you don't. The only other committee that has that is our Appropriations Committee, and it rarely uses it. The actions of the Government Oversight Committee, though, although it has subpoena power, before it calls any kind of hearing or anything, it needs to conduct an investigation So I am hoping, and as Todd, you and I have communicated over the last few weeks, I've also been communicating some of this same stuff to the chairman of that government oversight committee, Seth Grove, and he is highly interested in this topic that you've been talking about today, Todd. So I think we may see an investigation into this that may lead to some hearings and that sort of thing.
Carlos?
So you talked about the issue that concerns you the most as a voter. What issue concerns you the most outside of COVID right now in the zeitgeist politically?
This issue concerns me the most, but I don't know if we can do anything legislatively about it. I think it is the utter failure of most media outlets to accurately cover the COVID story. And I think it's really, this is not limited to the COVID story. They've been doing this for years. We just are noticing now exactly how unbalanced and how the media is preposterously leaned towards one side of the political spectrum, and it is not Walter Cronkite delivering the facts anymore. This is people who are extreme left-leaning individuals who've been indoctrinated by the entire whatever education system, whatever, and they are carrying that through to the real world, and they're trying to make their imagination of what a perfect utopian society is reality by conveying that in the method by which that they report the actual news. The news is colored when you get it, and unless you are someone who has the time to independently research and draw your own conclusions based on rational thought and logic, you are going to get hoodwinked by the national media outlets. That is like a huge concern for me. Everybody talks, fake news this, Facebook that, Twitter that. I am very concerned about the power that those organizations hold over public opinion.
Well, I couldn't agree more. Rob's back. The dogs went out. They're pleased, so I'm good to go now. But that, to me, is one of the big reasons to vote for Donald Trump and why I voted for him in 2016. Because as Republicans, we've been pointing out the unfairness of the media for a long time now. But Donald Trump forced them to come out of the woodwork as the pure propagandists that they are, better than any time in history. And I think voting for Trump again will put the nail in the coffin for kind of the propagandist in the media. And even if we can't do anything legislatively, I know there's FCC guidelines against broadcasting false information, but more important than that, I think, will be allowing people to finally fully see all of these lies. Our last guest, Robby Starbuck, compiled a list of all these facts about Trump. The average person doesn't know about this because they get their information from the media. They work 9 to 5. They don't have time to sift through all of this themselves. So hopefully the election of Trump wakes more people up when he wins again to just how corrupt these organizations are that spin the narrative.
You're absolutely right, Rob. And, the other night I was sitting here and I was just watching some coverage of Trump. And I was sitting here and I was thinking, and I go, I know exactly why the media is so dead set against him, because look, from the moment he set foot on that golden escalator to announce his presidential campaign in 2016 or 2015 or whatever year it was when he announced that, the media made him. From the moment he stepped on that escalator, he was a lock to win the presidency, because the media was attracted to him because they thought, here's a sensational guy. He'll get us advertising dollars, blah, 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 way more than Jeb Bush or Ted Cruz or anybody else. He's not a boring politician. He's outlandish. If we report on that. And then at some point they wait, we've just created a monster. And when he was elected, it got even worse. And then his policies, it was like totally against what they were used to. And they're very very polite cocktail parties that they attend all together, you know, the lobbyists, the media, politicians all together, that came to a crashing halt because Donald Trump, look, some people believe Donald Trump is personally an a-hole, and that's okay.
Right.
But he may have been exactly the a-hole we needed to break up this hegemony of and this, I hate to use the word conspiracy, but it's a conspiracy of politicians, academia, media outlets to turn us all to the left. This is the guy who stopped it. So they created the monster, and then they spent the last 4 years trying to undo what they did. They're responsible. Well, guess what? You made your bed, now lie in it.
Yep.
Lie in it. I just love it. I really do.
And I say all the time, when you listen to like the White House press correspondence dinner and you listen to these members of the press wax on about, oh, the fourth estate's so important. We're the last bastion of information to democracies. They're right, but they're failing in their job. That's the terrible nature of it. And so I'm with you. I think that's such a huge issue because, you know, most Americans just want to be able to get their news, get the truth, go to work 9 to 5 and have the government leave them alone. And when they can't get that correct information because the media is so corrupt or they're so biased, it makes it really hard for the democracy to function.
Yeah. Yeah. And you know, this whole deal with the Hunter Biden stuff, I mean, that kind of like, that was the epitome of it. I mean, They really went out of their way to bury that story, you know, in conjunction with, and I don't know how Twitter and Facebook can now call themselves mere platforms. Right. They are absolutely our publishers. Yep. They are absolutely publishers. And look, who are these independent fact checkers who are marking these stories on Facebook? Yep. I want to know their names. I want to know their credentials. I don't want some anonymous fact checker. I want to know that this is a person who, you know, has the background to actually independently check facts. You know, like newspapers used to have fact checkers that would go over every story. It doesn't seem that they have them anymore. They only have them when a story doesn't read the way that they want it to read.
Well, that's even the fact checkers that you see, you know, from CNN or Politico or whatever. I've made videos where I just, like, Trump will give a speech, a State of the Union. These fact checkers look at it. And then you'll look at their fact check and they'll say, Trump said that it's historic low unemployment for Black Americans. Partially false because although that's true, Barack Obama's economy had something to do with it. And it's like, you just fact checked him as false. And the first words you say is, well, technically it's true. I mean, that sort of kind of absurdity that you see, it's even worse on Facebook. You know, these fact checkers that come on. So, I mean, it's I agree with you. It's very troubling. Carlos, you're muted, but go ahead if you got something to say, man.
Yeah, we have another guest coming on in 2 minutes. Quickly, can you just tell us the thing that you love most about Trump?
Just that he speaks his mind. He doesn't care that he offends some people. Look, you don't go out of your way to offend people, but when people deserve to be offended, they deserve to be offended. I mean, seriously, I mean, you need to call people. He calls people out. I mean, that's kind of what I've been doing for the last 15 years of my political career. And it doesn't sit well when you call out establishment hacks for what they are. I've been doing it for a long time. And you know what? You take a lot of lumps for it. But so far, it's converted into electoral success because I think the decent people, the good people who work hard, they appreciate someone who doesn't spout political BS and who speaks what's on their minds.
We have 1 minute left. Todd, can you close it out?
Certainly. Just really appreciate you, Representative Diamond, taking time out of the busy day on the eve of the election. And just can't thank you enough for taking the time to spend with just three regular guys that are trying to get the word out here in Pennsylvania.
Yeah. Well, Todd, I want to thank you for the work you've been doing. And I just want to remind everybody who's tuning into this right now, look, There is no more straight party voting in Pennsylvania. Just because you vote for the president doesn't mean the other Republicans on the ballot get a vote. You have to go through your ballot one race by one race and vote for the Republican in that every single race, or your vote will not count. Take your time, make sure you do it properly, and double check that you voted for the Republican in every single race. Most Pennsylvanians will have 6 or 7 races on their ballot. At 6 or 7 ovals you got to fill in, or buttons you got to pick, whichever method you got to do. But don't count on a vote for Donald Trump counting for all the other Republican candidates. You got to vote each one individually. Thanks so much, guys. I really appreciate everything you do.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Great
you.
talking to you.
Thank you very much.
Take care.
All right. Who do we have coming on next, Carlos?
Dr. Vince Matteo, Lycoming County Republican chairman, and he's getting the same problems with the old link, so I sent him the new link.
Okay.
I don't know why, but
It looks the same to me, so I don't know.
yeah. So
I'm gonna be rude, and here's my lunch. I got this oatmeal bar.
Be coming on any second. So
Guys,
Diamond,
it's a darn moving with any velocity in it. Are you kidding me? The guests we've had since 8 o'clock this morning? I feel like Elon Musk launching a rocket into space.
so how far out of Williamsport are you?
1 or 2 mountains.
Okay. Okay.
Hopefully I've come through the dark winter spot of cellular coverage.
So I love Diamond's enthusiasm.
Oh, he's.
What are you having for lunch, Rob?
This is a. It's called a Quaker Chewy oatmeal and raisin. That's
What?
it.
You're having an oatmeal bar?
That's it. Just this little guy. I didn't want to get
There you
anything
go.
with like sauce or something that I'd spill it on my shirt and look like an idiot the rest of the thing. So
Look at the currency pose on Vince Matteo.
it's great.
I love it.
Hello, boys.
Can you hear us all?
Yeah, I can hear you and Robert. I don't see or hear Todd, even though his name's on there twice.
Afternoon, Dr. Matteo. How are you doing?
I heard him a little bit just then.
He's driving, so he's trying to keep with us on audio while he's driving. But thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate you taking the time.
No problem. No problem.
So for all those folks out there, I would like to introduce you to the Lycoming County Republican Party chairman, newly minted in Lycoming County, Dr. Vince Matteo. How are you?
I'm doing great, Carlos. How you guys doing today? Okay.
Listen, the guest list that we've had, you just can't believe it.
Yeah, I've been running around. Unfortunately, haven't been able to watch it, but you had some good names on there, I saw.
Yeah, we had some great people, and we've been having a lot of fun.
Good.
Why don't you lead it off, Rob?
Really great with you on the show, Dr. Matteo. We
Same
don't want to
here,
leave
Todd.
Go ahead, Carlos. I'm finishing my lunch.
He's eating, Carlos.
He's eating.
Yeah.
So why don't you start telling us give us the state of the union of the Republican Party in Lycoming County.
Well, the Republican Party in the county is obviously strong in many ways. I mean, we have large numbers, large registrations. The party is working hard. We have a lot of volunteers out today, some knocking on doors, some picking up signs to put up polling places for tomorrow, some making phone calls. So we're working hard to make sure that we can get a turnout and re-elect the president and, of course, our congressmen, state reps, state senators, and hopefully maybe elect 3 new state office holders as well. Lycoming County Republicans are going to do their part, and I think we're going to bring a whole bunch of independents and maybe some Democrats who realize that their party has went way too far left for them or for any of us to be successful in this country.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent point, and that's something that the 2 groups of people that I've really been trying to reach out to are people that traditionally don't vote, and then people that I think that were older Democrats that feel that the Democratic Party's left them behind. What do you say to someone hypothetically that maybe he's not the biggest fan of Trump's personality, but still, and they've been traditionally a Democrat, but why they should still vote for Donald Trump because of what the Democratic Party's become?
Well, I think two things. Not only because of what the Democratic Party has become, it is more likely it should be the Democratic Party of Venezuela, because that's really what their policies are leaning towards. But as far as, I understand that the president's personality can be sometimes grating on a lot of people, and they feel that, he doesn't act presidential or he doesn't do this. Well, I have to tell you, 8 years of Barack Obama acted very presidential, but he and Joe Biden, who also acted, I guess, vice presidential, basically sold this country out to European interests and Iran, and now we're proposing things like the new Green Deal, which will destroy Pennsylvania economically and many other states. You have to look past his personality. You don't have to like him. You don't have to want him to come over to your house and have dinner. You want him to run the country. And when you look at his record over the past 4 years, it's hard to deny that he did a great job. And it's not only the economic situation we had prior to the pandemic. This guy has made 4 separate peace agreements in the Middle East. We don't even talk about the Middle East anymore because it's not a hot spot. We don't hear about North Korea testing nuclear weapons or launching missiles over Japan or South Korea. On a foreign policy side, he had more success than almost any president I know, definitely since Reagan. And he's done the job. So, you don't have to like him. You just have to vote for him and understand he's doing what's in the best interest, I believe, of this country.
And I think that the irony, what you just said there, like his foreign policy record's incredible. Remember, that was the big attack on him, right? In 2016.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Do you trust this man?
About foreign policy, right?
Right.
Exactly.
And now that's one of his strong suits. So, Carlos?
Yeah.
I guess the thing I'm interested in is what is your number one most important voter issue for you personally?
For me personally, it's the economy. I think that it's jobs. I mean, I'm retired. I don't want a job and I don't need a job, but it's jobs because people need to work. People need to be gainfully employed. I think everything starts with a strong economy. If you have a strong economy, you can make sure you have a strong military, which can ensure peace in the world, and that's what's happened. I think that, to me, is the number one issue from a personal standpoint. There's no question about it. I think our country must have you can't be strong without a strong economy.
And I think one of the things that's so smart about that, I agree with you, the importance of the economy. Every other issue, like you said, military and other issues stem from that. Even if you're in a community where you say, hey, I don't really like Donald Trump, I don't really like Republicans, guess what? You're still in a far better position to go out and advocate for your causes if you have a strong economy. So it's a rising tide that lifts all boats. And, for all of the talk about Trump doesn't like people of certain demographics or this or that, he's done more for people of color in 4 years than Barack Obama did in 8 years. Historic black unemployment, historic Hispanic unemployment, historic unemployment numbers for women. So I think you're absolutely right. You might say, I don't like the way this guy talks, this, that, or the other. But the truth is, he has done more for marginalized communities because the economy has been so strong. And that, to me, should outweigh anything that allegedly he said or his personality.
I agree completely. And I don't, have I read some of his tweets and so you don't really need to have said that type of thing. Yes, absolutely. But I just look at his record. He just delivers on everything he's promising. He's been delivering on. I know to a lot of people, the pandemic is a very big issue, and it's a big issue for me. Don't get me wrong; it's a serious situation. COVID-19, and eventually we need to get control of it better than it is today. There's no question about that. But to blame Donald Trump is ludicrous. This is not just happening in the United States of America. If you watch the mainstream media, you would think that well, it's all Trump's fault. The rest of the world is fine. No, the rest of the world is a lot worse off than we are right now for the most part. If you look at what's happening in Europe, especially Italy, France, England's going to shut down again now next week, I think it is.
And they're leaving Paris. Did you see the traffic jams leaving Paris?
Yeah, it's just, this is not Donald Trump's fault. This is no one's fault other than whatever happened in China. And those are the people that let this loose on the world. If it was Donald Trump's fault and it was his inaction, or alleged inaction, I should say, led to these cases in America, then how did all those cases end up in Italy and France and Germany and other parts of the world? They're just as bad or worse.
And
so this is a pandemic that science is going to get us out of, hopefully with a vaccine. We're not going to cure it. The virus has never been cured.
Right.
There's never been one virus cured in the history of medicine. We can't cure the common cold, which is a type of COVID virus. So, we're going to have to get a vaccine to control it, just like we control, for the most part, the flu with a yearly vaccine.
Right.
And, one of the things that I think is just incredible and shows the disingenuousness of the people blaming Trump for this is he was damned if he did, damned if he didn't. Because if he did take these big federal actions, then the left-wing states and their governors like Tom Wolf or Cuomo would have said, Trump's being a dictator. He's forcing us to do X, Y, and Z. He's taking away our rights. And the proof is, one of the first steps he took, which is universally agreed as a good step, was banning travel from China. And how was the left reacting to it?
Except for Joe Biden,
right?
Who called him xenophobic for doing it.
That's right.
So once again, Joe Biden, the man who called him xenophobic for doing that, the man who voted no about about assassinating Osama bin Laden when they finally had him in their sights. This is the guy they want to put in charge of the country.
Yeah, then as I was saying earlier, Biden will blame Trump. He's personally blamed Trump for 200-something thousand deaths. He won't say one bad word about China, though. Where this disease came from. Maybe that money that China spent, on Hunter Biden was well spent, right? They bought themselves a presidential candidate.
They very well have been. Unfortunately, we won't ever get to the bottom of that if Biden is elected president.
That's right. Yep.
Unless it happened between now and the end of the year, Inauguration Day, and that wouldn't happen.
Right. Todd?
Dr. Matteo, thank you again for taking the time. I got to ask you about the rally that happened at the Williamsport Airport. What's it like to have the President of the United States land Air Force One at that airport twice in a little more than a year?
It's fantastic. I think it shows the importance, first of all, that he puts on Pennsylvania in general, but also the importance, and he knows how important it is for us to get a large turnout in areas like Lycoming County and Williamsport, because we are heavily Republican. We are very conservative, moderate to conservative, very conservative. And if he is going to carry Pennsylvania, we have to deliver large margins to counteract what will go on in Philadelphia and the suburbs of Philadelphia, which will be larger Democratic margins of victory.
Carlos?
So you told us about what your most important voter issue is. Can you talk to us about what the most important issue in general is for you today in the political zeitgeist?
I'm not sure I quite understand the question.
What issue right now is the most alarming issue for you right now?
The most alarming issue for me is the thought of Kamala Harris being a heartbeat away from the presidency. Joe Biden would be bad enough. She, I'd watch her talk. I mean, she can't speak for more than 2 minutes without cackling and laughing, and I never quite understand why she's always laughing. She's not ready to be president of the United States. You may not like Mike Pence. You may think he's too conservative, but he's capable and ready to be president. Kamala Harris is not. And if you're going to elect someone 78, I think Mr. Biden is, years old, to be president, you have to have a strong vice president just in case something horrible, unthinkable happens. And that scares the heck out of me, Carlos. It really, really does. To me, the position of vice president doesn't normally sway too many votes. In this case, it should, because she is a very scary person, considered the most liberal senator in the United States Senate. She has no experience as far as of any meaningful type in the Senate. She's scary. She's scary to have in that position.
And look, the other thing that makes it uniquely scary is and I'm not saying this wishfully. Let me be as clear as possible. If Joe Biden wins, I still wish him a long and happy life. I really do.
Absolutely.
But
I do anyway, whether he wins or loses.
That's right. But let's be honest. If we're just being pragmatic, there is a solid chance if Joe Biden's elected by the end of that term, Kamala Harris is president. This isn't, so it is important to look at who she is and how she would act as president. And I agree with you. I mean, the video she released yesterday talking about how we need equity and equality of outcome as opposed to equality of opportunity. That's Marxism. That is incredibly dangerous, especially when you look, she's not just talking economically. She's also talking about identity politics. And this is the mentality that says 50% women need to be this, 50% men, 50% people of a certain color. These sort of things is why we see so much divide. And to me, this is what leads to statements like Governor Wolf saying there are two Pennsylvanias, one for one for blacks and one for whites. Kamala Harris represents that and will create more division, which will create more violence and harm our country even more, I think.
Absolutely. I don't think there's any question about that. And he's just, she's very dangerous to have in that position. And it scares me. I mean, it scares me that Nancy Pelosi is third in line to the presidency right now.
Yes.
I mean, think about that. Talk about scary. And let's, if Joe Biden wins, that pretty much seals that the House will stay Democratic. If not the Senate going Democratic, the House will, and she'll probably be Speaker again. I mean, and that threesome in there, along with Chuck Schumer, whether he's minority chair or minority leader or, leader of the Senate, is scary, having all four of those people.
Yep.
Why do you think
Biden is the weakest, by the way, from a personality standpoint?
Why do you think, Chairman? And listen, I like cool. Okay, I like John Wick. All right, I love him. But like Converse and dancing and giggling. Do people understand that there are more people out there that are not interested in cool and are interested in substance? She was a prosecutor. She was the California Attorney General. Does it feel that way to you?
No. I'm.
Why would she do this? I mean, just give me a political reason.
Why would she?
Like all the shenanigans, like the dancing and the fake laughing.
I think that's who she is. I don't think there's a lot of depth there. And I think that's how she kind of covers it up. But I just think that's her personality. That's who she is. I have a really difficult time taking her seriously. I really do. People used to get, I guess mock is the word, or when, with former Secretary Clinton, when she would have that crazy laugh she had. But she did have depth of knowledge. There's no question about it. You may not like what she said, like what her policy was, but she was a serious person with a depth of knowledge. I don't see that in Senator Harris.
That's a great point. That's a great point.
Well, and look, to further illustrate that, let me say, I believe there are politicians on the left that I don't like. Elizabeth Warren's someone who I heavily disagree with her policies and have problems with her, but she seems intelligent. She seems like let's be honest about a President Kamala Harris, which if you vote for Joe Biden, you're likely to see. She was wildly unpopular in her own party, right? Mm-hmm. She did not get any traction.
Oh, I think she got 2% of the vote at the most, or something ridiculous.
She didn't win any. She didn't get any states.
No, I don't think she got a delegate.
And this was despite the media pushing her. This was despite the Democratic apparatus trying to shove her down Democratic voters' throats, and they rejected her.
The union. Think about it. Yep. The largest state in the union, and she had no support.
Yep.
They didn't support her in California.
Chairman, do you think that she's delivering women and the black vote?
I'm not a woman and I'm not black, so I find it hard to, for me to. Really
no, but from a political point of view, you have an opinion, right?
No, I don't
see something.
I mean, I don't think she is. I don't think anyone delivers the woman vote or anyone can deliver the black vote other than a good candidate. I don't think it's any different than the old white man vote.
Rob said that actually. Rob said that last week, in one of his debates or in one of the videos that he had. I don't think that's deliverable, right, Rob?
That's right. And let's be clear. I get uncomfortable looking at these demographics anyways, looking at things like this, but let's give people of color, and this might blow people's minds. They're like everyone else. They are individuals that have their own thoughts. And when it comes to that, I think that it's beyond doubt that Joe Biden was more popular in the black community than Kamala Harris. Right. So
I don't think there's any question. And the black community really delivered for him in the primaries.
Right. So I give more credit than just, she happens to be black, therefore she'll drive out black turnout, or she happens to be a woman. I give more credit to people than that. If
I agree with you. I think there was some of that, maybe a lot of it, when Barack Obama ran for president, especially the first time.
Right.
I think he did deliver that. But that was because of the truly historic nature of the first major party having a black candidate as the nominee for president of the United States. And I think there's a certain amount of pride. I also think a number of white people voted for him because of that.
I agree.
And a number of people voted against him because of it, let's be honest.
Yep.
But I do not think she delivers any of those votes. I just don't. I think Black America is much too independently, intelligent, not to be led by the nose anymore. Not to be led by the nose like the party, like Joe Biden thinks they are and should be. Since if you don't vote for him, you're not black. So, those are his own words.
And giggling is not a kitchen table issue.
No, giggling to me is a sign of nervousness and maybe lack of knowledge. 14 and 15-year-old girls giggle.
Right.
But that's 14 or 15. This is a grown woman who's a United States senator and a former prosecutor, and she comes across as just somebody very shallow. Very shallow.
And I was going to say, as a county chairman, on this note, while we're talking about race, I think that you're seeing kind of, at least if the poll, I understand the polls are crazy, I get it, but there seems to be a lot more support from people of color for Trump than normally we see for Republican presidential candidates. Do you see this as a county chair? It's an opportunity to further make the Republican Party the big tent party and saying we're not interested in your
do. I do. I really do. And I think most certainly if President Trump is reelected and has a successful, 4 years, probably 3, because a lot of that fourth year sometimes not too many people pay attention to the lame duck in that fourth year. But I really do believe that if he wins and is successful and the economy rebounds, he continues to have the country at peace. We get some of the disorder in the country quelled and quieted down. I think this could be a sea change election for the Republican Party going into the future, and they will have the opportunity to broaden. We will have the opportunity to broaden our base and to bring in more people of color into the party. You see too many, and while I don't put a lot of stock in what celebrities say or do, I've never seen black celebrities come out for a Republican candidate like they are now for Donald Trump.
Me too.
With a black on the other ticket.
Right.
Todd?
That could be sea changing.
You there, Todd?
Hear me okay?
Yep.
We got 2 minutes.
Yeah, I'm transitioning from vehicle back to the homestead.
Okay, you got 2 minutes.
What I wanted to ask you, Dr. Matteo, is when Joe Biden talks about, his tax plan or tries to avoid his tax plan, and then you hear, what President Trump challenged him on in regard to oil and fracking and in the economy. I mean, right here in Lycoming County, we talked about this the last time. I mean, it could have a devastating impact just here locally.
Oh, it certainly could. My son-in-law works on the rigs for a natural gas company. And he's not the only one in this county that does that. So while you may not see the rigs here as much as we had in the past, they are here, but they're also all around the area, and they drive and they work on them every night and every day. And the spin-off industries are tremendous. And And the telling sign of that is look at some of the people that own the local companies that deal with the natural gas industry, and look to see who they're supporting. They're supporting the president because they know that if the president is defeated and Biden and Harris get in, they may not eliminate fracking overnight, but they're going to eliminate it, and they promised they would do it. I think the vice president's words are transition away from oil and gas.
Yep.
So it's jobs. Yeah, and our area is still dependent on those jobs, very much so.
And in closing, can you just tell us what is the one significant reason why you love the president?
He delivered on his promises. He's not your traditional politician. He delivered on his promises. He said he was going to turn the economy around. He did. He said he was going to do criminal justice reform. He did. Whether you like it or not, he said he was going to build more of the wall. He did. He did a lot of things he said he was going to do. He did a new trade deal. NAFTA is no more. He got out of the climate accords, which were a disaster for the United States because we were the only one doing anything. And he also said that other NATO countries are going to pay more fair share, and they are starting to do that. The bottom line, Carlos, is he delivered on what he said he was going to do, and I liked what he said he was going to do.
So,
final thoughts there, Grandmaster Robert.
Oh, Grandmaster. So, yeah, thank you so much for coming on. Let me just ask you if you could tell the people in Lycoming County if they need help, like as far as understanding how to fill out a ballot. Maybe they need help knowing where the polls are. Is there a way they could reach you or other Republicans in Lycoming County?
They can get in touch with us at the headquarters. The Trump headquarters are down on Basin Street in Williamsport. They can get in touch with them down there. They can check really at the polls, and the Election Bureau will be open all day today and tomorrow, and that's probably their best bet.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Always a pleasure to have you on, a regular on the show. So hopefully we get to talk to you soon again.
I hope so. And let's hope we can talk about celebrating the victory of there's Mr. Bartlett.
The party's going to be
Trump celebrates tomorrow or next Friday or whenever we know the answer.
The party's going to be at your house, right?
At Todd's house, yes.
yeah. So, thank you very much, Dr. Matteo.
I love you, Chairman.
We'll see you.
Bye-bye. So, at 2:00, at the top of the hour, we were going to have, guys, this is not a typo. I believe it's six-time Republican Washington County Commissioner Diana Irey Vaughn, otherwise known as the fabulous DIV. How exciting is that, guys?
It is fantastic. I think she's joining
there
us
she
now.
is. Yeah. And there she is. She's connecting in the audio. I'll introduce her.
Excellent.
Commissioner.
Hi, how are you?
I was just telling everyone that at the top of the hour at 2:00, the six-time Washington County Commissioner Diana Irey Vaughn will be on, otherwise known as the fabulous DIV.
Well, thank you.
How's that for an introduction? This is Robert
that's
Knorr,
awesome.
Robert Knorr and
Nice
Todd
to meet
Bartlett. How is everything in Washington County this morning?
Oh, things are hectic as we're preparing for the election tomorrow. So I just got home. I was rushing to get home. Won't do any of this in county government offices, Can't do that.
Right.
So we've had numerous guests on today, including Wendy Bell at noon, and she rocked it. We wanted to let you know that we've had some county commissioner, Doug McLinko, and we've had some party chairs, Dan Diamond, and we have a whole bevy of other guests coming later. But we wanted to see if you could talk to us a little bit about what's happening in Washington County at the Republican Party at the level. Can you talk to us about what's happening with Representative Connor and the endorsement of the paper in Pittsburgh endorsing the president? Why don't we start there?
Okay. Well, we were all surprised and thrilled with the president's endorsement from what is usually seen as a pretty liberal paper in Pittsburgh. And I think that gives an indication that we're going to have a better support for President Trump as we're moving into the election tomorrow. Just having that endorsement, it shows really another group of supporters that we may have not counted on. There's so much going on, as you know, nationwide, especially here in Pennsylvania, with being flooded with mail-in ballots that's different from before, new voting machines. Everyone's preparing. We've hired additional individuals that have been working just to process the applications for mail-in ballots. We hired 20 additional folks. We have 42 additional folks that are going to be working from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. the day of election, opening ballots, and then we have another 20 coming to work round the clock. So we will have 24/7 operations until all ballots are counted in Washington County.
Wow. That is some fantastic work right there. Robert.
Thanks.
So how are things, in addition to kind of the Post-Gazette endorsing Trump, have you been seeing this year more so in 2016 in Washington County, more support, and maybe some people that traditionally didn't support Trump that seem to be suggesting they may go that way?
You know, I think that people say signs don't vote, but when you see the enthusiasm for Trump and the number of signs that are out for Trump versus Biden, just in my neighborhood alone, we have 7 Biden signs and we have 18 Trump signs that are out right now. So I think that gives you some indication that groundswell of support. I think there are more people that are voting for President Trump than you're hearing about. And here's why I believe that. A lot of people in Pennsylvania are very disappointed with the way Governor Wolf handled the stay-at-home orders and the essential and non-essential business classifications. And so I think those individuals are coming out for Trump because they don't want another Democrat in charge that may infringe on their constitutional rights. So I think you have a different population that's supporting Trump this time in that category.
And that would be ironic if Governor Wolf led to the downfall of Biden being able to win Pennsylvania. It would be a much deserved albatross around Governor Wolf's neck, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, and we're one of the counties that took Governor Wolf and Secretary Levine to court over constitutional violations. And we're successful. Now they're appealing, but right now, the opinion stands.
That's awesome. Todd?
First of all, Commissioner, thank you for taking the time.
Absolutely.
I have just returned from the Department of Health, being in the press conference. I don't know if you had a chance to catch that at 11:30 with Dr. Levine. I asked specifically about folks in Pennsylvania getting contact tracing letters to remain in quarantine, and they've been receiving these letters pretty much since the outset of the pandemic, and asked specifically of Dr. Levine, what happens to someone who's in the contact tracing program, let alone a positive COVID case, as it relates to tomorrow? Are they allowed to go vote? And in real time, she was unable to answer to my satisfaction and sent everybody to the Secretary of State, Department of State, on how to get special accommodations going into tomorrow. Your thought of that with potential Washington County residents asking the Secretary of State for special, dispensation tomorrow to go vote?
Well, let me say this. We are not taking temperatures at the polling places. We are asking people to mask, but if somebody comes in unmasked, we are not going to stop them from voting. So there's no way of knowing when someone comes in if there's someone that is supposed to be in quarantine or not. So they may come to the polls and vote. That's their personal decision. However, there is a way someone can receive an emergency ballot. They can go online on the state's website. There's 3 different areas that they'll click onto, and they can request an emergency ballot, but they have to have a friend. They can print out online the application. They'd have to have someone come to their home, pick up that application, take it to the elections office in person, receive a ballot, bring it back to the quarantine person. The quarantine person fills it out, and then that outside individual takes it back into the elections office. That can happen. However, I would say to individuals, they have to do what they believe is the right thing to do. And but we will not be stopping anyone from coming into the polls to vote that has a right to vote. We will not violate their constitutional rights.
So that is a eye-opening piece of information with respect to people that are quarantined. I think that that's something that should have been out and published in almost every single one of the counties. Thank you very much for doing that.
You're welcome.
I wanted to, and now I kind of want to focus on you, Commissioner. Can you tell us, what did you do in Washington County that has, from what people tell me that travel there, there's cranes everywhere. There's excitement everywhere. There's growth everywhere. Can you just give us a microcosm of how you did that?
Well, I will tell you that prior to me being in office, some 26 years ago, there was a former commissioner and a state senator and a private developer who got together, had a vision for this tremendous industrial park in Washington County. And they had that up and running, which allowed us to have an area for people to come. And we were starting to get IT companies in, and then the Marcellus Shale was discovered. So we have had such an influx of individuals that relate to the gas industry, that their particular businesses and then support services that have located in Washington County. One benefit we have here, we had ready available sites, but we also have the lowest county taxes in the region. And we've been very business friendly, created a one-stop shop for economic development back in 1999, and have really been able to recruit people. We also have lower energy costs now as well. So we've had a lot of success. We've been very blessed. We've had the energy to prosper directly beneath our feet. And I think because we have always, Southwestern Pennsylvania has always welcomed the energy industries. We were more prepared to welcome the gas industry and fracking when it became available to us.
Can you give us a kind of an idea? Because one of the things that happens, and this is understandable, but a lot of the people on the left that criticize fracking or the energy industry, they also have a lot of things which are admirable that they want to see done in the community, like improving community programs for people. Can you give us an idea of how having something like the energy boom that Washington County experienced allowed you to have a lot of other programs that helped increase the livability of the county in other areas?
Well, let me start off by giving you a number, and this is the U.S. Census data. From the year 2000 to 2018, Washington County's median family income jumped from $46,000 a year to $78,000 a year. That's a huge jump for families. In addition, from the 2010-2011, the U.S. Department of Labor and Industry ranked Washington County third in the nation in job growth. Just in that time frame, we had an additional 6,000 new jobs in our county. So those things, have definitely helped. I will tell you that most of the energy industry businesses that are here are very philanthropic, community-minded. They've really helped to stand up and support our nonprofits. I know some of the groups that have come up and they have concerns about the environment. And here in Washington County, they haven't technically been called by any kind of health organization, a cancer cluster, but people are referring to a couple areas in this region having cancer clusters. There have been studies that have not been able to directly link the industry with these health impacts that you're seeing right now, because this area has been strong in manufacturing and other businesses for so long. So they can't really link that. But we're always looking at how can we be safer? How can we take more precautions? But you probably know that Pennsylvania has is second and the farthest setback provision for the gas industry in the nation. So DEP has some very strict requirements, but a lot of our businesses here in Washington County, They have taken steps far beyond what is required of DEP to ensure the safety of their communities.
It's awesome.
Fantastic. Todd?
Looking ahead at tomorrow, what type of, and you mentioned, extra staff coming in, what type of turnout, having watched what happened in Butler over the weekend, Butler, Pennsylvania, Commissioner, what kind of turnout do you expect tomorrow in Washington County?
We expect our total voter turnout between mail-in ballots and people showing up at the polls to be over 76% voter turnout.
Wow.
We are anticipating that we will have at least 55,000 people that show up to the polls to vote tomorrow in our county. Our total population is about 210,000. And forgive me, I'm drawing a blank on the number of registered voters we have, but that's our population is just under 210. And but 76% voter turnout is what we're seeing. It's about 2.4 to 1 individuals who have sent in mail-in ballots, Democrat over Republican. So although the Democrats, are winning on vote by mail, we believe the Republicans are going to show up in mass tomorrow on election day at the polls. And something that's unique to preparations for our polling places that happen this year, we struggle every year to have enough people to man the polls. And this year we have a waiting list of about 100. Wow. We had an abundance of individuals standing up saying, I want to do my community service. I want to make sure everybody has an opportunity to vote. What can I do to help? So we have additional people that have been trained, additional people that we're calling them subs. So in the event something happens last minute, we know that we have covered our polls completely. There's no shortage, and we have an abundance of staff available.
Can you update us on the Parnell-Connor race?
Well, I think that could be a little closer. Connor Lamb has always presented himself as somebody who's bipartisan, leaning a little more conservative. But this is the way the president goes could be the way a lot of other races go. So I think that, Parnell certainly has an opportunity to win this race. A lot of it's going to depend on voter turnout. It's going to depend on, the mail-in ballots from that congressional district.
So when you talk about your neighborhood, would it be fair to say that the collar counties around Pittsburgh and around Allegheny County, I believe, those are basically blue dog Democrat counties?
Yes. However, they are changing to Republican counties. I can tell you that Washington and Greene County have predominantly been Democrat counties for a very, very long time. Republicans have now taken over the registration edge in those counties. We hit our peak a couple weeks ago and took over. When I first took office back in 1996, the registration was 2.5 to 1 Democrats over Republicans, and now, we've just taken over. I think as of today, we're right around 1,500 more Republican voters and Democrat voters in our county.
Rob?
And if you look at what happened in races all throughout Western Pennsylvania last year, you see so many counties that went from a Democrat-controlled Board of Commissioners to Republican-controlled Board of Commissioners, and Washington and Greene County did as well. Not only that, we had a number of row offices. All of our row offices flipped. So we really had a sweeping of the courthouse here in Washington County, Westmoreland County, you saw that. Greene County. So we've had a lot of successes, which I think people were focusing on the presidential election even last year. So I think that showed the beginning of a wave.
Yeah, and that was going to be my question. Do you see a lot of this switching with it kind of flipping to be more moderate and more red, more conservative? Do you think a lot of that has to do with the direction that Donald Trump's led the party? Or do you think there's some other reason for that?
I think part of it has to do with the way Donald Trump has led the party. For as much as we want to say, and you hear out there that our president has some character flaws, you may not tell your child, I want you to grow up to be just like this person. But what people really appreciate about our president is his bluntness on a situation. He will tell you exactly how he feels. You don't have to wonder where he's coming from or what his position is on any issue. And whether you agree with him or disagree with him, I think most people have found that to be refreshing. And he's given, I think, a lot of other Republicans more courage to stand up for their values, for their philosophy. So there's been a groundswell. And, you know, and so many of us, I believe this, and I've heard others believe it as well, that if we didn't have President Trump in office when we did, we do believe we would have gone to war with Northern Korea. I think that because the president is bold and at times unpredictable, I think that he has commanded a respect. Maybe that respect's out of fear, but it is a respect that America has not seen in quite some time.
Todd?
So, Todd?
Yeah, guys, I'm just working through what I was just sent from the Department of Health in regard to the press conference earlier today. I mean, as you mentioned earlier, Commissioner, you've gone to court with the administration.
Yes.
What's that experience been like for you?
It's been gratifying to have our constitutional rights upheld. So the legal theories that we challenged and what we won on, a couple things. Number one, when the governor issued stay-at-home orders, you know, he issued them, and by doing so, he violated your right to move freely, because people were cited, people were charged. Then when he declared businesses essential and non-essential, he did not have a definition even. There was never a definition anyone that testified was able to give on his behalf of DCD or Secretary of Health. No one had a definition for essential. The criteria they gave for essential changed 10 times during the process. And then, so under the Equal Protection Clause of the Constitution, there were violations. And when they actually shut down the appeals process, they took away your due process of law. So those were the constitutional violations that occurred with that. I will tell you that we all know that when this pandemic came to Pennsylvania, we were told the governor's issuing these executive orders to keep us from overwhelming our healthcare systems. Remember that, overwhelming our healthcare systems. First told, well, not only did we not overwhelm them, we underwhelmed them to the degree that many people in the healthcare field lost their jobs. Yep. Our community hospitals lost so much revenue during that time because their bread and butter are electives, and they couldn't provide elective surgeries, and people weren't coming in for annual testings because people were so afraid. I think you're going to see cancer diagnosed at later stages when we come out of this. You've seen people that, you know, didn't go to the hospital when they had heart attacks and strokes. It shows up later. You're going to see a lot of health impacts from that. So there's so many things that have happened with this pandemic. And now, let me just be clear, though. I'll back up. The governor does have administrative powers to declare some orders in emergency situations. But what he did was he made them indefinite. They have to be finite. Because emergency, if you look at the definition of an emergency is something that's happening right now, and it can't go on indefinitely. So it has to be finite. And that was part of the 66-page opinion that Judge William Stickman issued in our case. So there's a lot of dynamics at play here with what's happened with the pandemic. Let me also say this, though, and I hope I'm not going on too long.
No.
But, okay. But in not overwhelming our healthcare systems, I don't know if all county commissioners do this, but I at least get daily updates. Our Department of Public Safety provides daily updates, not only on our new positive cases, but also we have our deaths. We compare that to our overdose deaths. We know the number of individuals that are hospitalized on that day. We know the number of individuals that are on ventilators. We know the number of available beds in our hospitals every day. And I can tell you that we are still 3 to 1 more overdose deaths since the beginning of the year than COVID deaths. Yep. Right now, I can tell you we have 2 individuals on ventilators in our county right now, too. And you know, some ventilators are a difficult thing to overcome. We all know that that's the critical condition that an individual can get with COVID, that's an impact that can be critical. But let me also say that we're seeing that individuals, it's a lower percentage of individuals that are requiring hospitalization, and the survival rate has increased tremendously as well because we've learned better how to treat COVID.
Well, and let me, on that note, I think one of the ways that's easy for people to understand, including in Pennsylvania, when you talk about the importance of these restrictions and lockdowns and things like that, violations of our rights were indefinite, and that was the problem. You seem like a commissioner that's willing to reach out and get information for what's best with your county. Were you comfortable with the information that was relayed to you from Governor Wolf's team regarding when you could go from, for example, yellow to green? Because a lot of commissioners I've talked to said they had no clue what the reasoning behind that was.
No, we were not. But let me say this, that the governor has some great staff that reached out to us. And when we had a question, they tried their very, very best to provide that information. Allie Doyle from our area has done a tremendous job staying in contact with us. And I'm going to pronounce Rob's name wrong, but he's done a great job with us as well. They even helped me in obtaining a drug called remdesivir when our community hospital couldn't get another hospital to provide it. They even intervened and helped us to try to save a patient. We've been very, very frustrated. But in the beginning, when the pandemic hit and we really didn't know enough about COVID, we didn't know what was going to happen. I think most Pennsylvanians were okay with complying with the governor's executive orders. We know he has the authority to issue executive orders. We're going to comply. Obviously, he's probably got more information than we have at his disposal. So we're going to trust this person that we've put in a position of public trust. And even into the weeks 3 and 4, when things changed. But as it continued to drag out and information was not forthcoming, as I can tell you, I know of a family who had a suicide death that was counted as COVID, a stroke death that was counted as COVID. Our coroner now tracks all of our deaths. Our Washington County death numbers are different than the state's death numbers for Washington County. So there is a tremendous amount of mistrust at this point with the administration.
So let me just step to the side a little bit. Tell me the one thing that you are most excited about right now that's happening in Washington County.
Election day tomorrow. I'm very excited for election day.
Besides the political component, we're trying to get to understand what Washington County is. It's just south of Allegheny County in the southwestern part of the state. But because there's so many things happening, especially economically, what are you excited about other than the election?
There's a couple things that we're working on right now. And this is my first opportunity. I have a working majority and chairmanship. So I'm getting to do things differently now. And we've got a new industrial park called Cool Valley that we're trying to get off the ground, 911 acres. We're taking a new look at how we deliver economic development and tourism services in Washington County. We've looked at our IT department. We've been able to reduce our spending there by $400,000 a year. We've got a new way of providing congregate meals for our seniors. We're going to be saving $712,000 a year. We're doing administrative reviews of all of our outside agencies. Outside agencies are agents of the county, being individuals that the county receives funding to provide a program for, and we designate whether it's the redevelopment authority, the housing authority, tourism, the food bank, the list goes on and on. These outside agencies, we're doing top to bottom reviews. We did an elections review committee that looked at everything and how we're processing everything in elections, conducting our elections. They provided a very detailed report. We've implemented a lot of those procedures already. We just met for the first time with a public safety review committee to improve public safety. They had their first meeting last week. We've been doing a lot of upgrades to our parks to improve the quality of life. And, we continue to keep Washington County taxes very, very low, lowest county taxes in the region. And we're very proud of that. And having served in office so long, that's one of my prouder accomplishments.
My last question before I throw it to Rob and Todd, and then I got to get off because I got to schedule the next person, Rob, that's going to come in on a phone call.
Okay.
Commissioner, tell me what you love most about the president. and I will talk to you very soon. Say hi to Bob and the crew, and I miss the Chinese food terribly.
I do too. It's takeout only there right now at our favorite place, the Bean Curd. I think what I appreciate the most about the president, I'll just say two things. One of the things I really appreciate is the fact that he has a family that is all in with their dad, that is all in with helping him get elected, stay in office, and execute his vision for America. I've never seen the family involvement in prior years that I've seen for this president. So I really appreciate that about him. I appreciate the fact that he tries to do what he says he's going to do. He's tried to address immigration issues and different tax issues, trade issues. And I think that just overall, they have reached out more to counties. They've have liaison at the White House that deals with all of our county issues, emails county commissioners on a regular basis, has had us for briefings, meeting and connecting us with all of his department heads in DC, which has allowed us a connectivity that we've never had before. So we've been able to assist our constituents in a much greater way. So, that's been a big benefit. It's something that we've never seen, and I really appreciate about the president.
That's awesome. As a commissioner, one of the things that we're trying to do with this show is to tell people the importance of getting involved in your local political level. Can you just tell us a little about, is it difficult to get involved at the county level? And is it important to have the people that that are just average people in your Washington County that are helping you and helping out? Is that a big help to Washington County, the average citizens getting involved?
We really need the average citizen to be involved. We have so many advisory boards for all the things that we do, whether it's children and youth services, behavioral health and developmental services, veterans advisory board. And we have so many different boards that we need people to step up and serve on to review issues and give us their input, planning commissions. So not only from a political standpoint, but from a governmental standpoint, they need to step up. From a political standpoint, that's the only way individuals like myself ever win elections is by people assisting us, whether it's standing at the polls, making phone calls, donating to our campaign, talking to people about us. That's how we are elected. That's how we build our brand, our reputation. It's based on the involvement of other people because we'll never meet all the people we represent. But if somebody that somebody else knows is an advocate of mine, then they're most likely to win them over. And so that's how you help from a political and a governmental standpoint. We need everyone involved. And, on a local level, we touch your lives more directly each and every day.
Exactly. Todd, did you want to close it out? I can if you're busy.
I just had a quick question. I mean, this is completely off topic, maybe, I guess, but it is COVID related. In your backyard, you've got a baseball team, right? The Washington Wild Things, if I'm not mistaken.
That's correct. Yes.
They had a significant impact to their season. What was the reaction of the community, and how soon will the Washington Wild Things be getting back to playing baseball?
Yeah, that's one of the things we were so very, very disappointed about. The Wild Things had a way to operate open, operate safely. They were given permission, and then people were complaining, and they said, they'd have to shut it down because people didn't know the agreement that the Department of Health and the DCED had worked out with them. That's one of the best family oriented venues we have here in the county. And, it's an affordable evening out, good American fun. And they open up their facilities for lots of other venues. So, it's been very disappointing. We want to do all we can to help make sure that the Washington Wild Things can return next year for a full season, because they've just added a tremendous amount of value from a quality of life standpoint for Washington County. So we're big fans of theirs.
Well, thank you so much for coming on, Commissioner Vaughn. We really appreciate your time. I know Carlos is getting another guest on, but I'm sure he appreciates, and I know Todd does as well. So best of luck tomorrow. I hope the election goes smoothly, and it sounds like you're really prepared for it. So
we are. Thank you so much. God bless you all for what you do.
All right.
Thank you.
Talk to you soon. All right, Todd. So when the next call comes on, Todd, if we could just, with the Zoom, we'll probably mute our Zoom so that we could just hear through the feed the audio call.
I just did a traffic check on talkwilliamsport.com, and it's no wonder it crashed. I mean, we're talking historic
really
levels. Yeah. And,
Hey, man.
and the inbox is full, and it's just unbelievable what's going on right now in reaction to the story. And as a clarification to the story, the DOH letter is a quarantine letter. The question that I asked, what happens to somebody that's either tested positive or is in quarantine effective for tomorrow?
Right.
What do you do? What's the guidance? So I've come across the emergency ballot. It's called an emergency absentee ballot application. I'll be posting it in part number 2. And if you think it's not a colossal mess right now, Rob, can you imagine these ballots being submitted today or tomorrow by a third party because the quarantine party can't leave?
Call from.
That's unbelievable.
Carlos.
And you heard her explanation, right?
Yep. Hey, the call's coming in.
Send a
So
voicemail.
1 sec. We'll mute the Zoom here. You there, Carlos?
I am, and are you ready?
Yes.
Yes, I'm here.
So with me is Clinton County Republican Chairman Kurt Smith, and welcome to the show, here with Robert Knorr and Todd Bartlett. How are you?
Good afternoon, all. I am being blown around.
So exactly how busy are you today?
Last bit of preparations, working hard. So it's a very, very hectic day. I will not mince any words.
So what is the total number of registered voters in Clinton County? Do you know off the top of your head?
11,007. Oh, total about 22 and change.
I see. And what are your expectations for the voter turnout tomorrow, in your mind?
60% or higher.
So let me introduce you to Todd Bartlett, who is a journalist here in Wintersport, and Robert Knorr, who you might remember was a candidate for the 12th, for the Comfrey and the
special election.
Yes, I remember
last year.
Yep, I remember. I still get emails, quote, from him regularly.
Yeah, I don't know why, right? We talked about this. I think someone hacked my email.
No problem, but I knew you'd know.
I'm not so sure Todd could hear us,
ahead, Todd.
just to be honest, Carlos.
What's that?
I'm not so sure Todd could hear
Todd.
us. Is he on the phone call with us?
I'm not sure.
He can't
But
hear if he's
go
just
ahead,
on Zoom. I mean, if you call, did you call Todd?
I did not.
Okay, so yeah, it'll just be me, you, and Carlos then.
Okay.
Yeah, me, you, and Kurt. But yeah, thanks so much. Now, when you said that you're going to have like an over 60% turnout, you're estimating, how does that stack into previous years? Is that about normal, or is this a bigger turnout you're expecting than normal?
Oh, it's a much bigger turnout than normal. However, we've had some pretty decent turnouts as of late. So I would say in the high 30s. But of course, this is one to save our nation. So I believe a lot of people have realized that. And of course, the other side is alive and well, and they believe in their product.
Yeah. I am guessing, and we'll see if you share this thought, that there are a lot of new voters that will see turnout, particularly in rural Pennsylvania. And I think the reason is a lot of people that didn't think politics affected their lives that much have been severely affected by Governor Wolf and a lot of the lockdown strategies. Is that something that you think you're seeing in your county?
Oh, I think it's definitely initially, Robert, I had heard there was 15% of restaurants would not make it. Then I heard 40, and I repeated it to an elected person. They said, no, they actually expect 60%. Quarantine herd, and I know that this not to talk about it, but I think government interference, intrusion, and one loves America, the other likes Marxism, socialism. So I do believe that voters are awakening. They see I have a saying that if your product is so good, then why do you have to cheat so bad? Why does it require subsidy? Today we hear a letter going out from
health secretary saying, you're quarantined, you can't vote. Now, obviously, she didn't do that. But if your product is so good, why does it need such augmentation? I would say to all your listeners to get out and vote. This is one to save America, or to turn America around and remove every gain that's been made. Number one, record employment for blacks, Hispanics, women, all-time economy. And look at the GDP. Just last couple of days ago, 33%. Yep. President Trump loves America.
Yep, totally agree. Carlos?
So tell us the story of how you became a Republican.
1980. Believe it or not, Carlos, everybody votes. Mm. Whether they cast a ballot or sit at home, everybody votes. So in 1980, there was a huge push to get Christians involved with the elections. And so I am proud to say the first person I ever pulled a lever for, that's what you did back then, was a guy named Ronald Reagan in the spring of 1980. And we live in a blessed nation. We get to choose those who govern over us. It's a responsibility that should be taken very, very seriously, but also should be exercised 2 times a year, once in the primary, once in the fall. And every email I send out has a little saying on the end: all that takes for evil to prosper is for good men and women to do nothing. And I hope good men and women don't sit this one out. If they don't sit it out, I think President Trump and a lot of the Republican slate will be in. And so a lot of activity today. Yes.
Rob?
Yeah, that's very well said. And that's kind of where I was getting with the previous question is, I think that we are starting to see a lot of people that maybe decided to set it out in previous elections. I think they're seeing the consequences of that, because we ended up with someone like Tom Wolf, who, whether it be through, incompetence or corruption, it seems to be a mess when it comes to a litany of issues, when it comes to these authoritarian lockdown measures. So I'm hoping that people see the consequences you saw with Tom Wolf being elected. Is it in your estimation that things will get so much worse if we have a Biden-Harris administration?
Yes, it is. Will get much worse. And I will also tell you that a lot of people sat out 11, 13, 15, 17, 19. Yep. And of course, so those odd number years are the only time you can elect a judge or a magisterial judge. And so we've seen what it's like to have interference. The U.S. Constitution says all manners of elections shall come from the legislature, not the judiciary, and yet the lines drawing everyone's, there's an outfit called Fair Districts. It's anything but Fair Districts. They want to take the district lines away from we the people and put it in the hands of a few more government officials who are not held accountable by the voters. And they say, well, we won't be partisan politics. How can you not be partisan politics? So that was a big strike. And then you recently see the October rulings where your signature does not have to match on your mail-in ballot. Now, tell me when it'd be like, Robert, you owe us $30,000. We loaned you the money. You didn't pay it. Now we're coming after your stuff. And they knock, knock, knock. Wait, that's not my signature. Oh, you're right. So suddenly you're off the hook. So your signature has to match on a lot of things, but not to pick who governs us. It's completely irresponsible. It's not right. And I hope people will wise up and rise up and realize that this is not correct.
Carlos?
Exactly right. And that's one of my biggest concerns. I called Robert right away when that ruling came down from the state Supreme Court. I found it shocking. Mm-hmm. It's okay not to have voter ID, okay? Because between you and me, you have the signature backup. And listen, try to fake my signature, okay? It's just not going to happen. So that being said, can you tell me what's happening in Clinton County that you're excited about?
Well, our product does work.
In general, besides the election and raising the vote, but just, economically or culturally? What are you excited about Clinton County?
Well, obviously, we sit on top of the nation's supply of natural gas for the next 50 years. There's nothing like there's nothing like gas independence that allows our nation to be strong when we're not depending upon somebody else's foreign oil, etc. I mean, Stacey Garrity running for treasurer. Did you two know that before President Trump wrote an executive order that tungsten was actually coming from both China and Russia? All the tungsten used in our weaponry and defense system. And so when President Trump found that out, thanks to the help of Treasurer candidate Stacey Garrity, he wrote an executive order saying all defense mechanisms using tungsten, that tungsten has to be made in America. So anyhow, back to Clinton County. I know Trump economy. We are coming out of the COVID shutdown, lockdown, and again, GDP. We still have other issues to correct in America. We make it so tough anymore to get a building permit to build a home. American dream, number one American dream is home ownership, and we're just making it tougher and tougher to build new homes. Okay, well, can't you live in an existing home? Well, can't you drive your first car you got when you were a kid? Well, no, it became functionally obsolescent, and a lot of these older homes are energy robbers. So, but I am excited because of President Trump, and what he's done, and I'm very, very much sold on the whole entire Republican slate. I don't know if that answers your question, Carlos, but I tried.
No, it's fantastic, Rob.
Yeah, I thought that was a very good answer. So, yeah, one of the questions I have that I just think we've been talking to people about, Russ Diamond talked about this specifically. What do you think about the coverage we're seeing now coming from the media, both at the local and national level? Now, I know we have the great Todd Bartlett with us, who's a fantastic journalist, but just the state of journalism in general, how do you see their failures, or maybe you don't see them as failures, really affect people in areas like Clinton County, where all of a sudden they seem to be cast aside and they're dispersed as flyover country, and kind of the things that they care about aren't really reported on?
Well, what I see when we grow up, when the three of us grow up, or at least Carlos and I grow up, Robert, we always thought Big Brother was just going to be the government. Now I think Big Brother's beyond that. And, fair and balanced is the way to go. Let the voter decide. There's nothing stronger than an educated voter. And I think that's why, thank God, as soon as I say this, I'm going to back it out. I mean, if it gives you some idea of how things are being regulated when Twitter and Facebook shuts down free speech. Now, we all talk about free speech and we love free speech right until yours and my speech disagrees with that particular person, and then it's muffled. And so I am very pleased to say that America's sense of smell factor, the calls I've received today, and by the way, if I get another call, I'm going to put you guys on hold. How's that for some dead airspace? But I believe that the sniff test is working in America. I think there's nothing more powerful than an informed voter.
I totally agree.
So, in closing, tell us what your number one voter issue is for you, okay? And tell us why you love Donald Trump.
Number one voter issue, I mean, President Trump is everything. He's 100%. I did not need to go Saturday night and take up space of somebody else. There's nothing more. He has pledged. He's kept his promises. He loves America. And so everything that he's done for jobs, for industry, for sticking up for everybody. I mean, literally everybody. Religious liberties and freedoms, sticking up for life, Jerusalem, our military, our veterans. Before President Trump came in, I had two words for you concerning government-run health care, and those two words were veterans hospitals. And it was terrible what we were doing to our vets, or not doing to our vets, and should have done. President Trump loves America, and he loves everybody to help make America the country that it is. So the guy is all about making it better for all. He's not a segregationist. He's not going to make it better for just a few. He is fair and equal in his treatment, and he walks his talk. Yeah, okay, he talks his talk too, but he walks his talk. What he's, pardon me, what he says he does.
That's awesome. Excellent.
Rob, you want to close it out?
Yeah. So if anyone has any questions about voting in Clinton County tomorrow, is there a place they could reach you, or they could reach out to get any help, whether it be help like finding a polling station or anything like that?
I do not have. I'd rather not give confidential information out over the phone. Our election center will be open, 57 Belfont Avenue. We look out one set of glass, we see the Kentucky Fried Chicken. We look out the other corner, and we can see the City Hall. And so we will be manned all 13 hours at 57 Belfont Avenue. If someone has to come in, the doors will be open all day long.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I really appreciate your support for everything that I do, and thank you for coming on. And I hope you have a great day tomorrow and a great turnout. And call me if you ever need anything.
Keep praying, man. Thank you. Take care.
Yep. We'll talk to you soon.
Bye-bye.
Rob, I'm going to be offline 10 minutes making phone calls.
Okay.
We don't have anybody right now until probably 4 o'clock, but I need to talk to Ashley, and I think that she's coming on, and possibly one of the congressmen. So
all right. So we're good until
I'll be right back on with you.
Okay. So we're good until 4. So I'll just I'll unmute.
It looks like we're good until 4 o'clock.
I'm back
with Prairie County Republican Committee man Jim Lucas.
Okay,
but we might have someone in between.
Okay,
So
I'm gonna end. I'll end this
minutes.
call, and I'm on the Zoom call with Todd now. So, all right, Todd, you're back. Carlos didn't
Yes,
patch
and
you
we
into
have breaking news, by the way.
Go for
Once
it.
Carlos comes back on, we have some significant breaking news that I want both of you to react to.
Well,
This is
Carlos isn't going to be back for a little while. He's calling people, so you could get my reaction.
So check this out, brother.
Okay.
We have an amazing turn of events, and I'm actually putting final touches on what I was just sent. We've had an instant and immediate reaction to the story.
Really?
Secretary Bookbar is now on record, and so is Dr. Levine. In regard to my story, and the headline reads, PA voters in quarantine due to a COVID-19 exposure should contact their county elections office to make arrangements to vote.
So wait, so
It just broke moments ago. They just sent it to me.
how long have they been sending these letters out? I mean, since September.
Since it started.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Oh, so even before that. So you mean to tell me that our health secretary and the Wolf administration did not have a plan? Even when you asked them about this weeks ago, they didn't develop a plan for how people in quarantine could vote until you broke a story today.
I don't know what to tell you, brother.
That is one of the most pathetic things I've ever heard. That is unbelievable. And what gets me, and you know this, Todd, we've talked about this a lot. What gets me is this constant drumbeat of every time something like this happens, whether it be FBI malfeasance in the kind of investigation of Trump with the 17 errors and omissions, or stuff like this. People that want to defend these left-wing politicians or left-wing actors say, oh, it was just incompetence. Like, I'm so tired of this argument. How could you not understand? We've been hearing constantly from the left and the party of Wolf and Levine how important counting every vote is. How could they be caught basically with their pants down the day before an election going, oh yeah, I guess we should have thought about the people we've ordered to quarantine, how we could help assist them in voting? That's shocking.
I was just sent the most recent version of the letter, and it's no different than what I've posted.
That's unbelievable.
You're getting in real time reaction here, folks?
This
in
is
real time reaction.
I hope the audience understands the gravity of this. Like, what? There were letters sent out telling people to quarantine and not leave their house, or there would be consequences. And Governor Wolf and Health Secretary Levine gave no instruction whatsoever as to how those people were to be able to cast a vote then, until Todd Bartlett, a real journalist, which there are very few of, questioned at the health meeting today what exactly these people were going to do. They didn't have an answer for Todd then, so they run back and they're like, oh yeah, I guess we didn't think about that. And they come up with this. This is the best they could do. Oh, you should contact someone for help. Outrageous.
The day before, it's 2:49. The day before the election. Who's going to their voting place right now? Who's calling their I mean, this is chaos, Rob. They're going to close at what, 5 o'clock? Let's just say they leave it open today till 8. 5 hours on the eve of the election. You're just now giving guidance.
And again, important to note, when did you ask this question? I mean, you asked about lockdowns and voting. When was that? Weeks ago, correct?
March. About lockdown.
I mean, it's
about lockdowns in March.
Right.
Okay. Now, to be honest, I asked the governor probably a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
What's the deal for election day? What's the deal? Are you going to leave the polls open extra hours? Secretary Bookvar was there too. Are you going to leave them open?
Now, do we think it's an accident? I'm just going to throw this out here. I don't have proof of this. But again, I have been contending the whole time. I'll go on record with this. I don't care. I've been contending that when it comes to COVID policy, that this has been politicized from the Wolf administration every step of the way. Do we think it's a coincidence that everybody's predicting, of course, the Democrats are going to win early voting, but a massive surge in in-day voting will be crucial to Trump winning? And now we find out that they've basically been criminally inept in instructing people that may have COVID as to how they may be able to cast a ballot.
Rob, is it disingenuous to put a letter out to somebody that's in quarantine within the window of the election, right, to not include what they just put out moments ago?
It's unbelievable. And it is. It is. I don't care if you say it was incompetence or if you say it was corruption. At the end of the day, it is voter suppression. This wasn't like, think about this. If someone scammed you and did this, if someone sent out, you remember we heard the Iran propaganda about, this is the Proud Boys, you better vote for us. Facebook and Twitter have been banning people since at least 2016, if not earlier, if they put memes up suggesting election day was an incorrect day. So if instead of saying Tuesday, November 3rd, if you said, get out and vote on Wednesday, November 4th, they would ban you because they understand the importance of not giving misinformation that might keep people from getting to the ballot box. Here we have official Department of Health letterhead from the official Department of Health of Pennsylvania, sending letters to people telling them, don't leave your house or there will be consequences in the window frame of when the election is. And they don't include anything about, oh, by the way, here's how you can safely vote. That's unbelievable voter suppression. And you heard it here first. Am I right, Todd? This is the first,
And here's the other part of this. They just put another press release out within the last hour that said if you didn't get your mail ballot, your ballot in the mail, you got to go in person tomorrow.
Right.
They just put that out. And somebody just commented that their college students' mail-in ballot never arrived. So now that person has to make special accommodation, special trip to go and vote in person tomorrow.
It's unbelievable. It's just... And I mean, and again, let's take the most generous, let's say that it wasn't corruption. Let's take the most generous look into this. How can you defend this? Like, how can anyone defend what the Wolf administration's done here? Now, keep in mind, these are the people that are making decisions about whether or not you could open your business, about whether or not you could go to work, about whether or not you could visit your family member in certain facilities or, go to the doctor's office with them. These people making those decisions, is there any person listening right here, anyone, knowing how big this election's going to be, is there anyone that wouldn't have thought, well, hey, if we're going to send letters to people telling them not to leave their homes, and we know that it's going to be in the period of time that the election's occurring, let's include something to show, we're going to assist you with advice on how you could still vote even if you can't leave your home. I mean, that every single person listening here would have been like, of course, that's one of the first things we would have done. But the experts, the people that are paid handsomely with your tax dollars to make these decisions, they couldn't figure that out. And by the way, I will guarantee you that the guidance that was been released today, and see if you agree with me, Todd, would not have been released had you not questioned them at the hearing today. Or at the conference.
There's no question. There's no question. And what Representative Diamond said earlier today, I mean, this press release right here just put them in front of the Pennsylvania House Oversight Committee.
Oh, no doubt.
5 hours to go, and I'm being generous if they close at 8 o'clock tonight. Your local county election office, right?
Yep.
Extra hours on the eve of the election to make sure everybody gets the information that they need. Can you even imagine, Rob? 5 hours to go. Maybe just 2 till 5 o'clock from right now.
And then there's the problem. Not only is that horrible in its own sense, but then there's the problem of, and I hope you were paying attention and got the press release, right? It's like the correction to the story. How many times does the media,
I've been contacted by more media outlets right now than I can count. And we're talking about some national media outlets kicking the tires right now because they're vetting the story. Well, guess what? The vetting just ended because they put a press release out in reaction to the story. If there was no there, you wouldn't have to put a press release out.
That's exactly right. And so,
now you've got all these people going for an emergency absentee ballot that are sitting in quarantine. They're not doing the emergency ballot, Rob.
They're not voting.
They're not going to do it.
That's
They're
right.
Going right to the poll tomorrow morning.
That's right. Go ahead and talk for a second. I got a call that might be a guest, so let me check real quick. But
all right. And again, if you're looking for the story that we're talking about on the voting tomorrow and what transpired earlier today, you can go to Facebook. News Talk WMPT is the Facebook page, and you can also check out talkwilliamsport.com. There are any number of people that are on there now. And by the way, Rob's on this other call. We're listening into Rob right now because he didn't mute his other microphone. We heard every word.
Did you? Yeah, I figured. It was someone calling, I believe it was a Democrat calling me to go out and vote. They were looking for my wife, though, so joke's on them. I was like, I'm doing a radio show, so I gotta go. But yeah, I mean, this is amazing. They're either gonna go vote in person. So, I mean, think about this. Let's say that you're someone who you're interested in following the orders that have been sent to you. So you read this quarantine suggestion or order or whatever you want to call it, and you say, okay, I want to do my part and make sure that I do right. What is the dilemma you're asking yourself tomorrow? You probably didn't see this press release. Even if you did, your polling station or your county office is probably closed by the time you want to act on it. So now you have to make a decision whether to exercise your right to vote and violate this order, thereby endangering people, or you choose not to endanger people and follow the orders of Tom Wolf and choose not to vote. What a horrible, horrible position to put potentially thousands of Pennsylvanians in.
It's absolutely unbelievable. And to do this with hours to go before Pennsylvanians cast ballots is inexcusable.
Now,
absolutely inexcusable.
I know. Look, the slight difference between me and you is you actually are a professional. You're actually a journalist. But I wonder if you have this thought that I have a lot, where it's just like, why does it fall on people like us? You mean that there wasn't enough of an outcry of people like, what are you going to do election day? Like, the Department of Health couldn't think of this until you brought it up?
Rob, this is what makes no sense to me at all. I didn't think I was asking that difficult of a question, or that I've posed significantly difficult questions to anybody in the administration. I've never been rude.
Right.
To anybody. I've been quite respectful, as a matter of fact, to everybody in the process. And what is just unbelievable is the answers you get in real time. So Secretary Levine said you need to go to the Secretary of State to figure that out about the voting while you're in quarantine. Why are we finding this out on the eve of the election? Yep. And those letters have been going out since March.
What was?
And there's been exactly, by the way, other than today, my story, one other story.
Let me ask you this. At the press conference you're at earlier today, right? What was it, before the questions are asked, what was being announced at the press conference? What was the conference about? Just COVID? Or was it about the elections as well?
Well, the first thing that Dr. Levine said was make sure you get your ballot in, right? So it's obviously political, right? So let's just get that on the table right now. It's politically motivated. You're talking about taking your ballot, do it safely. Listen, I get it. But this is critical. You're talking about arguably tens of thousands of Pennsylvanians that have received these letters or these phone calls. You may have been in contact with somebody with COVID, right? And you're not supposed to be going out. You're not supposed to be doing this, doing that, right? And she even said in her statements, she goes, answer the call. People aren't answering the call to the contact tracing. They're not even getting the information that they so desperately are asking for to contact trace. Because people firmly believe they've seen it for the last 4 years with the current administration. If we tell the government anything, they're coming to get us.
And they're right.
That's their fear. That's their fear. If they can go get the guy in charge, what's going to happen to little old me? That's the perception.
Well, and they're not wrong.
What we've seen is it's reality. We have a president that's been impeached. It's reality, right? And the media is there to carry the water. And how you send somebody in there on the eve of the election to cover the folks that are doing the sign language thing, I've seen those folks. They do a phenomenal job.
Right.
Why are you writing that story on the eve of the election?
Yep. Yeah, it's unbelievable. And look, what you said, the Health Secretary Levine. Now, think about this if you're listening here. The Health Secretary, so when she's out there talking right now, if the Health Secretary is holding a conference, what's it going to be about? COVID. Okay, we know that. She starts off talking about the election. So election, COVID, right? That's the two things she's focusing on. And yet somewhere in that connection, she never asked herself the question, by the way, how are people we sent these quarantine letters to going to vote? That never crossed her mind. That never crossed anyone's mind at the Department of Health in Pennsylvania. That's astonishing.
So, Rob, here's the best one, right? This is the best one. If you've gotten a letter, only you know and the Department of Health knows. Yes. Nobody at the polling place knows unless you tell them. So now we're living in the dark winter and the secret? This is so wrong on so many levels. I don't even know where to start.
Let's say hypothetically, I don't expect this to happen, but let's say hypothetically it did. Let's say we see a rash of COVID outbreaks as a response of this terrible decision, where a bunch of people that were infectious with COVID, because they didn't have any other means to vote, actually go out, right? Will Governor Wolf and Health Secretary Levine take responsibility for that? Of course not. They'll somehow blame Donald Trump or people not wearing masks. That's what they'll blame.
And here's the other. I don't want to give any questions I didn't ask away. I don't want to do that because there's going to be a follow-up probably, and they talked about it earlier today on Thursday. I want to go back on Thursday.
Yeah.
And ask what I wasn't able to ask earlier today and say, well, there's questions I had that were left on the table that I didn't get to ask, right? And I think Carlos hit the nail on the head earlier with Representative Diamond. Why are you letting me back in the room?
Right. I know.
Right? You shut the digital side down when we used to pose questions online and digitally, which I was doing every day, 10, 15, 20 times, questions at a time, which I can document. Listen, I'm not out to get anybody, right? There's a perception of always out to get this person, that person. I'm trying to give you as a Pennsylvanian and as a voter the most information so you can go make a decision for you and your family. And what's been just unbelievable in this whole process is an administration that cannot articulate in real time what their policies are.
Well, let's look at it this way, right? So I watched the Steeler game yesterday, and and I'm in Clarion County, so I understand advertisements are kind of located, they're geared towards where you're located and who your cable provider are and things like that. I probably saw 5 to 6 commercials paid for by Pennsylvania, the state of Pennsylvania, reminding people to vote, telling people how to vote, how late the polls will be open. Who knows how many tax dollars have been spent on ads because they understand the importance of informing people of how to exercise their constitutional duty to vote. Yet somehow it slipped their mind. The same people pushing out all the money to make those fancy ads, it slipped their mind. oh, by the way, we sent out a bunch of letters telling people not to leave their homes. Shouldn't we instruct them on how to vote? It just slipped their minds. And then maybe, here's a scary thought, Todd. You want to know maybe why they leave you in the room? This is even scarier than them being corrupt. Maybe they're like, well, if we leave Todd in the room, he'll be able to tell us all the stupid stuff we do so that we can hurry up and try to fix it. Maybe that's why they leave you in the room, because they're like, oh yeah, I guess a bunch of people won't be able to vote now. But I refuse to believe that. I think that this is intentional. I think that they are trying everything they can. I said this from the get-go, not just about Wolf, but I said it was ironic to me that there was all of this discussion about Donald Trump's interfering with the USPS. Oh, he doesn't want mail voting. Oh, it's all about suppressing the vote. And over, I talked to people on the left, and I would ask this. Will you admit, even if we take fraud out of it, because no one in the left wants to admit that voter fraud happens. So if you just take regular old human error, we still see as many as 10% of ballots that are mailed in being rejected. So in fact, if you were interested in the most people possible having their vote counted, you would be recommending everyone, as many people as possible, vote in person. And I said, why does it seem the Democratic Party is dissuading people from voting in person? And no one ever had an answer for me. They were just like, oh, now we see the actual policies of a Democrat, Tom Wolf, basically kind of winking and nodding to, hey, better not go out and vote. You can get in a lot of trouble if you break this quarantine. It's mind-blowing. Oh, go ahead.
So I got one for you. Our mutual friend just texted me and said that Diana Irey Vaughn, who was just on from Washington County with us, she just received that same press release. She just received it as the county commissioner. Now, we are, as we just mentioned, hours away. Yeah. You heard what she talked about and all of the extraordinary efforts they're going through to make sure tomorrow is safe, secure, and everybody has the right to vote, right? And on the eve of the election, hours to go, this is dropped on you. I can't wait. And we have other county commissioners that are going to be coming on later in the show. I cannot wait to hear their reactions to this in real time.
It's crazy. I mean, this is quite literally probably the busiest day and 2 days that they'll have in their tenure as county commissioner. And now, on top of everything that they would have regularly been dealing with the most consequential election in our lifetime, and with probably the highest voter turnout in our lifetime, so it's going to be very busy days for them. Now, on top of all of that, they have to deal with this press release being sent out, 2 hours before their office would normally close? On the day before the election. It's stunning.
Rob, I couldn't even dream this. When this story came to me about this whistleblower and what's going on in the contact trace program, you couldn't even dream it. Okay, now part 2 is probably going to be later than I expected, probably 6 instead of 5, just because of what's transpired here in the last hour or so in reaction to the story. We have an attorney on record who's in federal court right now, and these letters are part of the litigation in federal court as being unconstitutional. Now, we just heard from the commissioner moments ago. They've been in the federal court, and they've won over unconstitutional mandates handed down by this administration. It's unbelievable. We're actually living history in real time here in the Commonwealth.
Look, and I've been saying it for a long time. I've been saying, I know, Todd, you're probably tired of hearing me say this, and probably a lot of people listening. I've been saying, listen, if they're willing to endorse riots, if they're willing to have the FBI spy on Trump over the Russia collusion lie that was created by Hillary Clinton, if they're willing to send COVID patients into nursing homes, you don't think they're willing to engage in election day shenanigans? You don't think that they're going to have voter suppression or voter fraud? I mean, this is unbelievable. They're going out of their way to allow ballots whose signatures don't match up with voter registrations. Because in the name of, why are they doing that? Can anyone give me a reason why that would be the case? Why can your signature on your ballot look totally different than your signature on your registration? Well, it's because their mantra is every vote must be counted. Yet the same people telling you that are sending quarantine letters to people, telling them not to leave their home and not giving them any instructions on how they could vote safely on election day.
So Carlos, now that you're back, can you see if the commissioner can come back on with us in real time? I know she's got a crazy schedule.
I've texted her, so I'm waiting for her to call back.
So how much did you catch being on the phone and back and forth and emails and everything else over the last 10, 15 minutes with Rob and I going back and forth? Have you caught
not a thing
what's going on in real time?
No.
Go ahead, Todd. Let him know.
Carlos, Secretary Bookvar and Secretary Levine have now put a press release out about my very question earlier today in regard to quarantined folks. And let me get to it here real quick. Headline, Secretary of Health Dr. Levine and Secretary of State Bookvar issue press release on PA voters in quarantine. And they walk through the process. They reminded Pennsylvanians who are currently in quarantine due to COVID-19 to contact their county elections office for an emergency absentee ballot, where there's a link to, if they were planning to vote in person but now cannot. I mean, are you kidding me? I asked the question earlier today, and now it says you have to go get an emergency absentee ballot if they were planning to vote in person, but now cannot. What?
Carlos, do you understand? This means that they didn't think of this.
Lockdown. It's a voting lockdown.
Right. They
Every
didn't think of.
Pennsylvanian who is registered to vote will have the opportunity to do so, Secretary Bookvar said. There's an emergency ballot provision under the law. If you can't deliver your own balloting materials, you can assign a designee to do that for you. And if you can't find a designee, the law actually requires the county election office to have a sheriff's deputy or some county official to deliver the balloting materials for the voter. You need to get her back on the phone. And the other commissioners we have lined up for later today, I can't wait with 2 hours to go till they close at 5 o'clock today. Are you kidding me? On the eve of the election, Carlos and Rob?
How many of these quarantine notices do you think went out? Like in the past week or so?
Like
thousands, right?
Here's what Levine says. Pennsylvanians can vote safely even if you are in isolation or quarantine because you have COVID-19 or have been exposed to it, Dr. Levine said. If you are not quarantined and plan to vote in person, make sure you add your COVID kit to your voting plan. This includes a mask, black or blue pen, hand sanitizer, and the COVID alert app on your phone. Are you kidding me? By the way, the polls open tomorrow, 7 a.m.
Carlos, do you realize this means that they did not think of this until Todd Bartlett asked a question today? Do you understand that?
It reminds me of what you say about, the most important journalist in Pennsylvania regarding COVID.
Yeah.
Is Todd Bartlett. I have no words. I mean, I literally have no words. You know that I have words, right? All the time. I have no words. So both of you guys know me. Okay. The people that don't know me don't know. This is what we call in the business the mother of unforced errors at the worst possible time. At the worst possible time, Rob. I have no words.
Well, listen, let's take the election out of it for a moment. Let's assume that all of this is to keep us safe from COVID, right? The contact tracing, all of the recommendations. Someone that's watching right now says, well, there's an easy solution then. Don't get tested, right? Don't do the contact tracing. What this is incentivizing is people to not trust the very government leaders that we're told we have to trust to keep safe from COVID. So what's your incentive, right? If you went out and you did as the government asked and answered the phone and talked to the contact tracers, then you would get the letter saying that you're quarantined. Then you would be put in the position where you think that you can't vote. So the way to avoid that is stop cooperating with the government. And if the government's right that cooperation's key to stopping COVID deaths, they've literally set forth the path for people not trusting the very orders they say are necessary to end COVID. It's unbelievable.
I don't think I could better that description. This is unbelievable. The gargantuan unforced error.
But is it an error? If there's no consequences to again, Now, let me make this story as simple as possible for people listening, right? And Todd, correct me if I say anything that's misleading or wrong. You get a letter.
We need to. Can we have a special edit on this? Can you do this?
We'll give Todd a buzzer.
But you just do a special edit, just so we can take this video and publish it. What Rob is about to say.
Okay,
Go ahead, Rob.
I'm recording here, so here we go. You basically get a letter saying, hey, through contact tracing, we now realize that you may have been in contact with someone with COVID. We're asking you to quarantine. If you leave your home, you could be asked basically to be forced hospitalized. Correct? That's basically what the letter says. Am I misleading?
Or taken out of your home and placed in some place they deem that you're going to be compliant with the quarantine. That's what it says.
Okay, right? So you get that. You get a letter. It says you're going to quarantine yourself. If you leave your home, we'll force you into quarantine somewhere, right? Now, they sent that letter out knowing that the election's coming up, the most consequential election in our lifetime. They know that early ballot and other forms of voting favor Democrats, in-day personal voting favors Republicans, right? Not saying which side's going to win, but that's just in general how it breaks down. They failed to include any information about how you could vote in person or how you could vote election day if you haven't already voted prior. So picture this. You're a person sitting at home. You get this letter. It says, basically, if you leave the house, we could force you into quarantine. Your question is, how can I vote? There is nothing in that letter about it. So the obvious conclusion you would draw is, I can't vote. I'm not allowed to leave the house, or I'll be forced into a hospital. And so you literally then are forced into a position where you say, do I break this order and risk a forced quarantine because I'm exercising my right to vote? Or do I give up my right to vote because I don't want to be forcibly quarantined? That is shocking.
Rob, the press release says, first paragraph, Secretary of State Kathy Boockvar and Secretary of Health Dr. Rachel Levine today reminded Pennsylvanians who are currently in quarantine due to COVID-19 to contact their county elections office for an emergency absentee ballot if they were planning to vote in person, but now cannot.
Now, thousands of these quarantine letters went out. Todd, what do you think the chances are? What percentage?
I asked them that 3 hours ago.
Yep.
They couldn't answer me in real time. Now they're telling me in a press release you can't go vote in person?
Yep. Now, what do you think the chances are of the thousands? Just give me a ballpark estimate of the thousands of people that received that quarantine letter over the time period that would include election day. What are the percentage of people do you think that read that press release?
Rob, the Commissioner Vaughn is coming back on.
Okay.
So
excellent.
this is awesome. Cannot wait. This has got to be one of the most devastating developments in the Commonwealth's history. I mean, those folks back with the Liberty Bell and Constitution Hall and everything else, they got to be sitting there going, this is why we drafted those documents back in the day for situations just like this.
And let me be clear, because I see people saying this right before we bring our guests back on. None of us are saying they only sent quarantine letters to Republicans. That is not what we're saying, just to be clear. But they are suppressing the vote, and they do know that when it comes to election day voting, that would favor Republicans. So I just wanted to be clear on that so that we're not misleading anyone.
Gentlemen, may I? Commissioner Vaughn, thank you for coming back on the show on such brief notice. You also received the press release apparently in reaction to my questions earlier today in the story we broke at 9 o'clock this morning, and I can see the grin on your face right now. What's your reaction at 3:15 in the afternoon on the eve of the election to a press release that says folks need to contact their county elections office for an emergency absentee ballot if they were planning to vote in person but now cannot?
Well, I knew that there was a provision to allow them to. What's interesting about this press conference, first of all, let me say, I'm glad that they responded to your questions so quickly. We already knew what the process was for them to go online, download the application. What we didn't know was that the sheriff or a designee of the county was required by law to be the individual to pick up the application, take it to the elections office, bring it back to the voter, and then take it back to the elections office. So when I send this to you all right away, you need to make sure that counties are seeing this information, because if the media is getting it out there, they're going to have some surprise requests tomorrow that they need to be prepared to handle. So I've spoken with my sheriff here in Washington County already. He said he will designate a deputy to do that tomorrow. So we'll make sure that we're covered tomorrow and everyone has an opportunity to vote.
So, Carlos, if you could come back here on video. I want to see the in real time reaction to this because I'm about to ask Commissioner Vaughn something that I don't think she was ready for. Commissioner Vaughn, if your sheriff's department is interacting with quarantined COVID patients or COVID-19 positives, what kind of extra provisions do they have to go through now to make sure somebody gets the right to vote?
We have PPE from our public safety department. We will provide PPE, protective equipment for our sheriff's deputies to make sure that any interaction they have, they are safe from, just as you would in a hospital. We use the same kinds of equipment.
What kind of a curveball is this to you on the eve of the election with hours to go before the county election board closes for the evening?
It's more of a curveball to our sheriff's office. And, we have a great sheriff here in Washington County, and, he will adapt and he'll handle it. Fortunately, we keep protective equipment on hand. We've actually provided it to our hospitals when they ran out of it. We've provided it to EMS and law enforcement here in our communities when they ran out of it. So we have what we need. It's just going to be a little more juggling. We've had meetings with law enforcement, local law enforcement, state police, our sheriff's office, public safety, just trying to prepare for any unexpected hardships at the polls tomorrow, any conflicts at the polls tomorrow. So we've already been preparing for that. So it's all hands on deck tomorrow. Nothing matters tomorrow except getting this election executed and to make sure that every action we take is above reproach.
How can we be sure that everyone who received one of these quarantine letters has then read this press release to know the proper steps they need to take to be able to get this emergency ballot?
We don't know how to get that out there, quite frankly. If they're sending this to all the media outlets, which it appears that they are, hopefully they'll get it. I immediately sent this to our local radio station and newspaper to make sure that they had it and could get an article in the paper, first thing in the morning, could get it out on the radio starting this afternoon. So I've already sent it to our primary media outlets here that cover Washington County, not television yet, but that should have gone to television from the director of Department of Public Welfare for the state. They should have gotten out there, and elections as well.
Let me
I would encourage everyone to get it out.
Hypothetically, let's say there was a journalist a couple weeks ago that asked Governor Wolf or Secretary Levine about what they were going to do with COVID and voting day and things like that. If you would have received this information that you just received now 2 weeks ago, do you think that would have substantially increased the chances of you being able to get the message out there so that people that were under these quarantine issues would have had the correct information on how to vote?
Yes, absolutely. And, it's funny you say this, but I went to my office to get tested. I've just had my second negative, but, I'm in quarantine right now myself because we had another commissioner that contracted COVID. So, we were juggling, and it was because of that we started asking the questions, how do we handle this last week? So we already knew how to handle it. The only thing we didn't know today, until we saw this press release, that they're requiring us to provide a designated person or a sheriff's deputy to be the designee for the voter and transportation of the application and the ballot.
Commissioner, what's your reaction to hearing a line that's in this press release? If they were planning to vote in person but now cannot, and the very next line is every Pennsylvanian who's registered to vote will have the opportunity to do so. Will they?
They will in Washington County. And first of all, nobody's asking, do you have a quarantine letter when they come in to vote in the polls? Nobody's doing that. Statewide, I believe there's only 3 counties, and I don't know which they are, but this information was gained from a debriefing I had with my solicitor after she was on a statewide solicitor's call. I think there's only 3 counties that are doing temperature checks of individuals that come in to vote. But, constitutionally, we don't believe, there's a point to do that because we cannot violate their constitutional rights and tell them they cannot vote. We can't do that. So if they've showed up, we must let them vote. So nobody's asking that question.
It just seems, let me ask you this. I was commenting on, I'm a Steelers fan, was watching the Steelers game the other day. There were a lot of commercials that seemed to be paid for by the Pennsylvania government, instructing people on how long polls would be open, things of that nature. So it's clear that there was money being spent and planning going on at the state level to inform people how to properly vote election day. How how can that be true while at the same time no one thought at the state level, hey, maybe these people we are suggesting quarantine and saying that we will forcibly quarantine if they don't quarantine on their own, maybe we should release some information to them on how they could vote safely. Does that, like, as someone who's as prepared as you obviously are, like, how do you rationalize the seemingly lack of preparedness at the state level on this?
It's very disappointing. Because, you know, we've been dealing with this pandemic and quarantine issues since March. So it is disappointing. We took it upon ourselves, as I said, to find out what steps would be put in place for the individual that was quarantined past the time to apply for a mail-in ballot. So we already knew that, but many others may have not. So I hope other counties, I hope their solicitors have been participating in these calls and they've been reading the press releases, you know, as soon as they get them, because if you don't, you know, you may technically, I mean, it's possible you could violate someone's constitutional right. If the county doesn't know that they're required by law to provide this, if there's a provision in law for it, they may say, we don't have the staff to do it, because they may not at that late notice and they may not realize it's their responsibility.
And Todd and Carlos, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I've talked to a decent amount of county commissioners, many of which are very great. Just from our conversation we're having with you now, Commissioner, I don't know that I would say as many are obviously prepared as you. And so it's troubling because I commend you on obviously doing a good job so that everyone could exercise their right. But what I'm worried about is because of the lack of preparation at the state level, now it falls on, I hope that each of our counties has someone on the ball as you. Because if not, my fear is there are people in those counties that will lose their constitutional right to vote because of the poor planning at the state level.
Yeah, no, listen, I love everybody, but just pack your stuff and go home, because the fabulous DIV, okay, please, there's a reason why in the entirety, I think, of all the 2000s, she's been a commissioner in Washington County. Yeah. And I listen, I consider her a friend, and I worked on a campaign when she ran for state treasurer. The very finest person and family you will ever meet, and this type of preparation, you know, I'm yawning. I'm yawning.
Well, I appreciate your kind words. I just also understand I've been a commissioner. This is year 25. So I've seen a lot of things, and the pandemic is something that, we're all navigating together. But I am disappointed that considering the concentration on the pandemic on the state level, that they did not provide all of this information earlier for counties.
Yeah, it's really... Todd, Carlos, did you have a... Go ahead. Todd?
Oh, I'm good. I want to thank you so much for coming back on short notice with the reaction to a press release that should have, as you mentioned. I mean, I asked the governor right to his face a couple of weeks ago, are you going to expand the hours if people are in line at the polls to vote? Because as you mentioned earlier in your comments, 76% voter turnout is what you're expecting.
Yes.
76%.
But
that means people want to go vote.
But of that 76%, about only half will show up at the polls, because the other half is done mail-in ballots. Right. But we are prepared. We are prepared with the number of machines, the number of poll workers. So we believe we're prepared to accommodate everyone. But I will also say this, that I know that there have been times when people were in line before the cutoff of 8 p.m. and our poll workers have stayed to allow them the opportunity to vote, just because their processing couldn't be fast enough. We were not going to violate their constitutional rights. So we always should err on the side of allowing someone to vote, unless it is clearly written that we cannot provide that courtesy. We will continue to provide that courtesy and err on the side of the voter.
And I have one more question. Do you have any doubt at all that Washington County will not have a final number before the night is through?
We don't believe we'll have a final number Tuesday night, but that's why we have 24/7. We have people that are scheduled to be in the office continuing to count ballots. We don't expect that we're going to have a final number now that's minus the extra 3 days they get to send in have the ballot received. But we believe by the end of work on Wednesday, we will have the final number, with the exception of the 2 more days that we're allowed to receive postmarked ballots.
So how do you anticipate that being a problem with respect to calling Pennsylvania?
Yes, I do. I do think it could be a huge problem for us. I don't know how many elections office thought about having staff, work around the clock, providing, food for them so they don't need to leave to take a break. I don't know how many people have done that. We've certainly participated in our share of calls with other county commissioners, with our solicitors, to try to get the word out about what we're doing. And we often talk amongst each other, at least in southwestern Pennsylvania. We speak on a regular basis, but it would have been good to have some suggestions. We didn't see that coming out. So, we do it ourselves, and that's what counties are used to doing, is adapting and overcoming the challenges that we have. And I think we're going to, be a leader in Pennsylvania at having our votes counted by the end of Wednesday. I think we'll be a leader. I think it could be Friday before you hear from some of the counties.
Well, if Washington County is going to have the DIV treatment and catering, all 3 of us will be there for being paid.
Great. Hey, if you move to Washington County, you'll save a lot of money on your taxes. And as we've learned, we can all work remotely to a great degree. So we'd welcome the 3 of you to Washington County.
Do you see what she just did there, guys?
Yeah, I did.
This
I saw
is
that.
why this woman is the best, and I love her. Okay?
Rob,
if
you
you move to
have that
Washington County,
on,
your taxes will be lowered.
Rob, do you have that recorded so we can play it for other commissioners from other counties later?
I do. It is recording right now. So
you're just the very best. I love you. And thank you so much for coming on. Anything else, guys?
You're welcome.
No. I just want to say Washington County's lucky to have you. I really respect that you're trying to make sure everyone's vote counts. So
thank you very much. I appreciate that. Have a great afternoon, guys.
I appreciate it.
Bye-bye.
Bye. So the President of the United States of America is still talking in Scranton, and I have it on mute, but he's moving his hands, and it's like,
is he doing the dance yet? Or?
No, he's not dancing yet. He's got his cap on. He's got his gloves on. He's got his coat on. Got a red tie, and we're gonna make America great again. All of you guys, everybody.
I mean, let me
two programming notes. I'm sorry, Rob.
Go ahead.
We are going to have Tioga County Commissioner Roger Bunn come on at 5:30 in the morning tomorrow morning.
Ooh.
And
late night with
here
Rob.
It is. Here's the bomb. Ready for the bomb?
Trump.
5 o'clock in the morning.
Oh.
5 o'clock in the morning. We will have General Spalding.
No kidding.
About China.
Woo! That is awesome.
China.
You guys are going to love General Spalding. Fantastic. Carlos and I got a chance to meet him. The Bradford County Commissioner Doug McLinko that called in earlier, he hosts a rally called the Rally on the Rock, and Carlos and I had a chance to meet General Spalding. I got a chance to ask Steve Bannon a question, who called in. So I can't wait. That is great news. That'll keep me pumped all night. So I'm pumped for that.
No, absolutely.
And send me, if you would, please. Send to him, please, that particular story I have that would be right in his wheelhouse. Love to talk to him about that one.
When's our next guest?
Our next guest, scheduled at 4 p.m., is Perry County Committeeman Jim Lucas. He is technically, he's more of a libertarian, but he caucuses with the Republicans. And he's a committee person in Perry County, and he likes you very much, Robert. You know this, right?
I did know that. That's fantastic. If you wanted, I got a couple people on chat, like my buddy Drone Tech's on. He might be able to come on and a guest for 10, 15 minutes, or we could just talk about that bombshell.
We could have Drone Tech come on. I just want to make sure that you understand that right after the president talks, we're probably going to be talking within 20 minutes of the president finishing his talk in Scranton. That whole slew of Muser, GT,
Right,
Tom
right.
Marino,
Well,
so,
then why don't we wait just in case that happens? So we'll wait. I think we have plenty to talk about from what we just heard. Until 4. So we'll hold off on a guest until 4. And let me say this to both Todd and Carla, and I mean this genuinely. It is clear to me that she had it completely worked out, and she is a fantastic commissioner that's going to work this out. My question is, one, do you have faith that all county commissioners will be like that? And second, if you were a county commissioner that maybe was in an area that stood an incentive to see less people come out, would you have the incentive to be working extra hard to make sure that there was a high turnout on election day? Because I worry about both of those scenarios. I think that we're in a very, very, very dire situation in Pennsylvania when we're relying on exceptional county commissioners to make sure that people have the right to vote, as opposed to just having a clear, easy system from the state level itself to make sure that occurs.
Todd?
I don't know if Todd could hear me. You're muted, Todd.
You're muted. You're muted.
Yeah, I just got your note, and he should be coming up here very close to 4-ish.
Who's that?
Okay, because we have Jim Lucas scheduled at 4 already before he changed his 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
Let me talk to Jim and see if I can move him. What time is
Well,
Mastriano?
let's play it by ear to see who shows up, and then we can do what we need to do. Because he should be here at 4. And here's what I'll do: before we make changes, let me just verify he's coming on at 4 o'clock. How about that?
Okay, do that. All right. So it looks like, just hold on for a second. We're at the stage of the game, Robert, where the video is coming on in the rally.
Okay.
So we're within 15 minutes of it
Awesome.
ending. So anyway,
Yeah, that's great.
It just re-up the question again.
Sure.
About,
Like it's clear that in Clinton County, Washington County, they have an amazing commissioner, and she's going to go do everything possible to make sure every count votes. But do you think that every county commissioner is as capable and prepared? And follow-up question: do you think there are some county commissioners that maybe see an incentive to not be as prepared, and maybe they think a low voter turnout on election day would be a good thing for them?
So let me answer the question in this way. Do you like football?
I do.
Okay. Who's the best either coach, GM, or coach GM in the league?
Bill Belichick.
Paul Brown.
Bill Belichick. Paul Brown. You're just a slimy little Ohioan. Paul Brown.
Just had to zing him with that one, Rob. Just had to get him.
Paul Brown.
Freddie Kitchens.
Yeah,
We'll
Bill
go.
Belichick. It's not even debatable. It's Bill Belichick.
Right. And so she is Bill Belichick. Diana Irey. There's a reason why she has a moniker, the fabulous DIV, because she is, I need you to understand, 6-time Washington County Commissioner. What?
Yeah. Well, and look, let's take corruption out of it for a second. Let's just say she clearly has been in that position long enough, and she has the expertise, and she's individually talented enough to handle this. Let's say you're a first-time county commissioner. How are you going to deal with this? You're already dealing with an almost insurmountable odds of the ballots are going to be coming in for 3 days after the election. You got to hand count all these. You already have this huge logistical nightmare in front of you. And this bombshell's dropped on you 2 hours before your office closed the day before the biggest election of our lifetime.
It's unspeakable.
Am I supposed to apologize?
To whom?
For bringing this up?
No, please.
It's unbelievable.
But this is the type of plunder that we've been talking about on our show since March, guys. Okay? And I'm not saying this to say, hey, look at us. No, what I'm trying to say to you is, I just got a source came on and told me that the press conference, the presser that was sent to everybody, the Lycoming County commissioners are literally right now in conference with the sheriff, literally as we speak. The source just told me. So, and I know that I sent the source to Tioga County. When I talked to the commissioner there, he didn't know about it. I just sent it to him within the last 15 minutes, Todd, and they, I'm sure, are going to be caucusing. This is a big deal. This is a big deal.
Well,
it's a big deal.
Listen,
Absolutely.
it's not like the sheriffs have anything to do tomorrow. I mean, it's not like there will be a lot of contentious atmospheres going around in this election. Like, it's not like we haven't seen.
This way, though. Think of it this way. How many votes were going to go by the wayside if this hadn't been brought up today?
And it's, first off, it's already too late as far as there will be huge numbers of votes that will have went to the wayside because people will not see the press release. But yes, there would have been even more if one journalist, Todd Bartlett, didn't ask this question. Because all of your tax dollars, it's going to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars to these people that are allegedly experts in things like how to run an election and how to handle a pandemic. And they couldn't think of, oh, by the way, the people we told they're not allowed to leave their house, how are they going to vote? They couldn't come up with that. It's shocking. It's unbelievable. And I just want to, I don't have a comprehensive list. Maybe you guys could chime in. Carlos, you say we've been talking about this stuff since March. Let me remind you, the big argument when I talked about, and like we've talked about this with guests today, the idea of them taking away our liberties and them collapsing the economy. You heard us with guest Phil Kerpen talk about how the lockdowns were a disaster. More people were going to end up dying as a result of them. The thing that I said was, look, before we do these disastrous things, we need to have proof and transparency that they're needed. And you know what I was told every single time I brought this up? Trust the experts. Trust the experts. Trust the experts. You mean the experts that couldn't figure out when they send quarantine letters to people?
Without exception, every single time.
Yep. The same experts they're talking about are the ones that when they sent quarantine letters to people during the election couldn't have the wherewithal to say, oh, by the way, here's how you vote. The same experts, let's see, Todd, how many times did this happen? We had Governor Wolf say, it's not going to be a one-side, or it's going to be a statewide solution. Then, no, it'll be county by county, our COVID reaction. And then like a week later, he said, no, it's going to be statewide. He couldn't answer questions from Todd of things like this. What is the criteria from when a county goes from yellow to green? No idea. Couldn't answer questions when it came to questions about putting COVID patients in nursing homes. Couldn't answer questions about various policies of places like Sullivan County that only had 2 cases of COVID, yet they were locked down. Over and over, these experts have showed themselves to be either corrupt or grossly incompetent. And so you might be looking at this and saying, oh, is this just a blunder? And admittedly a big blunder, but it's just one blunder. This is just in a long line of disastrous policies and missteps that we've seen from the Wolf administration.
This is just one example.
And they're still running. We still trust them as the experts to make these disastrous decisions. They'll be doing it tomorrow. They'll be doing it the day after the election. It's still going to be these very same experts that didn't know, hey, we shouldn't put COVID patients in nursing homes. Hey, if we're going to tell people they can't leave their home, we should also include instructions on how they could vote. Those experts are the ones that are controlling your life right now in Pennsylvania.
And one of the things that Diana Irey Vaughn just said, we're going to leave the polls open so Americans can exercise their constitutional right to vote. It's literally the same thing that the Democrats are saying, but who do you trust?
Me, yeah.
Carlos, can you ask your source that you just talked to if they've received the numbers from the Department of Health they were promised when we went from yellow to green? Have they gotten the numbers from the Department of Health yet? I'm just asking for a friend.
I don't think that the source has that information. As a matter of fact, I know that they don't. But
if they could pose that to the commissioner,
I think that the commissioners, since Commissioner Metzger is coming on at 5:30, he's coming on at 5:30. Trust me, I think we'll have that information. And that
you
is,
should
of
be
course,
seeing a call, by the way, with our impromptu 4 o'clock. So I would. They have confirmed for 4. So if you want to make that other move,
okay, all right.
By the way, it's so nice not producing. Good luck to you two. Shifting.
Hold on for a second. Let me just talk to him, Todd, and I'll be right back.
Okay. So, but yeah, I mean, and again, you know, I know we're still on the same story, but it's this big. It is such a huge story that it was broken here and was broken by you, and it constantly amazes me. When we talk, a lot of people listening will understand that we talk a lot about kind of the media dropping the ball. Look what happens when you have just one good journalist. If Todd wasn't there today, how many people would have been sitting at their home tomorrow saying, geez, I'd really like to vote, but I'm not allowed? Because Todd Bartlett wouldn't have asked that question, and our government and the Secretary of Health would have never came to the conclusion, hey, the people we told to stay at home, we need to address how they get to vote. It's shocking to me.
Guys, Committeeman Lucas is coming on right now.
Okay.
So just watch.
On Zoom?
On Zoom.
Okay.
Zoom.
Carlos, I just can't get over this line. If they were planning to vote in person but now cannot, I cannot get over that line in the press release.
It's shocking.
They're telling them they can't vote. And then the next line is every Pennsylvanian who is registered to vote will have the opportunity to do so. You just had back-to-back contradictory lines in the same press release.
Read the first line again.
Secretary of State Kathy Boockvar and Secretary of Health Dr. Rachel Levine today reminded Pennsylvanians who are currently in quarantine due to COVID-19 to contact their county elections office for an emergency absentee ballot, where there's a link, if they were planning to vote in person but now cannot.
They're saying you can't vote in person.
Will have the opportunity to do so, Secretary Boockvar said.
That's
unreal. And then it goes into the whole thing. You got to get the sheriff's department involved.
Unbelievable.
Pennsylvanians can vote safely even if you're in isolation or quarantine because you have COVID-19 or have been exposed to it, Dr. Levine said. If you're not quarantined, you to vote in person, make sure you add your COVID kit to your voting plan. This includes a mask, a black or blue pen, hand sanitizer, COVID alert app on your phone. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
So, Carlos, you want to introduce?
Jim.
Yes.
I'd like to introduce our audience to one of the most fun people in the Republican Party that you're about to hear. It's Perry County Republican Committeeman, Jim Lucas. Jim, welcome to the show.
Well, thank you very much.
I'm here with Todd Bartlett and Robert Knorr.
Hello.
And
good to see you again, Rob.
I know you know Rob. Todd is having a very good day today, Jim, because he broke the story. Well, Todd, you tell him, and then you lead in with the first question. How's that?
Okay. So we had a whistleblower come forward in the contact tracing program that said it's a colossal disaster. So, of course, Secretary Levine has an 11:30 press conference this morning. And my question, whatever it was, 4 or 5 questions in the press conference was pretty much the fact of if you're giving people quarantine letters that they have to stay in their homes because they have COVID-19 or they've been exposed to somebody, are they going to be able to vote tomorrow? And it has set off a cascade that has now generated a press release that we were reading as you jumped on the call, that the first paragraph ends with, contact their county elections office for an emergency absentee ballot if they were planning to vote in person, but now cannot. Direct reaction to my question in real time just after 11:30 this morning.
Wow.
So your reaction in real time to hearing that sheriff's departments now have to get involved in individual counties to make sure these votes from folks that are in quarantine will be counted.
Oh, that's insanity.
That's
it's just ridiculous. The thing that we have going for us here in Perry County is we have a very good sheriff. So no matter what happens, we know Sheriff Hammer will do the right thing.
Well, it's amazing. Let me ask you this: as commissioner, do you have a lot? Have you just been like slacking off today? Committeeman. I'm sorry, but has your county just been slacking off and doing nothing? Is there something big coming up tomorrow? Is it nice to have this big ball of wax put on you 2 hours before most offices close, the day before the biggest election in our lifetime?
Holy cow! Yeah, yeah. This is ludicrous. I I have no idea what to expect tomorrow. My expectations for tomorrow were already dire enough. It's we have to be looking at a Pennsylvania version of Florida 2000 here. I'm sure that's already been said over and over again, but it bears saying it again. I was just watching some coverage this morning, some poll data. The best hope we have here in Pennsylvania is that Trump can find that path that gets him 300 electoral votes. And once Pennsylvania is adjudicated, then that's just icing on the cake. But holy cow.
Yeah. So tell us a little bit about how you became a Republican, and tell us what's happening in Perry County that you're excited about.
Well, I don't know how long I should ramble on about myself, but I think there's some credibility that I can lend to this, for the movement, just based on my background. Political activism is my sport of choice, but it wasn't always that way. When I was young, my attention to politics is pretty much like I envision it for most Americans. You pay attention to the presidential general election. You barely pay attention to primaries. I didn't pay attention to any of that for years. Municipal, judicial elections. I was one of those people like, you mean there's an election every single year? Who would have thunk it? I wasn't raised in a particularly political home. Politics wasn't discussed much unless my dad was mocking Richard Nixon, and in fact, I wasn't raised in a Republican home. My dad was a Democrat. I once asked him about his choice of political party, and he explained it to me. He says, well, he grew up in a small coal mining town in southwest Huntington County, Pennsylvania. In that town, the Republicans owned the coal mine. They owned the railroad. The Republicans owned the company store. And the Republicans owned the company house that my dad's family got kicked out of when the miners went on strike. So I always tell people my dad was raised to hate Republicans because they are Republican. But that being said, at my dad's core, he had Republican values. In fact, he married my mother and he moved to a part of the county that is predominantly Republican, and he fit right in. He had lived at the area for about 35 years when one of his friends, a friend named John Kerpen, found out that my dad was a Democrat, and John was stunned and confused. He said, he said to me, "But your dad's just like us."
So I wanted to tell you that we have Senator Mastriano joining us, and I figured that since we're all Republicans here and Senator Mastriano is a friend of the show, we can maybe just commiserate here and come up with a plan to just smash these Democrats tomorrow. What do you think, Senator?
Well, I saw some of the poll data coming from the Trump administration, which obviously Donald Trump didn't release, but I heard Rush Limbaugh laying it out there. And if the margin is as wide as some people are saying in Pennsylvania, listening to John Fetterman, our Lieutenant Governor Fetterman, fret today about the turnout. Yeah, the turnout in Butler. He said the number he's going was 57,000 people. That's more than most athletic events in Pennsylvania. Yep. Like, oh my gosh, that's huge. But, thank God it's belatedly. They don't take Trump seriously, the Democrats, and suddenly they wake up and maybe there's going to be a landslide tomorrow. That will be the only thing to save us from all kinds of drama if there's a wide margin. Otherwise, we're going to have a long, painful process and efforts to cheat us out of Philly and elsewhere.
Right. I saw Trafalgar Group, one of the big pollsters. He was on Hannity, the guy that runs it, and he said Trump's got to win by 4% in Pennsylvania just to beat the fraud. That's a major pollster saying that. I mean, it's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Senator, thanks for taking the time this afternoon. I don't know if you've had a chance to catch up on the events of from 11:30 forward this morning, not to mention a whistleblower story I broke first thing this morning. But we just received a press release. Have you been able to see this from the Secretary of Health, who you've actually asked to resign, and Secretary of State Bookvar in regard to voting tomorrow for those that are in quarantine?
I mean, it's absolute, yes, to answer your question. And thank you for breaking some of these stories. I'm not 100% up because I was running around today. I was in Lycoming County. I actually just got back. But that they would start playing games the night of the election. I mean, oh my gosh, really? These guys, this is why I was the only no vote on Secretary Bookvar. I was the only no vote in her confirmation, because she can never answer me straight on what is she going to physically do to try to ensure our elections are safe and secure. And then on top of this, Levine is complicit, and you're like the only point of light out there of the people with the governor. Everyone else gives the governor and Levine a pass, and it's because of that pass in the media that Levine still has a job. Levine should have been fired back in April. Any outside bystander could have said, yes, Levine needs to go. And we see by allowing Levine to carry on with these ridiculous policies, they just get curiouser and more curiouser every day.
So I wanted to make sure that Jim Lucas, Perry County committee person, meets Senator Mastriano. And I don't know, Senator, if you've ever met Don McClure, the party chair there, but he is, he's like a Gene Wilder lookalike. You know what I'm talking about? Okay, and I just love him. And he's coming up at 5 o'clock. But
wow.
So this is Jim Lucas and Senator Mastriano. We just asked Jim. Basically what was his entree to, becoming a Republican, being a Republican. You are such a strong fighter. I know you have your military antecedents, but you are such a
idea, Carlos.
You're such a strong fighter, politically for us. And so is Jim because of his libertarian streak. So walk us through how you became a Republican and a conservative so we can understand better exactly why it is that you do the things that you do.
So, my background is interesting. My grandpa was actually in Brooklyn Heights, and he was one of the initial founders of the union job for Gerber Corporation. And he had to put a metal plate, a Democrat, obviously. He put a metal plate in the back of his car because some of the business owners, would try to take shots at him. And FBI used to follow him around. He would even tell stories in the park. There'd be an FBI agent with a newspaper. It's so cliche with a little hole in it. I mean, it's fantastic. But my dad had an interesting life. He was so that's my grandfather. My dad was a high school dropout. He got in trouble drag racing cars, and the judge said, "Look," his name was Richard. "Hey, Dick, look, either you go to jail or go to the Navy." And my dad obviously went with the Navy, and it radically changed his life. And he became the model of the American dream. Somebody who had nothing, not an education, not a lot of promise, and just with hard work and dedication. And he kind of really modeled what a Republican, self-responsibility, self-reliance, and all these other traits he would look at. And that for me, with the hard work and all this ethos and loving your country as well. I mean, in the 70s, so he retired from the Navy in the early 70s. It was not cool to be in the military, and he would still stand with pride for the national anthem. And while everyone else is kind of like wiggling around and talking, and so when I looked at him, I looked at really a model Republican. Now, my mom, I think she's still a Democrat, but she's so influenced by this conservatism and the hard work that the Republican Party personifies, and the party has actually left the family. The Democrat Party's gone in complete opposite direction, and so we see all this here. And if you love your country and you like the system we have, and if you like your freedoms, I don't know how you could vote Democrat. I look at Governor Wolf, and look, for me, it might sound partisan because I'm a senator and I wear the title Republican, but for me, it's about common sense. What is better for the country? What gives people a better opportunity? I look at Philadelphia, which has not had a Republican mayor since 1952, and they say all the right things at election time, but they don't do anything for their people. And so wherever there might be systemic racism, it's in the Democrat areas where all these troubles are, and looting and lack of responsibility. And so I do believe that a lot of African Americans and Latinos are going to break for Donald Trump tomorrow, because all he cares about is you having the opportunity to go forth and do great things. That's the Republican Party.
Totally agree.
So let me ask you this, Jim. Can you piggyback off of the comments that the senator just made with respect to and just infuse what the senator said with respect to how you people from Perry County think, because you guys are a little different. But just give me your thoughts with respect to his comments, and then tell us about Perry County.
Well, I didn't grow up in Perry County, but I think I understand them. It's very similar to where I grew up. A lot of dairy farms, a lot of small businesses. And if you didn't work on a dairy farm or one of the local service businesses that supports the local economy, then you travel somewhere else to work and come home and sleep at night.
Mm.
But you remember, if you are familiar with what happened here in Perry County in 2014, when our county auditors thought it would be a good idea to sue our sheriff and get the unredacted list of license to carry holders. That did not go well.
Oh no!
That went very badly for them. In fact, we bumped out the incumbent, who was kind of the ringleader of those auditors. None of the other two didn't run. They didn't run for re-election, but the one who was pretty much the ringleader, and she was the Trojan horse there that came into that board of auditors. But we got an independent elected to a countywide office, and from what I understand, that was like maybe the only time that had happened in the state of Pennsylvania, and it was quite a coup. It took a lot of work, took a lot of boots on the ground, but all you had to do, and this is the magic word, all you had to do was mention, "Hey, Sheriff Nace." Oh yeah, we remember, and they were more than happy to not vote for the Democrat. A lot of people split their vote. A lot of people made sure to throw a vote toward Mel to get the independent in, but. Perry County, I don't know if it's still the case. There was one measure I'd heard a couple of years ago. Perry County was the most Republican county in the state of Pennsylvania. And it's gotten more Republican in the last 4 years, peeling some of the Dems off. And a few Dems have gone over to third party, but the Dems are slowly bleeding people in the county. It's not a major upset, but I mean, it's trending in the right direction. And I know some really conservative Democrats up here that just do not like what the Democrat Party has become. They stay in the party, and we kind of, in some respects, we want them to stay there. Somebody has to be sane in the Democrat Party.
Yep.
Somebody. We have to hold on to that. And the excitement that's going on. Dawn will be able to speak to how many Trump yard signs we've moved in the county as compared to 4 years ago. I mean, we had major events. We would have 2 sign drop events set up, 2 different locations in the county, and we were putting out nearly 200 yard signs at each location per weekend. The excitement is just incredible.
Just real quick, do you think that sort of what I consider the draconian measures implemented by Wolf is leading a lot of additional enthusiasm for Trump this time as opposed to 2016?
I don't see how it couldn't. Right. I don't know how many yards I've seen Wolf sucks yard signs in.
Yeah. Yeah. Totally.
That's Senator Mastriano driving through.
Personally staking them.
Come on, let's be honest. Right?
Secrets out.
So you have a question for the senator, Rob?
Yeah. So with this story that Todd just broke today, what we were talking about right before both of you guys came on was, we're told that we have to trust these experts. Every time I questioned at the beginning of this lockdowns or decisions, blunder after blunder that Wolf and Health Secretary Levine met, including a death toll from sending COVID patients into nursing homes. Every time I'm told, you have to trust the experts, you have to trust the experts. How can we still say that with a straight face when the experts, such as Health Secretary Levine, started off her press conference today talking about the importance of voting, and then was going to proceed to talk about COVID. Yet somehow, no one in the Wolf administration ever put 2 and 2 together and said, hey, we sent a bunch of letters out quarantining people. Maybe we should tell them how to vote. How can we trust experts that can't come up with that basic level of intelligence on how to run a state?
Yeah, I don't view Levine as an expert. I view Levine as a partisan hack that's incompetent and should have been fired and removed in shame. And held responsible and culpable for the 6,000 plus deaths. Now, 66% of all deaths in Pennsylvania, and you guys know this whole thing here.
Yep.
The 1819 March policy of sending sick people back into the most vulnerable population, the retirees, and even using Levine's. I question Levine's competency, fitness for office, and even the numbers Levine uses. But I'll use Levine's numbers, and show you how fallacious and how much malfeasance there is of that person, because even Levine's own numbers say that you have, over a 99% chance of recovery. Even the most vulnerable part of our population that has died, and those are 75 and above, average age of death actually in Pennsylvania is roughly 84. It's still 0.002% of the population. So using Levine's number, that means, and Levine's logic, which there is no logic, but if we're going to apply the same standard right now for this virus that affects less than 1% of the population, then that means every flu season we need to mask up. That means every cold season we need to mask up, because the numbers are about the same now, especially because the real experts in CDC said only 10% of all deaths nationwide are as a result solely from COVID. All the rest have 2.6% comorbidities, 2 or 3 pre-existing fatal health conditions, and they're older, they have respiratory compromise, immune deficiencies. And so, I don't know, Robert, why we didn't come out and okay, the first month we didn't know, okay, and we flattened the curve, and all bets should have been off after that. But instead, putting the goalposts further and further out there in the field, it's like, really, we're never going to achieve this. It's not even realistic. But the power should have gone back in the hands of people. Okay, vulnerable people, you go ahead and quarantine. If you don't feel safe, stay home. If you want to wear a mask, wear. But everyone else here, life goes on normal. Yes, practice hygiene, wash your hands, without singing that stupid song. But obviously the normal precautions that we all should. But we're treated like we're stupid people, and Levine thinks we're stupid. And the disdain I see coming out when Todd is the only guy in the room that asks a serious question to governor, and you see the disdain. I feel like he's going to say, silence, I kill you, kind of thing. But where's the rest of the media? And this republic cannot stand for a few things we need. One thing, of course, is a free press. A press is going to hold elected officials accountable. Why do they give Levine and the governor free pass, and yet they have intellectual curiosity and probing questions for Republicans? Meanwhile, the governor is driving this state into the iceberg, and no one cares, it seems like, except us.
Right.
Yeah, because probity is a catchy thing. But let me ask you this, Senator, before we move on right to Todd. Have you figured out yet why these people keep inviting him to these press conferences? We can't figure it out. I mean, it's like even Vegas is like, well, we're not even taking that bet at all, because they keep having him on. Todd.
So I've used a lot of video clips of Todd asking the governor questions, and I love attribution. You go to my book, you see I have thousands of sources of the attribute. Right. But for Todd, I've deliberately held back mentioning his name because I don't want to out him. I'm afraid that he'll be invited. So I've asked Todd many times over the past couple months, can we out you? And he's like, yeah, go ahead. I don't care. So I've been slowly, mentioning, him by name now. But it's funny because he tells a story, so I'll ask the hard question, and Todd, you could lay it out, and suddenly, your name, your email, you get disinvited. There's some glitch anyway. So the governor has his passive aggressive, but it is strange that he doesn't even have the courage just to take you off the list. I do believe our governor and the Secretary of Health are cowards.
Todd?
Senator, I got to ask you, with everything that's going on here recently, and specifically today, we're looking at going to the polls tomorrow, right? And to have an order handed down or guidance handed down just a few hours before offices are going to close for the day in preparation for tomorrow, right? They're going to be working until, the wee hours of the morning getting ready for tomorrow. But to have an order like this, to have sheriffs, lack of a better term, deputized, right, to go out and deal with folks that are in quarantine or folks that have tested positive, now they have to PPE up and do what they need to do, right? So the question becomes, what are local elected officials supposed to do in the 11th hour of the most consequential election year, arguably since the founding?
Well, the county officials here have been given a soup sandwich constantly from the governor, with the schools, now with this. And, it's funny, the Democrats are the first to cry and gnashing and wailing at teeth about voter suppression. This is the ultimate voter suppression I've seen in Pennsylvania. I call them out as hypocrites and liars, and this is not constitutional. So you're going to deprive somebody of the most important vote they have here within 24 hours here and say you have the rule of law on your side? No, you don't, Governor. If it was that important, why have you sent letters out before? Or is this politicized? Yes, it is politicized here. So I'm calling him out as someone who's suppressing the vote here. And in this case here, people need to make their own decision here and maybe just walk as free people.
Representative Diamond brought up earlier the role of oversight in the House. On the Senate side, what kind of hearings, if any, do you expect out of this situation with this 11th hour situation presenting itself?
Yeah, so we have held a bunch of hearings, and I know for most people out there, you hear that, you just want to roll your eyes in the back of the head, like, oh, great. But actually, we do get answers, and we have had Levine come out and admit that the numbers are wrong that the Levine uses, even though Levine hasn't changed. So we've had some of the officials, that's part of oversight here. But I anticipate that our state government will be having a lot of hearings here chaired by Senator John DeSanto. Sorry, a little brain freeze there. And on that side here, we need to have more time with Secretary Bookvar and Secretary Levine to answer these questions. But that's too late. That's to prevent it in the future. As far as tomorrow here, this edict coming out and this ill-advised guidance and voter suppression by Levine and Bookvar of Republicans with these letters that are ill-advised and not scientific probably should be ignored, because this is ridiculous here. Because with no recourse or availability to adjust at the county level here, it's just in an effort by the Democrats to keep us from getting out the vote. We got to get out the vote, irregardless of their lies, of their fear-mongering, and any other games that Wolf and Levine can conjure up tonight.
I have one real quick question, and a follow-up, and then we'll let you go. Do you really think, honestly, when did this break, Todd? This last presser?
So in
the last 40 minutes, right?
Story came out 9 o'clock this morning.
No. In the last 40 minutes, we got the response, right?
Give an exact timestamp here. Just give me a second. Within the last hour, for sure. And
Okay.
it was posted at an hour ago.
All right, Senator, 67 counties. Tell me exactly what these voter services offices in every single one of those counties that know about it. And I'm saying this because I can't assume that they all know about it. It's going to be a surprise to some of them. Can you walk me through what the director of voter services in a county that hasn't heard yet will feel when he does, with maybe, 21 minutes left in their day, although I think that maybe they extended it out the hours for today. I can't even imagine how they feel.
Yeah, this is by design. I mean, so like this election, we didn't know this was coming up here. Most important election in my lifetime for sure. And that's going back some years. And so the clear objective of Levine and Wolf is to suppress voters. They do not want Republicans getting out. So they're fear-mongering. I bet you when we do oversight of these letters here, if we can get actually a straight answer out of Levine and Wolf, which would take a miracle. Todd knows better than we do that it's like, pulling something out of someone's teeth. But in the end, there's no ability for the county officials to properly react. So they want to keep people to stay. They want people to stay home. They're all about voter suppression. They know right now the way things are looking in the state, especially after John, Fetterman came out there in his panic about 57,000 people in Butler County. The bottom line is they want people to stay home. And so, what are you going to do, Americans? Are you an American, or are you going to capitulate to are you going to obey this unconstitutional letter? How does it even have any authority or power behind it? By design, it's sent out the night before an election that's so important. Get out and vote. Your voice must be heard, irregardless of what Wolf or Levine say. You don't need their permission to live your life. You could go out and live your life safely. We don't even know the data is accurate. So this is going out to people that may have been exposed. And so we see the positive cases in Pennsylvania, and it still makes up less than 0.5% or 1% of the entire population of the state. So your chances of getting this, by the way, are like hitting the lottery, or at least off from the gas station. Go out and vote. Your voice must be heard, irregardless of what Levine says or Wolf says. At this point here, who really cares what they say? You're an American.
Hey, if you guys, Jim and Senator, if you guys want a good laugh, go to Attorney General Josh Shapiro's Twitter today, and watch how he virtue signals about how he's protecting every Pennsylvanian's right to vote. Good work, Josh. The voter suppression coming out of your administration today, that's excellent work. But I notice he hasn't tweeted about that. Plenty of tweeting about how, if you tried to mail in early and you can't, this is what you do. But nothing about the quarantine letters that his administration sent to people, which told them they basically can't go out and vote. I just wondered if either of you had a comment on Mr. Shapiro's, really serious efforts to make sure every vote's counted.
And then to Todd.
And you think about this here real quick, is that the numbers are overwhelmingly, the Republicans overwhelmingly going to go in person and vote. So like this is not voter suppression against conservatives. That's an established fact here. And so for Josh Shapiro to come out like an acrimonious left-wing hypocrite here and lecture us about voter suppression when he ignores real voter suppression here is disgusting to me. He just needs to do his job. And he's once again, he's absent without leave. He's covering for the governor, and we deserve better in Pennsylvania.
Todd?
Quickly, guys, just as a heads up, the whistleblower has again checked in here late in the afternoon, and the press release that was put out by Secretary Levine and Secretary Bookvar is now making the rounds in the contact tracing realm.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Jim, stand by. Senator, in closing, quickly tell us what's good and fun. What's the good news coming out of your district that's not political? And two, why do you love Trump? Your core reason why you love Trump. And then we'll let you go, unless Robert has something.
No, that's
you know, I think like most of your panel members right here, we're sick of politicians and sick of politics, and Trump ain't either of those. He's actually somebody who's worked for a living here. He delivers results. What he said he's going to do, he's actually doing it. And for those things he hasn't fulfilled yet, we know he's working on it here. You know, so he makes a promise and he does it. And how refreshing is that somebody's actually doing what they say? Somebody who has our back, he's doing it because he loves his country. He didn't need to do this. He could have rode off to the sunset. You know, that he has had far better jobs in his lifetime. And so I really do appreciate the model and example he's made as somebody who continues to serve his country even when he doesn't have to. On the other side here, Franklin County, Adams County, you know, York and Cumberland, we're choosing to live as free people here. I'm seeing more and more people just shaking off the fetters of the Wolf administration and living their lives normal. We can do this. We're adults. We know how to live it. We can do it.
Fantastic. Todd, you want to bring us out?
Senator Mastriano, thank you so much for your time today. I know you're actually in a race as well, so good luck at the polls tomorrow, and can't thank you enough for your service to this great country, and look forward to many conversations in the future.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Jim, based on the senator's comments, give us a minute on your thoughts about how Perry County has handled the COVID thing, and you know, with your coroners, and then walk us into what the good news is out of Perry County that's not political.
Well, as far as the handling of COVID, you know, most of what I see is anecdotal. Our coroners told us some, you know, I call them horror stories or nightmare stories, or just stories where you know, COVID was the cause of death when it wasn't the cause of death, and his basically he was overridden. And I don't know how that can even be done, but that's my understanding of what happened. Or not necessarily that he was overridden, but he would be in a hospital situation, and after some discussion, the doctors would come back with, yeah, this death was COVID. So that's even happening here, and of course we don't have health. You know, we have some healthcare facilities in Perry County. We don't have any hospitals, so wherever that was happening was across the mountain. But you know, it comes back to us. But the good news in Perry County with that's non-political, like I say, people are pushing back. People are living their lives. There's a gun shop down here in Shermansdale. It's like 3 miles from where I live. That you go inside and it says masks are definitely not required.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so they're not playing the game. I've gone into the dollar store and sometimes they got masks on, sometimes they don't. I think they go by the customers, but if you go in there and none of the customers have them on, you know, the employees don't have them on. It's you know, it's virtues. You know, some of it's paranoia. You know, the people that are wearing them. Some people, you know, they're believing it, and you have to. I think, you know, businesses have to accommodate that because they want the business, and okay, you know, we'll placate that individual. And I don't know that we've had any of those stories with the you know, somebody getting in somebody's face for not wearing a mask. Although I did see it at the primary. There was a young woman working our poll over here in Carroll Township, and she didn't have a mask on, and a woman comes up and gets in her face and you know, chews her out for not having a mask on. And I didn't know it was happening. It was already kind of over by the time I realized what was going on. It's like, well, you put yourself in danger. If her mask was protecting you, why did you get in her face? You know, there's not a lot of stuff going on between the ears in those situations. People, if they have more than one brain cell, they're not communicating with each other.
So, what's your number one voter issue?
It's hard to nail it down to one. I will tell you that you know, I'm not a single issue voter, but the issue of life.
Your top 2 or 3.
You know, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Life being the first one. You know, basically First Amendment, Second Amendment. Those are the big ones. And because if we don't have those, first of all, you know, a society that won't protect the most vulnerable among us doesn't deserve to survive.
Right.
And when Trump called, when Trump didn't placate the death cult that is the abortion on demand, and he referred to abortion as murder, I was stunned. I never thought I would see that in my lifetime. And he got pushed back, he got attention, but he didn't care. And he really got my attention when he did that.
And I think
I wasn't a Trump supporter 4 years ago.
Yeah. I think that as he's done that, what you've seen is the other side doubling down even more. So you would think that, well, if you see that window shifting and you see more and more people saying abortion is murder, that would shift to where the median argument on it would be some people are for almost all abortions. A lot of people say that it's murder in any circumstance, and there'd be kind of this middle ground. Instead, the Democrats have shifted. I mean, the New York bill encouraging third trimester abortions, Governor Northam talking about, well, what would happen? We'll birth the baby, make the baby comfortable, and then have a conversation. In other words, execute a baby that was just born. It is disgusting, the radical nature I see from, the death cult that is the pro, third trimester abortion cult you see on the left now.
Mm-hmm.
So besides those top three issues, now tell us, what is the one issue that concerns you the most right now in the political zeitgeist?
Well, my biggest concern is really the deep state, and some of the stuff that I just heard come out today. That I can't remember his name. The Archbishop. I don't know if you saw the Archbishop's letter, and he's talking about what's this. It sounds conspiratorial, but just the breakdown of our freedoms on a global scale, and people being basically forced. You either play our game or you're canceled, and it's really ominous. I do not like that. That has always concerned me a little bit, but you always sound like a nut job when you talk about it. And my younger son is in college in Rochester, New York. He's at Rochester Institute of Technology, and he's I raised my kids. I've duplicated myself twice. They know what they're doing. They can answer. They can explain themselves. They weren't raised to hate Democrats because they are Democrat. They know what they believe. And he asked me one day, "Have you ever seen anything like this?" And I said, "The last time anything even close to this happened, I was 2 years old, 1968." And it's a scary time. And that's probably my biggest fear is what future do my kids have to look forward to?
Well, and this is something that I try to reach out in the left to as well, right? Because, think about this. When you talk about the deep state, it sounds conspiratorial. If I were to tell you 4 years ago that we would have an FBI that would use unverified opposition research sourced by a person they believe to be a Russian spy, take that information and use it to spy on a presidential campaign and president, you would have said I was nuts. I was wearing a tinfoil hat. That's confirmed. That's true. Or if I was to tell you that the relationship between the FBI, the media, and the Democratic Party would be so incestuous that they would report any smear about Trump, leak it to the press. But when we get actual evidence of corruption of the Bidens, they would all collude to keep that silent. People would have said, no way. If it's a story, media people will be talking about it. Yet we see it now. And my message to the left is this. If they could do it to Donald Trump, they'll do it to a candidate on your side as well. As soon as there's a real left-wing person that actually advocates for working class Americans and ending a bunch of foreign wars, they're going to get the same treatment Donald Trump got. So now, maybe I'll put it in the form of a question. Do you see it like me that now is the key time when we have a president willing to fight back against these slings and arrows against the deep state, that if we don't take advantage of this opportunity by re-electing him, it could be 20, 30 years before we have another opportunity like this?
Oh, I definitely agree with that. I wonder if it'll be that soon, if ever.
Right.
It takes a generation to fix something like that, and with the educational system, even if you look at what happened, you look at what happened, post Cold War. You look at Eastern Europe. A lot of those people, they were raised. They knew they didn't like the system that was there, but they didn't really know how to live in another system.
Right.
you to hit the reset button, and you have nobody who understands how it's actually supposed to work. I mean, it's a similar phenomenon with trying to, nation build in the Middle East. They didn't like the oppression that they had, but they don't know how to govern themselves. And if you have a whole generation of kids who were taught that they can't govern themselves, they have to look to this, the artificial, what I call the artificial aristocracy of self-appointed philosopher kings who would rule over us. That's who they're being trained to look toward. Just like the so-called experts in Harrisburg that are telling us how to live our lives. People, you get a whole generation that are just conditioned to they're trained to be followers. And that's something I learned years ago. What do you learn in a public school system? Sit down, shut up, be quiet, do what you're told, don't look out the window, don't have any fun, don't think for yourself, don't challenge me. And as I consider myself a second generation American on my dad's side of the family, there's a reason why my grandfather came here.
Mm-hmm.
And this country was founded by rebels, not anarchist rebels, but people that did not like to be treated a certain way. And there's a bloodline to that. The people that came from other countries did not like how they were being treated. They came here, they looked for a better life. And I hope if unless some of that is maintained, how do you get it back? How do you bring that back?
Right. I totally agree. And what I see is this conglomeration. And again, I call it the deep state as well. And I know people want to shrug that off when they hear it. But think of this. Let me just give you one example and see what you think about this. I'm like you. I was sort of libertarian minded. I was a big Ron Paul Republican. He was my guy. And I was against the Iraq War when I first got in college in like 2005, 2006. And, I remember I made all these friends on the left because I was in college. Most of the people were left wing, but we were against these wars. We were against these regime change wars. They tell me how much I've changed because I'm a Trump supporter. They've gone in 15 years from being opposed to these wars to saying I'm a racist for wanting to pull the troops out. That's how effective the propaganda has been. When we have state propaganda where we have these intel agents, and it's not a conspiracy. I mean, turn on CNN and see John Brennan or James Comey or Clapper. They're literally paid correspondents. And we used to be, it seems like the left used to understand the dangers of just uncritically accepting anything that people in the intel agency said. So I'm with you. I see a future that's very bleak if we don't start fighting back against this, because they have the ability to manipulate reality and convince millions of Americans to do things that are in the opposite of their best interest.
Mm-hmm.
Carlos, I know you're probably doing some production stuff.
No, we're good. So I know that you didn't vote for Trump in 2016.
And nobody knows who I voted for in 2016. Okay. My wife doesn't know whether or not, and I'm going to put it this way, she doesn't know whether or not I voted for Trump in 2016. I told people, because I trusted him so little. I thought he was a Trojan horse. I didn't have no background. And I told my wife, I said, if I vote for Trump, I will do it quietly. And I will, nobody's going to know. Nobody's going to know who I voted for. And to this day, she still doesn't know who I voted.
Right. Well, the only people that know how you vote is the Mossad. But that set aside, what are you? We only have a couple of minutes left. Give us what you love most about the single thing that you love most about the Trump presidency going forward.
Well, it goes back to what Senator Mastriano was saying. He made promises and he kept them. He's done things that it's a lot like the Reagan years. President Trump made promises. We're going to do this. People scoffed at him, and then I sat back and said, I don't know if you can do that, but I felt the same way in the 80s when I was in high school. Reagan said we're going to do this, and Trump said we're going to move the embassy in Israel to Jerusalem. Oh, it's going to set off World War III. And it didn't. It had exactly the opposite effect. And I just ask myself, do these naysayers ever get tired of being wrong?
I don't think that they do. I really don't think that they do. What are your final thoughts as Election Day approaches tomorrow?
Well, I think I get I get frustrated with these people. The people that voted for him 4 years ago that are saying, "Oh, I don't know if I can do it again. I don't like his tweets." Seriously, his tweets? What are different about his tweets? I didn't like his tweets 4 years ago. I don't care about him anymore. I want results. If somebody like me who was just sitting back and had zero expectations can be turned around, what's with all the navel gazing? It's a reality check. We're looking at the difference between light and darkness, freedom and tyranny. You want to go into a postmodern dark age. Yeah, just let Biden and then the far left in, and they'll be rewiring your mind. You won't have a choice what to think. I don't get it, and that's what frustrates me as somebody who's come full circle on this, and in a short period of time. It didn't take me 4 years to get to this point, but Trump demonstrated that I can believe what he's going to say. I don't have to like the way he says it. He's the George S. Patton of politics. I don't care who you have to slap. Get the job done.
Right.
Absolutely.
Exactly right. And it's a very good metaphor. And now he has a body of work that you can trust. I listen. When I voted for him in 2016, I voted because of the judiciary, and I knew going in, although I kind of loved him, anyway, because I grew up in North Jersey during my formative years, and he was there. This is the guy. This is the way that this guy is, okay, and how he operates, and I knew he could be one of the four horsemen of the apocalypse. I don't believe that now, but I trusted that he would vote the right way and appoint, judges to the Supreme Court that were constitutional, not outcome based. Jim, thank you so very much for joining us. We have a guest coming up here at 4:30, and Godspeed to you in Perry County, and we'll talk to you very, very soon.
Thank you very much. Look forward to seeing you.
Thanks so much. It was great.
All right, guys, hold on for a second.
You got anything for us, Todd, while we're holding on?
Hold on for a second.
I do, yes, as he figures out the technical side of what's going on.
Sure.
We have a bit of breaking news.
Okay.
It's all over social media now. After the interview I did earlier with Wendy, then Wendy's interview with us, the press conference at the Department of Health in the middle, that apparently everybody on the planet has now seen, the questions being asked, and now we have people that are going to social media in their communities saying they've tested positive for COVID or are contact traced for COVID, and they're going to the polls in person tomorrow to vote.
Well, they're right. They should. But it's a damn shame that it's come to this, right? We are on the precipice of this being a bigger debacle than the hanging Chad Florida garbage.
Oh, I've got more on that one. I'm just waiting on a confirmation. If you think the bombshell this morning was something, I got even more coming, because now everybody's sending me stuff that won't be reported anywhere else. And they're trying to crash the website again.
It's surreal.
All right, so here I have breaking stuff here. Any second now, Lycoming County Coroner Kiessling is coming on, Todd. And then at around 10 minutes to 5, or at 4:45, U.S. Representative Dan Musa.
Awesome.
All right, so just stand by.
But no, that's... I can't wait to see more of the story that you're breaking, but it's just incredible. And again, I think Senator Mastriano said it better than I could. Kiesling's going to be on here just a second. Remember, it's the Democrats like Josh Shapiro that are whining about, every vote must count, yet they're engaged in voter suppression.
Rob, we also have breaking news, and there's Chuck coming on as we get to this real quick. The contact tracing community is now being told to circulate anybody that they're in contact with that's a contact trace case, to send them the press release that was just put out by Levine and by Bookflower on the eve of the election. I can't wait to have this conversation with Chuck Kiessling, who's a public health official right here in Lycoming County. First of all, Coroner Kiessling, little did we know we'd be here on the eve of the election when you broke that story to me, or I to you, with 2 cases of COVID that had passed away in Lycoming County that really had.
Yeah, that was kind of an interesting go round for a while. The numbers have kind of started to even up based on what we're looking at now. But, you know, the reporting systems are definitely different. And we get the boots on the ground reports from the hospitals and nursing homes, and here in the county where the hospital, you know, the Department of Health is looking at electronic systems and gathering information based on addresses where the person may have resided at the time of their death, not necessarily where they died. So there's that reason for disparities between the reporting.
Are you able to share, and then Rob has the next question, are you able to share if a conversation's gone on today with Sheriff Lusk? Were you a part of that or privy to that with this press release that came down late in the day in regard to those folks that are in quarantine or have received the quarantine letter going into tomorrow about the sheriff having to get involved in this and them getting a special emergency absentee ballot to place their vote if they don't go in person tomorrow?
Oh, I hadn't heard that. This is the first I'm hearing that.
Are you surprised at all that we're at this point with the Pennsylvania Department of Health in this pandemic with situations like this arising on the eve of the election?
It doesn't surprise me with, you know, everything that's been going on. The numbers continue to increase. The numbers of deaths have not increased. We've not had a COVID death reported in probably 2 weeks. So the numbers of deaths haven't. The number of testing and people positive are certainly going to increase as the testing goes up. But, you know, we're just not seeing the deaths. I know some of the hospital numbers are up a little bit, but we're certainly not getting anywhere near capacity of any of the hospitals that I'm aware of.
Can you take us back to earlier in the year? Many of our audience won't know, but you basically found that there were deaths being reported in your county of Lycoming County of COVID deaths that you had not signed off on. Can you explain briefly to people what that situation was and how it was remedied?
Yeah, early on, there were a couple of deaths that were reported to the Department of Health that were not reported to my office. And it caught me off guard because I had reached out to all the nursing homes, the hospitals, and asked that, you know, when these, according to the Pennsylvania State Coroner's statutes that we operate under, deaths due to contagious disease that constitute a public hazard must be reported to the coroner's office. When I found out there were 2 deaths that I didn't know about, I very quickly asked questions as to where these deaths occurred and who these people were. And I had made contact directly to the Secretary of Health and her staff about this. And at that time, I was sent an email with a multi-page instruction manual to fill out another multi-page document and then pay $9 per death certificate to get that information. And I very quickly said, no, this is my job. I need that information. And I shouldn't have to pay to do my job.
Right.
And then at that point, those deaths the next day came off of the list. I still don't know how those people died and then came off the list, but it just, time went on. I kept looking at, we got access to the death reporting system that the Department of Health is tracking the COVID deaths. And we were comparing those numbers with the cases that we were getting. Early on, there was a disparity. Now the numbers seem to have kind of evened out for the number of cases that we've had reported. And like I said earlier, some of the problem is I think that someone can die anywhere, with an address of Lycoming County, and it gets reported as a death from Lycoming County, even though it may not have been reported to my office because it didn't occur in the county. The cases that we're getting are those that the hospitals, the nursing homes, or if someone dies at home here in the county, we're notified of those deaths. And then we're tracking those. And we have all the information about comorbidities, their age, all the demographic information. We're, maintaining a spreadsheet to track all that information.
Todd?
Coroner Kiessling, I broke the story earlier today about contact tracing and positive COVID cases and the quarantine and such. Your experience with this virus and being the lead as the president of the Coroners Association has been unparalleled, right, since this all began. From a contact tracing standpoint, if Sheriff Lusk and the deputies under his command have to go out and if somebody wants to do one of these emergency ballots, they then have to gear up and do PPE and the like to make sure this person goes and votes. The information we're getting now from across all 67 counties is people, even with positive COVID tests and under quarantine guidance from the DOH, are planning to go in person and vote tomorrow, as opposed to having to go through their sheriff's department to do the emergency absentee ballot. What's your reaction to that?
Wow. From a public health standpoint, I think that's risky business to send someone out that is known COVID-19 positive.
Even if they wear a mask?
Well, I would be concerned. I mean, the mask is helpful, but they're not foolproof, and it depends on what kind of mask they're wearing. If they're wearing a hospital-grade N95 mask, that certainly restricts their exhalation and the potential to spread the virus, but it seems risky to me that we would be doing that. I would think an emergency absentee ballot would be the better route to go from a contact tracing standpoint, but obviously these decisions are made by people with a lot more degrees than I have.
Let me ask you this. In your work in conjunction with other coroners, did you run into other coroners that had similar problems where they were seeing deaths that were showing up as a result of COVID, but they were unaware of them until the state had told them that?
Yeah, there were a lot of coroners across the state that hadn't reached out to a lot of their facilities early on. This kind of caught them off guard, and so they hadn't had the discussions about reporting to the coroner's office. And the Department of Health was saying, well, these are natural deaths, and their legal counsel advised that these cases didn't need to be reported to the coroner's office. And I said, well, yes, they are natural deaths, and I agree the physicians and other care providers should be certifying the deaths, but certainly there's also the contagious disease side of things that makes those cases coroner's cases, just like any prison deaths, just like any traumatic deaths, homicides, suicides. All of those types of deaths need to be reported to the coroners. The statute's really clear that any deaths due to contagious disease must be reported to the coroner's office.
Do you think going forward, like what's done is done, and I understand that, so not to make this really a political point, but going forward, do you think there needs to be some serious introspection at the state level with how to more properly coordinate with county level coroners and health professionals to make sure the next time we have a situation like this, there's a better ability to handle it and have a more uniform response?
Absolutely. And we actually have Senator Judy Ward has introduced Senate Bill 1164. That bill, it's unfortunate that we have to legislate cooperation and the ability to police and a check and balance system to make sure that we protect our county residents when things happen, whether it's a police officer, EMT, first responder, paramedic, nurses. It's unfortunate, but the Senate bill 1164 has passed the Senate and the House. It's just waiting for the governor to sign into law. That bill will then make it mandatory that these cases are reported to the coroner's office so that we can, in a pandemic situation, act as a, the public health side of things. And when someone has died, we can then make sure the testing's been done, reach out to the EMS folks and anyone that may have had contact with the deceased so that they know this person was positive. And if they become symptomatic, they absolutely need to isolate and know that they may become COVID positive and they may need to be tested. So hopefully Senate Bill 1164 is signed into law, and that will help us in the future.
Coroner Carlos Saldivia, we only have 3 or 4 minutes left. U.S. Representative Muser's coming on. Can you share the single most important thing that you want people to know, based on your perspective as coroner? And before you tell us that piece of information, can you tell us how long you've been coroner, and can you tell us about real quick about the State Coroners Association?
Okay. Well, I've been the coroner here in Lycoming County for 20 years. Prior to that, I'd been a deputy for about 14 years. So I've spent a lot of time in the coroner's office. And I've been the president and involved with the State Coroners Association for 20 years. And the last 5 years, mostly as president of the state association. So
you've been a coroner for 34 years. What's that, the Monroe administration?
Yeah, just about.
So give us the single best piece of advice that you can give any citizen right now from your point of view as coroner.
I think we need to be careful. I don't think we don't need to be in complete fear. It's a virus, just like the flu. And then there's 250,000 people die of sepsis or an overwhelming infection every year in the United States. So that's been going on year after year after year. And we don't think anything of it. Now this virus comes out and, it's just gotten blown out of proportion. Yes, there are people dying. Yes, I don't like people dying. We certainly, do everything we can to try and prevent those deaths. But I think we also have to keep in mind, out of the 200 and some thousand people in Pennsylvania that have tested positive, a lot of those people are, tested way back in March, April, May, June. And if they didn't die, they're no longer symptomatic. They are not infectious in our community. So they are out there and they're doing fine. We have to be, cautious, but, it's not a death sentence because you happen to test positive for COVID-19. And many people have minimal, if any, symptoms.
I would be remiss if I didn't ask this, because I know everyone that's watching is asking me to ask this. You hear stories all across the country of things being counted as COVID deaths, things like motorcycle accidents and things like that. Clearly, that's absurd. But the question I have for you is there a sort of guideline that you use to determine if someone died of COVID or they happened to have COVID when they died from a different cause?
Well, I can tell you, out of the 30-some deaths here in Lycoming County right now, all of those individuals had many, many, many comorbidities. They had diabetes, they had heart disease, lung disease, COPD. They have many, many problems that makes them susceptible to any kind of illness that comes along. So that certainly puts them at risk for succumbing to COVID-19. But not everyone that tests positive will die from this. So we have to be cautious, but not be fearful.
Excellent.
And do the precautionary things: wearing a mask, maintaining social distancing, washing your hands, all of those types of things to protect ourselves.
Coroner Kiessling, In the room is our great friend, U.S. Representative from the 9th District, Dan Muser. Dan, this is Lycoming County Coroner Charles Kiessling.
How are you, Charles?
Okay, it's been a while since I've seen you, but
Yeah,
welcome.
it has been a little while. Carlos, thank you very much for having me on.
Thank you. Let me just outro the coroner. Charles, thank you very much. I know you're going to be working all day tomorrow and possibly tonight. Thank you very much for your service, and thank you for helping us and coming on today.
Thanks so much.
Okay, thank you. Take care.
So for our audience, I want to welcome in U.S. Representative Dan Muser, and he is fresh off coming from the Trump rally in Scranton. So tell us how much fun you had today.
Well, I'm fresh off a number of rallies. I've been with the president this week in Allentown, where there was maybe 12,000 in attendance. Reading, we had on Saturday, today's only Monday, we had 27,000, they tell me. And I did not go to Butler, but Butler, a very honest estimate, 55,000 people. 55,000. We were in Montoursville later that night with the president until about 10:30. And of course, today, I don't even know what the estimate was. People said the crowd stretched back half a mile. So at the airport itself. So we'll get some estimates in, but somewhere in the neighborhood of 20,000. President was incredible. He's just energetic. He's positive. He's inspiring. He's got the right plan. He's humorous. He's just a good guy. And he's loose. You know, he's up there. They end with a particular song these days and YMCA, and everybody's learning the Trump jig, I think we'll call it.
That's fantastic.
So have you heard the breaking news today?
Do tell.
Todd.
Congressman Muser, thank you for taking the time today.
My pleasure.
We broke a story this morning about a whistleblower coming forward in the Pennsylvania contact tracing program, that it's a colossal disaster and that any number of letters are going out, and they've been going out since March. But specifically of note, they're telling COVID patients, of course, to quarantine, but those in the contact trace program that may have been in contact with somebody that's COVID positive got a letter to say you need to quarantine over the next 14 days. But there was no guidance in regard to tomorrow, whether they could go to the polls and vote. Went to the Department of Health press conference at 11:30, asked Secretary of Health, Dr. Levine, in person, what's the guidance? Why, are people going to be able to go and vote tomorrow? It ended very abruptly after that. Within an hour of returning back to Williamsport, Secretary Bookbar, Secretary of State, and Secretary of Health Levine issued a joint press release. The first paragraph ends that if you're currently in quarantine due to COVID-19, you need to go to your local county elections office for an emergency absentee ballot if they were planning to vote tomorrow, but now cannot. That's direct quote from the press release. And then Secretary Bookbar went back and said after that, well, all Pennsylvanians who've registered to vote will have the opportunity to do so. What's your reaction in real time to two different secretaries in the same administration saying diametrically opposite things on the eve of the election?
Liberalism at its finest or at its worst. They love meddling. They love trying to control. Since they're not inclusionary. They don't talk to the public. They don't talk to the counties. They don't talk to the election bureaus, a board of elections in the counties as to how to handle this. So they make a lot of mistakes. And clearly, this is what's happening here. So of these letters, unfortunately, yeah, you're catching me flat-footed on it. Do we have any idea how many of those letters went out?
My humble estimation is in the numbers of the thousands, because you've had case spikes, and they just announced almost 4,000 cases over the last 2 days, over Sunday and Monday.
Yeah.
So if you take that out to 10, 15, 20 people that those positive cases are interacting with, you're into the tens of thousands of people just in the last 7 days.
Well, look, people are going to vote. They need to take all precautions. Clearly, if they tested positive, okay, outside of that, they need to inform, I would say, their polling station that they did come in contact. Go wear a mask, social distance, and follow all other essential precautions. But this is an incredibly important vote, and people are going to have to go out and vote. So if this whole ballot thing, where what you're stating, how they, from the state, they can go down from the secretary and pick up a ballot or whatever they can do to accommodate, so be it. But this is pretty outrageous. Look, I had COVID, and you feel the symptoms within about 48 hours. I think that the president, for instance, and most that I talked to have had COVID, you feel the symptoms within 48 hours. The idea of having to quarantine for 14 days, as the Department of Health in Pennsylvania has been telling people, if you come in contact with someone, that just sounds absurd to me. All right, frankly, because if you do think you came in contact with someone, you confine for a day or two. If you're not feeling symptoms, you very likely don't have it, but get tested.
Yeah.
Go get tested. There's plenty of testing taking place. Get tested. You can get your test results back within 24 to 48 hours. And if you're negative, then clearly you're fine. This whole, it's archaic. See, the worst thing, the governor's office has done some incredibly big mistakes along the way. And the worst thing is they don't learn. They haven't learned from the very beginning. When they said we're going to shut down all these businesses and we're going to pick and choose who can stay open. And we let the big box stores stay open, and we closed down Main Street. And we said, because you make this particular product or provide this particular service, you can stay open. You're considered life-sustaining, but you can't. But meanwhile, the one that they said can't supplies a product and is a supplier to that so-called life-sustaining business. And they shut them down. So that was just one example. They have no understanding of how the economy works, or how business works, how manufacturing works. Manufacturers in Pennsylvania use probably 12 other suppliers in Pennsylvania. You close one of those down, you close everybody down. And the whole waiver program was ridiculous, was chaotic, right? They missed a lot along the way.
Right.
So that was one mistake. I mean, the nursing homes, we won't even get into that. But the idea that they sent COVID patients back to nursing homes, we knew from the very beginning how susceptible the elder populations and those with potentially pre-existing conditions, but underlying conditions. We knew from the very beginning. We knew in early March when a nursing home out in Washington was rampaged by COVID.
Right.
So we knew that. Yet, our governor, Cuomo, others didn't listen to the science, didn't listen to the data, and didn't learn too fast either. So I don't know what to say to this. Their meddling has been incredible. How they've changed our election laws in the last 3 weeks, or attempted to, extending dates, whether or not signatures qualify or disqualify. I could send in an absentee ballot right now, and I could write on it. I could write it in print. Richard Nixon, Dan Muser's absentee ballot with Richard Nixon written on it. And according to the Secretary of State, that wouldn't be a problem. It wouldn't be disqualified because of that. I mean, they're doing they're making decisions in isolation, and each one of those decisions has been a big mistake. And this sounds like another blunder.
Congressman, Go ahead, Rob.
Yeah. I was going to say, Rob Knorr here. Thanks for being with us, Congressman Muser. I've had the great fortune of meeting you 3 or 4 times, and I give you the highest praise I will for a politician, which is, I was saying this earlier to Doug McLinko. I said, if you're somewhere with Representative Muser and you didn't know him, good luck finding the representative, because you're just a regular person that was willing to talk to anyone. The reason I bring that up is when you juxtapose Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and their sort of elitism and how they're kind of in their their oligarchical circles, you've just spent the past couple days with President Trump. What's he like when he's interacting with just average people that come see him?
Yeah. Great question. Look, I appreciate that. I promise you, President Trump is the exact same person when you're talking to him as he is behind the podium. That's probably one of his authentic, unique qualities that people can sense and find so endearing. I mean, he's wonderful. Every time I've been with him, and I've had the opportunity to introduce my dad to him, my brother, my wife's met him several times. I've been in his presence now 14, 15, maybe 16 times. I've traveled with him. I was actually in the Beast, as he calls it, the presidential limo once. He's always asking questions. He's lighthearted. He's fun. He keeps it relatively casual. I always get a laugh at some point. One time I was with him, I was talking about my father. My father was a New York City police officer. I moved here in 1987 to help start a business. And I was telling him about my dad, and he said, "Hey, you know what? Give your father a phone. Call up your father. I want to say hello to him." I dialed the phone. Fortunately, my father answered. Yeah, he got on the phone, and my father honestly just couldn't believe it. And call will never forget. So he's just a great guy.
There's 1,000 stories like that, Congressman, about the president. Tell us. Were you able to speak at any of the rallies?
Yeah. I spoke warm up past week. I spoke at Allentown. I spoke at Reading.
Okay.
Reading is my district, so that was great. 27,000 like-minded people. We had some fun. That's even how I started. I said, "Hey, let's have some fun."
So what was the one significant thing that you came away from in listening to the president as much as you do? What is the one thing that rings in your head about the message that he has sent Pennsylvania since he's been here basically this week?
I think he shows that he truly loves people. He loves helping people. He loves being their voice. He loves connecting with them. He loves our country. That match together, I take some things off from the president. He doesn't say it directly. Like, for instance, I know I am not beholden to any special interest group. The president talks about that. The president says how I represent you. There's no special interest that controls me or influences me. I say that to my constituents. There's no special interest, none. There never will be. That over influences me. I am the people's lobbyist. I am their lobbyist. Because you know what? Nobody comes into my office and ever says, "Hey, I'm here representing the people of your district." It's always this particular industry or that particular association. So just I think the president just exudes that so well, and people find it inspiring. They find it so inspiring. They find the patriotism. They love it, right? They want to love our country, and they want to, and it makes them love themselves. And people leave feeling that. I've been to years, over the last 4 years, 5 years when he ran, I was at rallies, and each time I come away feeling inspired from him and from the people around, and just the whole, good feeling of enthusiasm. And it's so positive. Everybody's positive at these things. It's there's no issues amongst the crowd. Everybody's just feeling that they're all there for the same reason.
Todd.
Congressman, as a follow-up to what I asked you previously, Attorney General Josh Shapiro here in Pennsylvania tweeted over the weekend, quote, "If all the votes are added up in PA, Trump is going to lose. That's why he's working overtime to subtract as many votes as possible from this process. For the record, he's 0-6 against us in court. We've protected voting rights. Now ignore the noise, vote. What is your reaction to a sitting state attorney general weighing in on an election that arguably is going to court?
I think Josh Shapiro is showing himself to be a very liberal crusader. He's very, very political. If you see even the cases that he gets into, they're political. I mean, he got on board of that post office issue, which was a complete farce, that the post office wasn't being funded, that the postmaster general was trying to dismantle parts of the post office so ballots wouldn't get out. Just a complete crock of bull, right? And Josh Shapiro, actually with a couple of other very liberal attorney generals, decided to file a lawsuit against the postmaster general. Just political posturing, not with the people in mind, but with his own pure political interests in mind. And I tell you something, I knew Josh from over the years, had conversations with him and all. He's really showing his political stripes, who he works for, who he represents, and it's the marginalized left. Where was Pennsylvania's top cop the other night when Philadelphia started burning again? Yep. Lawlessness took our streets. Okay, regardless of the issue, if there was a tragedy took place, okay, we saw what happened, but certainly looked like the police were put in a no-win situation where their lives were on the line. But Josh was either silent on it or he's against the police. And you do that, all you do is encourage the lawlessness. So, he's been, Tom Wolf, Governor Wolf said that the night, 3 or 4 nights ago, when there was all kinds of mayhem in the streets of Philadelphia again, he said, I hope these peaceful protests don't become violent. Or meanwhile, there was looting taking place. There were looters shooting looters. I mean, it was complete mayhem. And he said, I hope these protests remain peaceful. I mean, are these people, who do they think they're kidding, right? And yes, they have a media that largely covers for them, but this is just wrong. And Attorney General Josh Shapiro has been on the side of wrong. And I guarantee you that the more informed the people of Pennsylvania are, the more they'll understand that. And I think they completely understand it already.
Congressman User, we've been doing this show. We're doing this 24-hour stream, trying to show the importance to everyone to get out and vote down ticket Republican and for Donald Trump. Now, for us, we're outsiders to the process, trying to show why this is probably the most important election in our lifetime, if not in the history of the country. But you offer a unique perspective as you work with colleagues that are on the Democratic side. Can you tell us, as someone who's in Congress, is it as bad as we think? Is this election this important? Do you expect your colleagues on the left to get even more radical if they win this election?
Yeah, it is as bad, but the day-to-day is not. And what I mean, and it really comes down to the Democrat leadership. Nancy Pelosi, Adam Schiff, Jerry Nadler, and certainly the squad. AOC has developed a tremendous amount of influence. I know AOC. I mean, we're not friends. I've spoken to her a couple of times. Light stuff. I mean, because we disagree completely. Unfortunately, I find people like the Cortez end of the party, which it's really the tail wagging the dog now, the extreme left. They have a lot of money, and that's what controls the party. That's really what controls the party. AOC has her pot of gold that she uses to influence those. She gets, hooked up with the Bernie Sanders of the world, and that pot grows by the extreme left. And then you have Nancy Pelosi, who's got about 10 pots of gold, and controls more. She's controlled by the money, and therefore she controls many of the members. Now, we have many members that claim to be bipartisan, maybe many in Pennsylvania, that vote with her 100% of the time, or 98 or 99, 99.9% of the time. Okay, they are representing Nancy Pelosi's interests, not the interests of Allentown or Scranton. All right, they're just not. They're representing Nancy Pelosi far more because they want to keep their jobs. They don't want to have AOC and Nancy Pelosi run somebody against them in the primary, and they think it's how they move up in the House, in committees and things of that nature. So they basically have sold their constituents out, is really what that comes down to. So where I'm going with this is, and there's a good news part of this as well. It's the Democrat leadership, which is completely dominated by the left. And by the way, if we beat them here and beat them decisively, I think the traditional Democrat Party will come back some,
Good.
and the left extremism will fade away because they know it's not a winning issue. But I will tell you this, there are definitely some very good Democrat members. Now they vote with Nancy Pelosi far more than they should. But they work on things. They're like-minded to us. Look, they have constituents like I do, right? And so some of the business owners, and I can name some. I am on the Problem Solvers Caucus. There's 25 Republicans, 25 Democrats. We have very good, decent, civil policy discussions on trying to find solutions. How can we get to a solution? Now, very often they'll take into consideration the powers to be, but on their side of things, how can they get things done? Not all the time, though. I think they, for the most part, take their constituents into mind. So yeah, I think we can do better, but I think there's been a lot of extremism in the Democrat caucus that has run their party off the left rails.
Yeah.
Representative, thank you so much for giving us all this time that you've given us. In closing, you're in a race in the 9th. Give us your best pitch to the people of the 9th, and tell the people of the 9th why they should vote for you again.
Well, thanks, Carlos. Hey, I want to personally thank you as well for all the things that you do, and Rob, Todd, thank you. Well,
I just want to remind you that we're going till 8 o'clock in the morning, and it's only fair to tell you that at 3 o'clock in the morning, it's only going to be just the real diehards and cigars. So 3 a.m.
Yeah. All right. Well,
3 a.m. Okay.
Well, that's starting to sound a little attractive to me. So
actually, at 5
we'll
o'clock in the morning, General Spaulding's coming on to talk about China.
Yeah.
Huh?
Well, I'll tell you what. I will be up at 5 o'clock, so I may have you on audio because I might be exercising and not on video. But I'm
awesome.
Hearing General Spaulding speak about China, absolutely. I'm on the China Task Force, and I'm on the U.S.-China Work Group, and it's a real important issues. I want to bring those manufacturing jobs in China, that's my end of it, back here, and that's that can be huge for Pennsylvania. Look, I came into this role with experiences, I think, that gave me what was needed to be an effective member of Congress. 25 years in business, served as revenue secretary, understand politics, been around politics for about 20 years. I think I came in eyes wide open. I had worked and represented industry in Washington to the House, to the Senate. So I think I had a pretty good feel for how to do this job well. And I set out to do so. I also think I work real hard, and I think the people know that. I think I've met those expectations. And I said I was going to be supportive of President Trump, and I have been. President Trump's policies, from economy,